Boleh dia travel?
Boleh kot dia ni. Medik kan, medical.
Oh, dia ada surat
Dia nampak ni, sedap sikit. Terima kasih ambil gambar tu sebenarnya.
Oh.
Spek ni nampak banyak tu. Okay, Tan Sri.
Okay. All the best. Berapa orang ini? Apa ni? Dia punya participant ni pada mana?
1,500 from all UAs, private university as well, college, community, polytechnic, and also HR practitioners from external agencies.
1,000 ni dia dah register, yang dah register.
Yang dah register 1,500, tapi hari ni kami masih lagi terima, so kita minta dia orang access melalui YouTube punya ni lah, so we can expect more than that lah.
Jangan masukkan orang yang bukan-bukan.
Tak. Memang yang ini security dia very very tight. Only with registered official email saja.
Okay. Okay. Good. Thank you.
Okay, Tan Sri.
Alright, Assalamualaikum.
Oh, tak. Angkat balik. Angkat balik. Kita nak angkat balik. Angkat balik lagi. Lagi. Okey. Assalamualaikum. Tan Sri, apa khabar?
Alhamdulillah, apa khabar? Nice to see you again. Long time no see.
Tak dengar, sekejap.
Thank you. Hai.
Assalamualaikum. Testing.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okey. Saya ada setting tak betul kat sini. Okey dah.
Okey. Payah ni pun. Thanks so much. Anak dia ke? Ha?
Dia tidur.
Saya punya okey audio dan visual okey keluar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dato' Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of International Islamic University Malaysia, Vice Chancellors and Deputy Vice Chancellors of Public and Private Universities, Yang Berusaha Professor Dr. Nordin bin Yahya, Director Higher Education Leadership Academy, ACAPT, IIUM University Management Committee, Executive Directors and Registrars, Speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dato' Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of International Islamic University Malaysia, Vice Chancellors and Deputy Vice Chancellors of Public and Private Universities, Yang Berusaha Professor Dr. Nordin bin Yahya, Director, Higher Education Leadership Academy, ACAPT, IIUM University Management Committee, Executive Directors and Registrars, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dato Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of International Islamic University Malaysia, Vice Chancellors and Deputy Vice Chancellors of Public and Private Universities, Yang Berusaha Professor Dr. Nordin bin Yahya, Director Higher Education Leadership Academy, ACAPT, IIUM University Management Committee, Executive Directors and Registrars, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Honorable Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the seminar on values-based leadership and values-based performance 2021, which is scheduled today, 15 February, for the whole day until tomorrow, 16 February 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizers, the International Islamic University Malaysia IIUM, in collaboration with Akademi Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi ACAP, we are grateful to announce that we have with us on hybrid platform more than 1,000 participants, both through Zoom and YouTube channel. Together with us are the speakers for today and tomorrow's sessions as well. I can also see on the screen the top management of IIUM and ACAP, also some renowned faces from other higher learning institutions in Malaysia. And not only that, ladies and gentlemen, based on the registration database, we have also participants from other IPTAs and IPTS as well. We thank you once again for your willingness to join us in seminar on values-based leadership and values-based performance 2021, organized by IIUM in collaboration with ACAPT. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned earlier, we will be listening to the great leaders, not only from the higher learning institution, but also from the industry. They will talk to us on the issues, initiatives, and developments of leaders and leaderships based on the theme, Leaders of Change, the Power of Values in Leadership. Without further ado, let us welcome Al-Fadil Ustaz Muhammad Ramadan Subki Abdullah from the Sultan Haji Ahmad Shah Mosque, IIUM, to recite the dua.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahilladzi ja'ala awwala yawmina hadha salaha wa awsatahu falaha wa akhirahu najaha. Wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man ihtada. O Allah, we beg thee all of good things which pertains to this day and days hereafter. You have bestowed on us the greatness of your ni'mah, in which we could never imagine, and you have protected us from harm when we cannot detach ourselves from it. We have done deeds in which only you have the knowledge of its good or its bad. O Allah, most merciful, most compassionate, bless all of us today in this seminar. Make it a stage for further prosperity and progress, and be of great benefit and contribution to the development of our people in Malaysia and the whole of the Ummah. O Allah, we plead that you shower tawfiq upon us, for us to continue to do good deeds that receive your pleasure and a harmonious life that you bless. O Allah, we seek your might to safeguard our physical self so that we continue to worship you. Safe keep us so that our hearts are filled with love. Please open our hearts so that we seek you always, just like how you open the hearts of those who are righteous. Please place us among those who keep to their promises and able to fulfill our responsibilities. Please make our life a witness to all deeds that you have enjoined us to do, O Allah, the most gracious, the most giving. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Shukran jazilan, Ustaz. Ladies and gentlemen, our first day of seminar will begin with the opening remark from Professor Dr. Nordin Yahya, Director of ACAPT. Over to you, Prof.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillahil Karim wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Terima kasih Madam MC. Yang berbahagia Profesor Emeritus Tan Sri Dato' Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rektor National Islamic University Malaysia, IUM, Naib Chancellor dan Timbalan-Timbalan Naib Chancellor Universiti Awam dan Swasta, Timbalan-Timbalan Rektor IUM, pendaftar, dekan-dekan dan pegawai kanan IUM, semua penceramah jemputan, para profesor dan serta seminar kita pada pagi ini. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. On behalf of ACAP, the co-organizer of this program, I wish to extend a very warm welcome to all participants of the seminar on values-based leadership and values-based performance. This seminar is a continuation of the ACAP Talk series that ACAP and IUM organized under DOVE series, Dialogue on Values-Based Education in 2020. I would like to take this opportunity to thank National Islamic University Malaysia, IUM, again as ACAP strategic partner in making this two-day seminar a reality. To those from abroad or new to Malaysia higher education scenario, I would like to give a short introduction to my institution, Higher Education Leadership Academy, or ACAP. ACAP is one of the agencies under the Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia that focuses on identifying, compiling, profiling, developing and sustaining the leadership talent pools for higher education institutions in Malaysia since 2008. One of our other roles, apart from leadership development programs for specific talent pool, is organizing seminar, talks, workshops, and intellectual discourses like this related to higher education to the public. This seminar is part of a series of intellectual discourses organized by ACAP since 2016. It aims to provide a platform for leaders and potential leaders from higher education institutions in Malaysia and abroad to be exposed to the practices and values of leadership so as to nurture them into successful leaders in the academia. Through this seminar or webinar series, participants will gain knowledge on academic leadership, academic management, and institutional leadership from renowned experts and practitioners. Among the issues addressed in our previous programs include the past, present, and future roles of university leadership, building unity of the Malaysian higher education community, solutions in raising the quality of higher education institutions, values-based education in Southeast Asia universities, university leadership in challenging times, among others. In this seminar, we have 9 prominent speakers who will start their deliberation on the topic of values-based leadership on the first day, and then proceed on values-based performance tomorrow. I'm sure that we will be getting many inputs from these great speakers, and we'll have a good conversation around the topics throughout the sessions. We are thankful to all speakers who have accepted our invitation, especially Yang Berbahagia Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dato' Zulkifli Abdul Razak, himself, Rector of IUM. Yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar, President of IUM. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Engineer Dr. Muhammad Hamdi Abdul Syukur, Vice Chancellor of UM. Yang berbahagia Datuk Wira Dr. Raha Abdul Rahim, Vice Chancellor of Universiti Teknikal Malaysia, Melaka, UTM. Yang berbahagia Datuk Habidah Naziadin, Non-Executive Director for Nestle and Nexis Berhad. Dr. Wilson T, Managing Director for MindQuest Consulting and Coaching. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail Ibn Sina, Professor at IUM. Yang berbahagia Profesor Dr. Haji Muhammad Kamal Haji Harun, Assistant Vice Chancellor UITM. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Norbit Bashar Idris, Chief Information Officer IUM. The key theme of this seminar is Leaders of Change, the power of values in leadership. We'll have an opportunity to understand what does values-based leadership and values-based performance mean. What are the key characteristics of values-based leadership and how do we translate the values to the members of the whole institution? We have a session about the role of leaders in change transformation and how values-based leadership can transform organizational culture. And since we are facing the challenges of COVID-19, we will have a session on what are the lessons can be learned from this pandemic related to the values in our organization. How can we identify them and appreciate the contribution of those who adopt these values? We will learn how to switch to values approach leadership, improve individual and organizational performance, creating institutional culture or DNA, and expanding opportunities for external impacts. These are all difficult subjects to talk about, but it is indeed timely. Hence the reason we are bringing prominent speakers who are embracing this philosophy. Again, thank you to all our speakers for accepting our invitation despite of your busy schedule. On the second day, we will talk about values-based performance. This is even more difficult subject to talk, even more challenging to implement or operationalize in our institutions. There are many interesting topics to cover tomorrow. Evaluating success using values-based metrics, evaluating key tangible performance, improving values-based performance through data analytics. We'll hear more about this tomorrow. While it is easier to measure tangible index or KPIs, especially in research metrics or financial industry, this is well documented, well understood, and this is taken. However, key intangible performance or KIP index is much more complicated. There has been a long debate in the human resource industry on how to identify and assess key intangible performance such as brand value, goodwill, customer retention, stakeholder satisfaction, happiness, motivation, society impact, contribution and services to the university and society, or even management and leadership competencies. Although KPIs are useful for tracking tangible performance drivers, KPIs cannot adequately measure intangible performance drivers. Therefore, this is a need to look for key intangible performance index in order to generate a complete picture of overall performance of organizations. Moving forward, there is a significant shift of emphasis from measuring tangible to intangible performance measure in order to tap the full potential of intangible resources. It makes logical sense for our institutions to unlock the intangible values for achieving and sustaining competitive advantage. In the face of globalization, organizations need to transform themselves into highly competitive organizations to stay ahead of competition and at the forefront of their peers. However, the performance measurement should not be about KPIs and KPIs alone. It must be more comprehensive than that to reflect the inclusiveness of everyone in the organization. The development and application of key intangible performance will be a strategic move to provide further insights and impetus for continual improvement for our universities. Well, I'm not here today to talk or nor qualified to explain about the theme that we have in this seminar. We have a list of prominent speakers with us today and tomorrow to talk about values-based leadership and performance management. hopefully, and I strongly believe that there will be a lot of discussion around this topic as it is central and important in education and higher education fraternity. Please stay tuned for the whole 2 days research, even though this is an online event. Please make sure that you give 100% focus to the deliberation throughout the seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, it is great to know that we have exceeded our earlier expectation of 400 participants for this seminar. However, as of this morning, we received an overwhelming response of more than 1,000 registered participants to join. Apart from through Zoom webinar, we also airing this seminar through YouTube channel as well, in order to cater to those who are not be able to register. Finally, we believe that participants will gain crucial new knowledge to cope better with the changes and transformation needed through this event. It is also hoped that the insights, there will be a lot of insights from our prominent speakers, which shape the thought process of participants. There will be a lot of thought-provoking issues in this seminar, and it will then be used to drive sustainable growth of our institutions, particularly in today's ever-changing higher education landscape in post-COVID-19 era. With that, I would like to wish all participants every success and hope the learning experience from this program will further enhance our leadership competencies and wisdom in leading our institutions. Thank you again to IUM and Tan Sri and all members of IUM Secretariat who have been working very, very hard for co-organizing this event with ICAP. Thank you also to Center for Leadership Sustainability at ICAP, led by Associate Professor Dr. Yazrina Yahya, who is working together with IUM. I wish all of you the very best. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Alhamdulillah, ladies and gentlemen, IIUM is very grateful to have tremendous support from ICAP in making this seminar reality. Thank you, ICAP, once again. And now the number of participants increasing from, increasing to more than 1,000 now from both the hybrid platforms that we have, that is Zoom and also the YouTube channel. And they are all here with us for a better knowledge and on leadership values, performance measurement tools, and best practices from prominent leaders in Malaysia, as mentioned by Prof. Nordin just now. Well, we are about to start with our first session, but before that, I would humbly remind all of you to use the Q&A box, that you can find on your screen. It's just at the bottom of your Zoom screen. And you can also leave your comment in the YouTube channel as well, And should you have any questions that you need the speaker to respond to you, inshallah, we will read the question after each and every session. And speakers, you are given 45 minutes to deliver your talk and 15 to 20 minutes for question and answer. And please also alert yourselves, especially the participants, with the announcement from the Secretariat in the chat box. But well, inshallah, we will go through the questions. We will go through also the chat. And ladies and gentlemen, well, everything is all in cyberspace now. But wherever you are, ladies and gentlemen, please stay safe and adhere to the COVID-19 SOP. Ladies and gentlemen, well, we are indeed living a new norm. No more grand physical meetings, but the host of the event always wants to greet all of you and will be very grateful to deliver his welcoming remark. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Sri Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of IIUM, will do the welcoming remark, followed by a keynote address entitled Leaders of Change, Leading the Way. But before I pass the platform to Tan Sri Zul, let me introduce you to IIUM very own Rector, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak. Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, fondly known as Zul, is currently Director of International Islamic University Malaysia. He was the Vice Chancellor of University Science Malaysia, USM, from 2000 until 2011. He is the immediate past president of the International Association of Universities, IAU, a UNESCO-affiliated organization based in Paris. He was the convener of the Regional Center for Expertise on Education for Sustainable Development based in USM beginning 2005. Tan Sri Zul was awarded the prestigious 2017 Gilbert Medal by Universitas 21 in recognition of his long-term commitment to a sustainable approach to international higher education. He is a fellow of the Academy of Sciences Malaysia, FASC, the World Academy of Art and Science, FWAAS, and the World Academy of Islamic Management, FWAIM. Tan Sri Zul was an honorary professor at the University of Nottingham from 2014 until August 2020, and more recently appointed senior advisor at Asia Europe Institute, AEI, University of Malaya. He is also the co-chair of Right Livelihood College Steering Committee based at University Bonn and an advisory board member, Institute of Sustainable Development and Learning in Lippana, Germany from June 2019. He was an invited speaker at the 2015 Nobel Dialogue in Sweden and the 2020 Nobel Prize Dialogue in South Korea, scheduled in October 2021. In October 2020, he was appointed as a member of Qatar Foundation Higher Education Strategy Advisor Panel. Besides, Tan Sri Zul is also a member of the Academic Network for Development Dialogue, ANDD, World Islamic Economic Forum, WEF, and National Digital Economy and 4IR Council. Our rector was awarded the 2017 Tokoh Akademik Negara National Academic Laureate and recipient of number of honorary doctorate from various international universities. Locally, in October 2018, he was conferred Professor Emeritus by USM, whilst in November 2019, University Science Islam Malaysia, USIM, conferred him an honorary doctorate of Dakwah and Islamic Management in recognition of his efforts in widening the dimensions of Dakwah through various research and leadership while serving the university. In addition, the government of Japan, in recognition of his contribution to the academic collaboration and exchange between the two nations, has conferred him the Order of the Rising Sun, gold raised with neck ribbon in September 2019. Since 1995, he writes weekly at columns for Malaysia's dailies, especially the New Straits Times. Ladies and gentlemen, Yang berbahagia Professor Emeritus Professor Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharizat. I thought you're going to be very brief. It's going to be quite long, you know. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu syafil anbiya mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Yang berusaha Professor Nurdin Yahya, my colleagues from universities and other organizations, colleagues from IUM, fellow speakers, brothers and sisters. Let me first of all thank you for this invitation and praise Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving us this opportunity to meet, and I'm indeed very delighted to know that various people are now tuning in for a conference which I thought it is once of its kind, and I would like to congratulate ACAP for this, the courage and the wisdom as mentioned by the director to have a seminar which is at the long due. And I think this is now being made more precious by the COVID-19, the pandemic that is surrounding us, and all of us are grappling to find out a solution and answer to the way out of how do we shape the future through education as well. So I think this platform indeed is a very opportune platform for us, and IIM are very blessed and very delighted to work with ACAP once again to put the foundation of what education ought to be in the 21st century and beyond. So let me take this opportunity on behalf of the university to thank everybody, particularly ACAPS and also the Ministry of Higher Education, for giving us this privilege to work with you, and more importantly, to underline some of the important issues that we've been thinking of for not only just 1 year since the pandemic, but long before that, looking at where education ought to be as we move and progress into the 21st century. So I will stop there as a rector of IIUM, and I will take on the role of giving some thoughts of what the future is all about as far as change is concerned as an academic, not as a rector of the International University, because this is something that I think we can share with everybody rather than just from the institutional point of view, but more importantly as an academician, that we have got specific roles to play that by and large, I think we have lost it. I think we have lost it to many other people, that we now become just a follower from the many things that have been happening around us. And I think it's time for the institutions, for the academicians to reclaim their role as leaders for change in the future and making change happen within our own institution. So I would like to share with you a number of thoughts that I've got that I crafted in my slides. As you know, I am a graphic-minded person rather than the normal slides that you see. So I will use a lot of this graphic to try and persuade you that value-based leadership and value-based performance are indeed on the spot, that we need to move on and take on for the future of university and education in general. Now, this is going to be a very difficult subject to navigate, because all of us have been, quote unquote, put into a mindset that education seems to be, as mentioned by the director of ACAP, a kind of a corporate understanding of how we value education as such. And therefore KPIs, ranking has become the mainstay of university. And fortunately or unfortunately, just before we embark on this, there are two more rankings that just came out. One is a ranking that talks about sugar daddies, and the other one, the recent one, is on predatory publications. And these are two very challenging ideas of what university has subjected itself to, that we need now to introspectively look whether we are in the right track or otherwise. We could be sugar daddies for all we care, but is it education at the end of the day? And these are issues that I think that I will try and digest today within the context of this 45 minutes that was given to Sharizat for me. All right, I'm given to talk about leading the way. Leading the way is a tagline of IIUM, but I think leading the way is a tagline for everybody. If you want to talk about change, you need to lead the way. If you are not leading the way, then you're just following somebody else. And I don't think the change that we want will probably be happening, because the leaders sometimes are not the way we want them to see what education is all about. So I think we need to lead the way in a sense that universities must understand its role, must understand its history, and must understand where it lies as far as the future is concerned. And given the COVID pandemic, there are many things that is uncertain that we need to put some sort of understanding of where we ought to be. I would like to start with a kind of a context. Where are we going to do the change? Are we talking about just national change within Malaysia, or just regional change within Asia? Or are we talking about global change? Yeah. If you were to talk about national change, I think we just need to lean our ladder on a kind of a platform that talks about, the normal things of marketability, employability. As long as our students are employed, no matter how you define it, I think we should be happy. Because after all, that's a KPI that was given to many leaders of the university, including myself. You meet a target of 80%, you are done well. And therefore, that is all that is needed as far as national sort of a success definition is concerned. If you want to talk about a more global, a more regional issues, then there are other issues to contend with. For example, we just learned that 1.6 billion people are out of school today because of COVID. And the World Economic Forum say many of them may not return. Now, this is a very stark statement, that what is schooling after all when 1.6 billion people are out of school and majority of them are not going to return. So where is the situation of schools at the end of the day if we are not ready about it? Yeah. And here you can see the education is a basic human right, but many students or many children still lack access to education because of so many reasons, and we'll go into the reasons in a short while. So it depends on what perspective you take. If you want to talk about just Malaysia, or you want to talk about just within a situation you are in, you are okay, but you're going to miss the boat as far as education on a global basis is concerned, and the crisis that is facing and staring at us for a long time, right? So for that matter, some of us may want to look at other ways of looking at it, and this is where we go into the Sustainable Development Goal that was launched in 2016 in New York, that talks about 17 goals, and goal number 4 talks about ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, not for some, not for few, but for all, right? And hence the cliche, no one will be left behind. In other words, everybody, including people in the remotest part of the world, will then be entitled for this. So when we talk about 1.6 billion people are out of school, already not one left behind, but 1.6 billion are going to be left behind if education is not well structured, well understood, and shaped for the future. So you need to move away from what the thinking is all about, and moving away is what change is going to be as far as education is concerned. So the many reasons that we talked about is just some of those that have been mentioned. Yeah, the global mega trends facing education. There's 10 of it, and then there's the latest is of course the COVID environment. When this was done, this wasn't even in the picture. So you've got 11, and we can deal with all 11. But I just want to bring the 3 that I think it is important for us. One is the question of wealth gap and social mobility. I think education, which used to be a leveler of society, in other words, people can move and reshape its future, has now been reduced to what we call a social immobility or social inequity. You see tremendous gaps between the rich and the poor, the wealth and the not so wealthy, and the developed and the less developed. Yeah, and you can see this many a times, not only within education, but it been underlined by the COVID environment when we talk about flattening the curve. Flattening the curve is basically essentially about wealth gap between the have and the have-nots. And it's not just about healthcare, it's about everything else, including education itself. We also need to flatten the gap. Okay? That goes for number 1. Number 2, I will look at number 7, which is lessons for life. COVID environment tells us the lesson of life is more than just learning and getting jobs. Lesson for life, as far as COVID is concerned, is how to create social solidarity. And this has been underlined by Émile Durkheim, the philosopher of the 19th century in France, that talks about education is about building social solidarity. In other words, school is where we practice the social solidarity in a small way within our own environment, within the university. If within the university we fail to build social solidarity, then I can assure you we will fail to build social solidarity outside of the school because the training does not work. And therefore, these are lessons of life that we need to be clear about. And when we talk about education, is it about life or is it about livelihood as such? And these are the distinguishing factor that is now bothering us, whether we need to lock down or not to lock down, when to open the school, when not to open the school, whether vaccination is important for students and so on and so forth. These are the lessons of life that we have not had any training before, but we need to deal with it because this is the future of education in the larger term, all right? But I would like to focus on number 9, which is actually what this seminar is all about, teaching values. Where is values in our education? We talk about STEM, for example, science, technology, engineering and mathematics. I often ask, where are values in this? Yeah. Where is the actual idea of lesson for life as far as STEM is concerned? 4IR, yeah, Industrial Revolution 4.0, where are values in 4.0? Well, we often talked about this as though this will be the solution for our lifetime, but COVID environment tells us this may not be the solution until and unless there is a cognition or notion of values embedded in all these terms that we have been using pre-COVID, which is now becoming irrelevant as we moved along. Right? Let me try and justify this statement of mine for some of you who are actually not convinced about it. If you look at education before COVID, the 20th century education, perhaps we can go back as to the Industrial Revolution of the 1700s, yeah, the first Industrial Revolution. These are the things that I think we are looking at when we talk about education today, where we summarize this at the 4M. We talk about manpower, employment, employability, marketability, all the things that we've been talking about. How do you do this? We teach people how to think, how to innovate, to make things better so that we can be more employed, so we can sell more stuff. Yeah. And we are taught to be dependent on machines, particularly on high tech. Yes. These 3 M's will then be evaluated for what the market tells us about to do. If you do innovation and there's no market for the innovation, then your innovation is useless. If you train students and they are not employed, the marketplace say no, then it becomes useless. Yeah. You learn a machine when there is no value in the marketplace as far as technology is concerned, then it becomes useless. In other words, the market tells us what to do as far as education is concerned. And that to me is not leading the way. That is following what the market say. Indeed, in my experience, when you want to introduce courses, sometimes the ministry will ask us, have you done a market survey? And if we say we have not done the market survey, then they say, do a market survey. And after we have done the market survey, we will report, what did the market say? The market say they don't need this course on philosophy. Then don't offer it because the market doesn't want it. And therefore, we are framed into this whole idea of the 4 M's that we are not allowed to lead the way unless and until we have got the approval of the market, right? And this is, I think, where we talk about being technologically aligned, yeah, which is nothing wrong. But again, the question is, where are the values when we talk about technology per se? Are the values aligned with the values that we want to bring about as far as education is concerned? Yeah. And one of the indictment on this is a book by Sheldon and Abidoye, which talks about the 4th in the education revolution, not the 4th industrial revolution. Yeah, very recent. I think they have just revised it again, the post-COVID environment. And they say this, the factory mass teaching methods of the 3rd revolution era has failed to conquer enduring problems of inequity and unfairness, including inaccessibility to education. This is what we are facing today. This is what COVID-19 is telling us, that the world is never equitable, the world is never fair, including the best of this in the United States of America and including United Kingdom as such. Yeah, this is where the world-class universities are situated, but their education is also inequitable and unfairness. I think you can see this every day when we look at the TV, when you see how things have been happening around those parts of the world. And therefore, to my mind, technology is not the solution until and unless we know what technology is all about. And this is the kind of technology that we're going to talk about when we talk about the 4IR. Those guys in whites are us, the academicians, and those are things that are floating on the tables are our students. We mass produce them. We call them human capital, just like any other products that we produce them. They are soulless, and the education that we provide is what we call the education without soul. Where are the values that we put into them if they are mass produced, as we see in this kind of metaphor as it is today, what the industry is telling us to do? And therefore, we talk about KPIs, these numbers, yeah, whether the numbers are number 1, number 2, number 3, or whatever it is, the ranking games, where the predatory or sugar daddies or QS or times, all this talks about numbers. What are these numbers means? If you're number one, what does it mean in terms of values? How much have you done in the context of lifting people out of poverty, not only in your environment, but as far as humanity is concerned? We have done this before. I think we have not gone into the situation where we are in now as far as COVID environment is concerned. So where do we move from here? We need to now talk about what the COVID has told us. I've mentioned to you, we talk about flattening the curve. Flattening the curve is a metaphor about discriminatory, about unfairness, about injustice. People have more as compared to the rest of the world. Indeed, Oxfam always reminds us that 8% around the world own 50% of the world asset today, which belong to 3.5 billion people. Where is equity as far as 8 versus 3.5 billion population we are suffering at the moment in time? Yeah. So we need to bio-disrupt. I use the word bio, not just disruption. It's not a technological disruption. It is a human disruption. And what do I mean by human disruption? Is you go back into talking just not about manpower. We are going to talk about a larger dimension of what humanity is all about. Unless and until you talk about humanity in those terms, you will not be able to disrupt the issues that we are facing today as far as COVID environment is concerned. We'll be talking about the mind, the second M. We need to talk about the heart, because the heart is where the seeds of intellect, as far as emotion, as far as mental health is concerned, moving forward. We need to enlarge not just the mind, but the balance between the mind and the heart, the balance between rational thinking and emotional thinking, or EQ as you want to call it. And this is where I think we again are short as far as education is concerned. When we talk about high tech, we also want to talk about high touch. In other words, just technology. How do you humanize technology? Good technology be able to just solve this problem? And I think the problem of technology is now beginning to be focused again. When you talk about COVID environment, people are talking about white AI. In other words, the AI is created by certain culture that is now passed down to different culture, which may not be even relevant to those culture and those civilizations. Now, given the rise of white extremism in US, you could well understand some of this AI will be the extremist AI created by the whites for us to use. And this is something that we have not even considered moving forward. So hence, when we talk about the marketplace, we want to talk about just humanizing life. We're not just going to talk about livelihood, but how do you humanize life? And the humanizing life will be the kind of foundation as we move forward. In other words, we are going to talk about a societal-based sort of education rather than just technological-based, detached from society itself. And this is, I think, the crux of the issue. When we talk about societal-based, we are beginning to talk at least about 3 values. When you talk about humanity, you must talk about sympathy. If you don't understand what sympathy is all about, you cannot even talk about humanity, because you can't even understand what your neighbor is all about. If you cannot sympathize with your neighbor, you can forget about sympathizing with people around you, let alone humanity. Where is sympathy in our education system? How do you find sympathy within STEM, within 4IR? I don't think it is relevant in this discussion at all. But sympathy alone is not enough. Sympathy is just about understanding and appreciating it from afar. We want to talk about empathy. In other words, you go out, you sweat with them. If you want to understand poverty, you must live with people who are poor. Then you understand what poverty is all about. You understand what hunger is all about. You understand about what having no water, no electricity is all about. And then you begin to empathize. You begin to live with them and understand what your problem is. We in university stay in our air-conditioned room and talk about poverty as though poverty is within ourselves without even experiencing. And therefore, empathy, the EQ that we talk about, needs for you to move out of your environment, to go into the environment where the problem is. It could be faraway places. It could be your neighbor. It could be the rural areas next to you. Have you been there? Have you been living with them? Have you been learning and understanding what the problems they're facing about? If you understand empathy to the true nature of it, then you move to another set of value, which is called compassion. Compassion is unconditional love. You don't care where it comes from, how does it originate, who is involved, but it becomes a human duty to help people to move out of their poverty, their misery, and all the agonizing things that we see today, including COVID-19. How many of us have done this? We academicians with professorship, PhDs and whatnot, how many of us have moved into these areas? We may have a high impact factor in as far as the publication is concerned, but there's a high impact factor brings impact to real life of people on the ground is the issue that we talked about when we talk about compassion. And hence is what humanizing life is concerned. And we talk about the values, and therefore the values needs to be the kind of education that we need to bring back to bear as far as performance is concerned. Yeah. So this is what I think we need to try to transform, to move away, to bring back education with the soul, meaning to say the values. These are the three values that I focus on. There are myriads of other values that you can think of. But let's not be ambitious. Let's work on the three first. If you can manage the three, then I think we moved on. If you can't manage the three, then I think we just forget about it because it will not be practical for you to move beyond just the three that I've mentioned to you. So when we talk about the COVID environment or the non-COVID environment, it's all about, we have mentioned about now, we need to flatten the curve, not just from health, not just for economy, not just from technology, but more fundamentally, it's about education. How do you flatten the education curve? And this is the post-COVID-19 agenda to bring education to bear for everybody so that everybody can have education as a right, as been mentioned before, and understanding where they come from and how then they can contribute to society at large beyond just their own into humanity, as we have mentioned or discussed earlier. Yeah. So the impact that you will see, therefore, we need in a university to be the voice that talks about justice, not injustice. When we see injustice anywhere, the university must be the first place to alert whoever is concerned that there is injustice occurring and therefore it needs to be put right. The university cannot be sitting down and tolerating this injustice and pretend as though we are educating people when we don't even have the guts to talk about what is happening around us. And that is just mere hypocrisy that we see so much today in our education system. And therefore, all life matters, not just the blacks, not just the people of color. People, white is also a color, to mind you. Yeah, not just Muslims. For those of us in IIUM, we need also to talk about the non-Muslims. For the non-Muslims, the same thing. You need to talk about also the Muslim. Not only just human life, animal lives. Yeah, the life of nature around us. These are all life that matters, and we need to protect them, to promote them, and to make sure this is part of education as such, right? And it has to be everywhere, no matter where. It doesn't matter whether it is in Yemen, it doesn't matter whether it's in Myanmar now, yeah? It doesn't matter where it is happening in parts of the world that you have not heard before, but these are lives that matters to us. And this is part of education that is going to be post-COVID in trying to flatten the curve, as it were. That will be the impact. You may have a high impact factor, but if you are not raising question of justice, if you're just talking about just a sectarian of people that is good for your research and nobody else, then I think you remain irrelevant as far as the post-COVID is concerned. Your education has failed you in many sense of the word, right? So we talk about access, access that everybody must be able to reach the kind of rights that they have. Doesn't matter where they are. So when people talk about online learning, we often ask, who is this online learning for? Is everybody got accessible to online learning? And suddenly we find some of our brothers and sisters in Sabah and Sarawak and rural area has to climb trees just to be online. Is this fair? Is this justice? Is this a thing that education is providing? Or is this something that we need to talk about and make it happen the other way around? And how many of us have been involved in this kind of a discussion, apart from just saying online, 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 and nothing else, but we have no solution for the others who are not privileged to have that kind of mechanism or sort of studies as far as online is concerned. And this is where I would go back to what Professor Nordin is saying, that we need to talk about not just the KPI. I have no problem with the KPI, but the KPI must have a sense of values. And the sense of values will come from what we call the KIP, is the intangible performance. You are number one as a glove producers, for example. We are happy that a Malaysian company is number one in producing gloves for all over the world, and they made billions apparently. Yeah. But what does it mean when you find that the workers in those factories also have positive in the thousands? Yeah. You make so much money, you have so much technology, but you can't even look after the people who service you and help you to make those monies. And now we see in a broad sense, we were told that many of these people who have got post-COVID are coming from the manufacturing section of our society. And these are again the industries that we talked about. These industries are not taking care of their people as they make profits. They are not taking care of their workers at the same time. In other words, what values do these people practice? Is it a value of making money alone? Or is it a value of looking after humanity, after the well-being of your workers who have slogged night and days, if you can listen to their testimony on this, helping you to make money, but you are not even bothered to take care of their health. And these are issues that we begin to ask, what are the KPIs for you if you don't have the KIP juxtaposed against it? What is it, the numbers as far as this is concerned? So we need to talk about the KPI, and inshallah, tomorrow in our session about KIP, we will talk about this a little bit more. But suffice to say that KPI alone is no longer worth it. We begin to see this when there's COVID, suddenly the KPIs become nonsensical. Nobody talks about the KPIs anymore now. Exam could be postponed, industry will be closed, the numbers that they say they want to arrive at becomes no more relevant for them because it is not an absolute number that will save life, that make lives better at the end of the day. So when we talk about this, what do you mean? In essence, we talk about how can we then, as I've mentioned, respect life in all its form. How can we work with one another? The profit that you make, how do you plow back so that you find that humanity can be maintained the way it should be maintained, rather than being segmented or discriminated the way we see today. In a nutshell, what we need to do, we need to create a more human world, a world that humans are dignified, a world that humans have rights to live, a world that humans are equitable wherever they are. And this is, I think, the crux of education with soul. If you don't have this, if your education, if your industry, if anything that you do is going to create more disparity, then I think we just missed the boat. You are not into the post-COVID-19 thinking, because you will be the source of the problem as we move into what they call now the age of the pandemics. COVID-19 will not be the last. COVID-19 will probably be one of the many that we're going to face in the future. And if our education system remain inhuman, if our education system remain dehumanizing, as it were, then I think we are not solving the problem of the future, the problem of the generation, as it were. So the COVID-19 is a lesson for life. The COVID-19 is telling us where we need to start looking for solutions and answers for the problem that we have created for ourselves. This is a problem that is not to be blamed on the virus itself. We have created the problem for ourselves because we have remained inhuman in the pursuit of the life moving forward. And hence we talk about the model that we've got today, just to leave some ideas in your mind, what we call the weird world, yeah, into what we're going to create, what we call the wiser world. I will end up by explaining what we mean the word weird. I think the word weird is a word that will stay in our mind for a long time. Yeah, trying to frame it in what we call now the futures of education, an activity taken by UNESCO beginning September last year to understand what the futures of education is all about, adding one more pillars to the learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together. We have got now another pillar, learning to become. Learning to become what? It is the issue that we need to understand as far as education. Education will teach you learning to become what? Yeah. Let me try and enumerate some of this. Yeah. In these futures of education, the UNESCO say, can we create the world that we want? And therefore, the question is, what is the world that we want? Is the issue that we need to discuss for Malaysia, for the region, and for humanity. We need to provide the input as far as the kind of world that we want for the future generation. But it's easier to say the world that we don't want. Yeah, the world that we want, maybe, you know, that many people want this world and that world. But let's understand what is the world that we don't want. And the world that we don't want is a weird world. And what is this word weird? The weird to me is an acronym. W means westernized. Westernized not in the geographical sense, but westernized in the technological sense. I'm talking about westernization beginning with the Industrial Revolution of the 1700s, where we begin to invent machines, where we begin to invent vehicles like steam engine, which is well and good, but we forgot that the pollution of today is caused by the steam engine of 300 years ago. The global warming of today are the problems the Industrial Revolution 1.0 started 300 years ago, and it lives with us. And therefore, the westernized kind of way of looking at just what we see and not understanding what the impacts are, becomes an issue that we need to talk about. Similarly, when we talk about Industrial Revolution 2.0, we talk about electricity. Fine, electricity is good, it creates computer. Now, what are we facing today? We're facing the age of loneliness. We're facing the age of isolation. We're facing the age of suicidal increasing. All this because of the invention that we produce, failing to understand the long-term negative impact. Now we are moving into the fourth industrial revolution. Tell me, anyone can tell me what will be the consequence of the fourth industrial revolution on humanity itself? Is the fourth industrial revolution sustainable? Is it dehumanizing? These are questions that we have not even asked ourselves in the university, let alone in the public domain. And yet we are going into it headlong. And this is what I meant by westernized, the kind of thinking. And this thinking is more, troublesome or problematic when it is only looked as an economic sort of entity. You do this because it creates GDP. You do this because it creates, wealth from some people. But you forgot what happens to the rest of the world. And we have mentioned some of this when we talk about GDP. People are talking about GDP is no longer the measure for the future. People are talking about other values. Bhutan is talking about G and H for a long time, the gross national happiness. And you now begin to see wherever there are statistics, people want to know what level of happiness have you got. And I tell you this, that the best countries that have got happiness are not the most developed countries economically. And you can find this data all over, right? Again, this has something to do with the industry that we've created by the so-called Industrial Revolution. It is industrial-led. I've mentioned some of these nightmares that we are facing. Now with the COVID environment, the industry conveniently closed itself and tell the university, we are not providing you employment anymore. But I thought we are partners with them to make sure that our students are marketable, employable. Suddenly the industry say, I'm not going to live with this agreement. I'm going to close down, and that's up to you now to do with whatever you want with your students. And hence we are left with massive unemployment. The university just cannot close down like the industry, because our bottom line is not money. Our bottom line is human life, human dignity, and the quality of life for the future. And we are now faced with a different kind of issue, with the industry running away from its commitment to provide employment for the university. Then we become reputational obsessed. Yeah, we have been talked out by some people and say, look, you need to show how good you are, and therefore the whole mechanism called ranking is invented again by the industry. It's not by the university. Yeah, and you can see the last two that I've mentioned to you about. Yeah, the ranking of sugar daddies and sugar babies, and the reputational ranking on predatory journals that has just been up is still in debate. Yeah, but hypocrisy is very clear. If the sugar daddies ranking, if I were to term it, I say, for example, the best sugar daddies university as a philanthropy university. They provide not sugar babies, they provide scholarship to students. And most of the students are female students. And therefore, we are empowering more female students into our university. I'm sure this university will claim that they are one of the best universities, philanthropic in nature, giving scholarship and making sure that women folks are getting into the universities. But because it is used in different words, then they begin to cry and say, look, this is immoral, it is disappointing, and so forth. The hypocrisy is very clear, that the university do not have values in itself, as it promotes itself to be, quote unquote, the reputational centers for education around the world. And hence, D for me is dehumanizing. The people that we create at the end of the day are almost valueless. Their values are just about their own well-being, their materialistic, what they call, pursue ahead. They don't understand what sympathy is all about. Neither can they empathize, let alone have a compassionate way moving forward. And the world sees this when we talk about the vaccines. If you still think that I'm emotional about this, look at the vaccines. We are already told that we need to fight COVID environment, a COVID pandemic together as a world, because no matter which part of the world that has got this COVID environment, you will affect other people. And therefore, the physical distancing, the mask wearing, the hand washing, and whatever else that is advocated, we need to follow that through. But look at other parts of the world who don't even care about physical distancing. They still want to call it social distancing, despite the many arguments we say social distancing and physical distancing are different. They don't care about mask wearing. They say it inhibits the individual liberty, all right? And you can see how they enjoy themselves when there are holidays. Yeah, they don't even care about this, what you call, moving together in a very sort of disruptive way in trying to make holidays work for them, because it is their right to enjoy those holidays, and putting others in a kind of a situation where they have to face a greater risk. And this is what education today has done to us in the question of the weird world that I talked to you about. And therefore, we need now to move away from this idea of a weird world. The world that we want to create, learning to become what? I think is learning to become what I call wiser. Right? We need to be more wise, or we need to be wiser than what we have gone through. If we at all learn the lesson of COVID as far as the lesson of life is concerned, it means this. Wiser means we need to think of a worldwide sort of perspective, not just yourself, neither is it about your community or your country or your region. We need to think globally as a university. So it doesn't really matter where you are situated, you are always global in thinking. And this is what sustainable development tells us. Act local, think global. And that is where we have missed again when we talk about education in its weird form. We need to be inclusive, therefore. It doesn't matter where you are, what color you belong to, whether you're people of color or people of white or whatever it is, you need to be inclusive so that education can be the rights of everybody to liberate itself from whatever agony or whatever suffering they've gone through. After all, education is meant to be a leveler of society, which is no longer that. Education now is one of the cause of disparity in many situations around the world. It has to be sustainable. In other words, it has to project itself as a solution for the future. As the definition of sustainability is about, what you call meeting the present need without compromising the need of the future. And that is as far as sustainability is concerned. So whatever you do, the 4 IR that we are now working on, the 4.0 education, as it were, is it sustainable? Who can give us the answer whether it is sustainable or not? When the discussion on singularity, for example, the technology singularity, it talks about a different dimension of post-human, meta-human, transhuman. These are the group of people they have no notion of, but yet it is predictable when you do 4IR without humanizing it. How many of us have thought about this at the depth of it before we jump into the so-called 4IR, as it were? And therefore, is it equitable? Does it provide for everybody so that everybody can share and understand what is happening around them because they are also given the same opportunity, as it were, right? And we begin to see now some of the so-called world-class universities are built on the sweat and blood of slaves. Some of the name of this big university are name of slave traders, and they still promote themselves as a world-class university. And we bought it lock, stock, and barrel. And we want to be that kind of university moving forward. COVID-19 tells us we need to be cautious with this kind of a ranking, kind of a labeling, and kind of a structure that is put forward to us before we need to be cautious and understand where we are taking it. And therefore, the whole idea of are we resilient? In other words, facing the pandemic as it were today, can we now move up? Can we move and find a better solution? Can we find a better set of values to put education where it should belong and to save as many lives as possible when values are well structured into the education system? And this is what I think this webinar is all about. I hope we can sit down and find our true north, as it were, where we're going to take this education and what world are we going to create, the world that we want. But for sure, as far as I'm concerned, the weird world is no longer relevant for us. It is a world that has caused so many problems, and it's time to leave this world and create a better one. Yeah. So as far as IUM is concerned, I'm just talking to you about this. Yeah, this is a friend of ours who have worked with the World Bank on education, Jamil Salmi. And I remembered when he had a lecture with us, you have to decide the future for yourself. You don't have to borrow somebody else's future because you have your own set of values, own set of civilization, own sets of norms, and understanding where you come from. As long as you make sure that these values speak for everybody else rather than just for yourself, I think you should be okay. So just to end up, in this university for the last 2 years, we have created our own understanding of where we ought to be. This is post-COVID, mind you. We want to lead the way. We want to realize what an international Islamic university is all about. It is not just about creating the weird world that we want. We need to move away from it, and we have decided where we want to go when we create our own roadmaps, which has ended the last year. We are creating another one for the year 21-22, which I hope we can share with you when we talk about the KIP tomorrow. So on that note, friends, ladies and gentlemen, and let me end my my sharing with you. It's not even a keynote, it's just a sharing from heart to heart and then academic to one another. And I hope you will find some insights in this. We can go on discussing about this. If there's any question, inshallah, I'll try to answer with you. I would like to apologize if I sound emotional, if I sound a little bit arrogant about this, but I think this is a time for us to actually put our foot down and say we want a different world, and we want a world that is assurance for everybody, not just for me alone or my group of people around us. We owe it to the world because we are academicians, we are educationists, and it is our role to make sure that the world we put forward is a world that belongs to everybody else. So I end with Billahi Taufiq wa Hidayah. Assalamualaikum. Peace to all of you, and I hope you have a good time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. Back to you, Sharizat.
Thank you, Tan Sri. It's on the dot, and you sound humble. No worries. Anyway, my simple note from Tan Sri Zul's talk here. Number one, humanity is about sympathy, empathy, and compassion, about knowing people around you, experiencing the issue involved to get unconditional love to what we are doing, what we are focusing, especially in humanizing education. And number two, concern on COVID-19, looking at the positive impact of the presence of the virus, making it as a factor to unite human all over the world. And number three, learning to know, learning to do, learning to become. Weird, isn't it? Yeah, it's worldwide, inclusive, sustainable, equitable, and resilient. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have few questions now with me, taken from the question and answer box. Yeah, but Tan Sri, how do you want me to organize the questions? Should I read all the questions at one go and you take it, or we take it one by one?
I think you give me three at the same time, which is interrelated, then I probably can save time.
Well, I have three questions with me, but to say whether it is interrelated or not, let me just read it through. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. The first question is from Dr. Anwar from UMK. Yeah. This is in our mother tongue, Tan Sri. So it's easier for me. So berdasarkan MOE Blueprint dan 4IR yang dilaksanakan secara berfasa, tetapi dengan isu pandemik ini banyak mengubah dan pelaksanaan intervensi secara rapid, terutama dalam struktur kepimpinan menjadi kemestian. Boleh Yang Berbahagia Profesor Emeritus cadangkan intervensi terbaik dalam memetakan value baharu hasil daripada pandemik yang kita hadapi sekarang ini. That's number one. Number two, from our very own Dr. Suhaimi Muhammad Sarif, Tan Sri, how to get the brave in us to fight against all injustice? All right. And the third one is from, the name is Nur Muhammad dari UPM. Bagaimana kita boleh mengubah pemikiran pentadbir atau pemimpin, terutamanya pentadbir universiti, dari kepimpinan berpaksikan nombor penerapan KPI kepada kepimpinan berpaksikan nilai kemanusiaan dan kecemerlangan yang tulen yang memberi manfaat kepada masyarakat dan negara. Mohon kongsi tips. Terima kasih. So that's three questions with me at the moment, Tan Sri.
Okey, terima kasih. Mungkin saya jawab dalam bahasa kita jugalah ya. Okey. Saya merasakan ya, ketiga-tiga jawapan ni, soalan ni jawapannya bagi saya selalunya saya balik-balik kepada falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan. Ya. Ini adalah satu saya rasa framework ataupun kerangka yang tidak kita ambil kira langsung dalam mana-mana pembicaraan kita. Dalam blueprint kita bercakap tentang falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, tapi sekadar sebagai hanya menyebut saja, ya. Tapi tagi terjemahannya tidak langsung terbukti dalam blueprint ini. Bagaimana saya mengatakan sedemikian? Ya? Kalau kita bercakap tentang nilai ataupun values, di mana datangnya values ini? Saya rasa datangnya dalam falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan. Kita tidak payah berdebat. We don't have to debate what sort of values we are talking about. dalam kita memahami apa dia value based education itu, kerana sudah termaktub dalam falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan yang dilakarkan 30 tahun yang lalu pada tahun 1988. Lebih awal daripada the 4 pillars of learning yang diutarakan oleh UNESCO. Apa maksudnya? Maksudnya dalam falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, mereka mengatakan bahawa manusia yang keluar ataupun insan yang keluar daripada sistem pendidikan kita mesti seimbang dan harmonis. That is a value in itself. The people that are going to be produced by education system must be balanced and harmonious. That itself is a value. Maknanya kalau keluar daripada UMK ataupun keluar daripada IUM, persoalan yang kita akan tanya yang akan ambil ijazah masa konvo ini, adakah manusia ini seimbang ataupun harmonis kehidupannya? Ya, bukan kita nak tanya dia boleh dapat kerja tak? Itu persoalan yang disuruh kita tanya. Ya, jadi kita tanya dia boleh dapat kerja, boleh dapat kerja, tapi dia mungkin tidak seimbang dan harmonis. Dan bila dia dapat kerja, dia jadi penyangak nombor 1. Kerana dia tidak seimbang dan harmonis. Kita nak dia imbang dan harmonis, sudah tentu orang yang seimbang dan harmonis mesti dapat kerja. Kerana nilai itu adalah nilai yang positif, yang memberi dia keutamaan dalam mencari pekerjaan. Kita sudah terbalikkan semua ini. Ya? Dan dalam itu dia mengatakan seimbang dan harmonis itu apa dia? Keseimbang daripada jasmani, rohani, intelek, emosi. Ya, keempat-empat. Sekarang tengok kurikulum kita, adakah keempat-empat ini ada situ? Emosi sudah tentu tidak ada kerana kita baru ditunjukkan dalam pandemik ini apabila pelajar-pelajar kita dikurung sebulan, 2 bulan, 3 bulan, apa yang berlaku? Mental health mereka merosot. Kemurungan. Ada yang nak bunuh diri. Maksudnya apa? Maksudnya kita tidak pandai mengawal emosi. Mengapa? Kerana tidak diajar tentang emosi. Apalagi mengawal emosi. Ini satu kegagalan besar. Kalau kita lihat dari segi falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan saja. Di mana kita 30 tahun ini? Kita di universiti sebagai Net Chancellor, Rektor, segala nama. Apa yang kita lakukan? Di mana kita letakkan falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan ini? Ya, kita tidak langsung ambil kira kerana kita merasakan ini tidak ada KPI. Ya, ini tidak berguna. QS tidak bertanya, adakah kita mengikut falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan? Sugar daddies tidak bertanya, adakah kita mengikut falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan? Kita tinggalkan sajalah. Ya. Ini yang saya katakan tadi, leading the way. Where are we in leading the way? Who is leading the way? We are not leading the way. We are just following the way because we are so hard up for this reputational obsessed thing that I talked to you about. Yeah? Dan dia bertanya juga, yang keempat-empat ini berdasarkan kepada apa? Dalam falsafah pendidikan kepada jelas. Kepada ketaatan dan kepercayaan kepada Tuhan. Ya? Dari UIA ini kita mengatakan ini adalah maqasid syariah. Ya, mungkin universiti saudara akan memikirkan tentang syariah yang lain. Maqasid ini ada nilai. Menjaga nyawa, menjaga akal, menjaga keturunan, menjaga kepercayaan dan menjaga harta. These are values. Kita tidak payah berdebatkan apa values yang kita nak. Asalkan value itu menjaga nyawa, menjaga kelima-lima ini values yang kita boleh ambil. Tidak kira daripada mana datangnya. Ia menyenangkan hidup kita. Menentukan sasaran pendidikan kita. Saya nak mengajar kali ini. Tapi kalau saya ajar ini, pelajar-pelajar saya bunuh diri semuanya, maknanya apa yang saya ajar itu tidak kena mengena. Tidak kena mengena dengan falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan. Kerana dia menyalahi apa yang dikatakan tadi, kepercayaan dan ketaatan kepada Tuhan. Mudah. Dan kemudian dia mengatakan, kita mesti menghasilkan pelajar-pelajar yang sejahtera diri. Ataupun perkataannya kesejahteraan diri. Mempunyai kesejahteraan diri. Kita bercakap tentang sejahtera ini. Salam sejahtera, sejahtera Malaysia, itu sejahtera, ini sejahtera, Kementerian Sejahtera. Ya. Tapi apa itu sejahtera? Siapa yang boleh menghuraikan sejahtera? Bagaimana kita operationalize, melaksanakan kesejahteraan ini? Kalau kita tidak faham apa itu sejahtera. Ya. Ini balik-balik kepada soal apa itu sejahtera. What is sejahtera? Just like the word ikigai, just like the word ubuntu, just the word lagom. In many other cultures around the world, they have a similar word. We have sejahtera. But we never understand what sejahtera is all about. Kalau kita faham sejahtera, kita akan boleh menyumbang, dia kata. Kalau kita ada sejahtera, baru dia kata kita boleh menyumbang kepada diri, kepada keluarga, kepada masyarakat, kepada negara, kepada dunia. Tapi kalau kita tidak sejahtera, kita tidak merasai kesejahteraan, bagaimana kita nak mensejahterakan orang lain? Ya. Kalau kita tidak merasa apa itu durian, macam mana saya nak menjual durian kepada Encik Anwar, Dr. Anwar? Anwar, durian ni sedap. Tapi saya tak pernah rasa pun. Saya tidak pernah merasa kesejahteraan dalam diri saya. Saya nak mengatakan kepada pelajar-pelajar saya, awak semua mesti sejahtera. Tapi tengok pensyarahnya tak sejahtera pun, rektornya tak sejahtera pun, naib chancelornya pun kelang kabut. Ya. Jadi dia kata, apa ini katakan sejahtera ini? Ini persoalan-persoalan yang perlu kita tanyakan sekarang kalau kita nak balik-balik kepada apa itu pendidikan sebenar-benarnya dalam falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan. We don't have to borrow somebody else's. Yeah. They are world class is in their world. Orang menanya saya, are you world class? Saya tanya, whose world are you talking about? My world and your world is not the same. I have a different world. My definition is different. Yeah. Tapi kita tegeh-hegeh meminjam orang punya, kadang-kadang membayar berjuta-juta untuk mendapat nama supaya kita terlekat dengan nama mereka. Kita tidak ada langsung maruah diri kita sendiri. Ini persoalan-persoalan yang COVID tidak memilih. COVID tidak mengatakan ini negeri demokrasi yang terbaik. Kita jangan attack dia. Kita attack je negeri-negeri yang tak ada demokrasi ini. Ya. Maknanya we are all the same. If you understand the values, in fact kita dapati dunia-dunia sebelah timur menjaga peradaban mereka dengan lebih baik dan menyelesaikan soal-soal COVID ini dengan lebih sempurna jika dibandingkan dengan dunia-dunia barat. Ya. Sekarang ni saya dapat perangkaan. Orang yang membeli vaksin yang terlampau banyak ada dunia barat. Melebihi daripada apa yang mereka mahu. Apa yang mereka perlu. Kerana apa? Kerana ketamakannya. Kerana halobanya. Ya. Supaya kan orang lain tidak dapat vaksin pun tidak apa. Asalkan mereka saja dapat vaksin. Ini nilai yang mereka bawa. Ini nilai-nilai yang kita katakan greed tadi. Mau tidak mahu, kita mendapatnya dalam pendidikan-pendidikan yang mereka war-warkan kepada kita. Rankingnya, nombornya, KPI-nya. Semua ini kita ambil seolah-olah inilah kebenaran bagi kita. Kita perlu berfikir balik. Ya, dalam value base ini kita perlu berfikir balik dan kita berfikir balik tentang hak. Ini soal yang ditanya oleh saudara saya tadi. Ya. Where do you get the braveness and the courage? It is the right. Ini hak kita sebagai pendidik menjaga masalah pelajar-pelajar kita, generasi akan datang. Kalau kita pendidik tidak langsung menjaga hak-hak ataupun keperluan generasi akan datang, termasuk anak kita sendiri, apa kerja kita? Ya, persoalannya nanti akan ditanya, baik kita yang orang Islam ni akan ditanya menjadi rektor UIA 4 tahun apa kerjanya. Ya, kata-kata menggemukkan diri saja itu bukan jawapannya. Inilah benda-benda yang kita nak kita selesaikan, insya-Allah dalam seminar ini kita dapat itulah kecekalan, keberanian, ketulusan untuk bercakap yang benar. Insya-Allah kita akan dilindungi oleh Allah SWT juga. Terima kasih Syarizat.
Thank you, Tan Sri. Well, I believe all 3 questions has been answered well, but we have another 2 questions here, Tan Sri, and one of it from YouTube. I'll read both of it at once, yeah? The first one is from Roselini Fernandez Chung. Good morning, Tan Sri.
Morning.
Good to hear you today. The concept of wiser proposed by Tan Sri is a breath of fresh air. But what is your view? What is in your view the principal role of policymakers in achieving these noble goals? Okay, that's from Roselini, and another one is from Mahazan Abdul Talib, where we take it from YouTube. Ya, Assalamualaikum. Boleh Tan Sri kongsi gambaran kegemilangan universiti yang wujud sebelum ini di Malaysia? Apa kriterianya? bagaimana kita boleh hidupkan dia semula. Thank you.
Terima
Over to you,
kasih.
Tan Sri.
Okay, give me 5 minutes for this, Syahira. I know my time is up. Okay, saya soal-soal policy maker ni macam soalan sebelum tadi mengatakan bagaimana kita boleh menukar pemikiran pentadbir dan sebagainya. Nah, ini adalah kerja kita. Saya merasakan kita sebagai pendidik, kita bukan mendidik pelajar-pelajar saja. Kita mendidik semua orang. Yeah, that's my understanding of what education is all about. Kita educate siapa saja yang kita rasakan perlu di-educate. Maaf saya bercakap, kalau perlu yang berhormat menteri, kita educate yang berhormat menteri. Ya, kerana kita dalam bidang kita, beliau dalam bidang beliau. Ya, kita perlu ada dialog kita. Kita perlu mendidik mereka dengan cara yang terbaik, dengan cara yang terhormat. Tapi kalau mereka tidak diberi pandangan seumpama ini, kita merasakan kita tidak akan menjalankan tugas kita. Ya, terutamanya pada pembuat dasar yang mungkin tidak juga faham tentang pendidikan. Dalam pendidikan saya yang 40 tahun ini, bila saya menjadi pengerusi lembaga misalnya, ya, kita dapat pengerusi lembaga ni daripada berbagai bidang. Ada yang daripada bank, ada yang daripada askar, ada daripada bagai-bagai. Dan bila kita mendengar mereka bercakap, orang bank bercakap macam seolah-olah universiti itu sebuah bank. Ya. Orang askar bercakap seolah-olah universiti itu scam askar. Jadi setiap orang mempunyai pandangan mereka sendiri dan tidak ada juga orang universiti bercakap apa itu universiti. Universiti mempunyai sejarah yang begitu lama. Ya. Kita tidak faham pun sejarah universiti itu untuk menampakkan bahawa universiti itu adalah satu entiti yang berbeza. Dia mempunyai governance-nya sendiri. Kalau kita pergi kepada UNESCO, dia ada International Bureau of Education mengatakan what is the governance of university. It's not a corporate governance. Orang korporat menjalankan pengerusinya sebagai pengerusi universiti, menjadikan universiti ini sebagai dunia korporat. We are not a corporate university. We are not a corporate entity. We may share, but our entity is quite different. And how do you then run a university from that point of view? Jadi kerja kita, in a short way of it, we must understand what our business is so that we can educate ourselves. I give you a simple example. How many of you understand falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan? If you don't understand that, why are you in a university? And I'm sure if you don't understand what the falsafah pendidik, what the falsafah of Petronas is, they will not even employ you. But you don't understand this falsafah university, but you are here making your living. And sometimes I think we are the spoiler of the university because we don't understand what our business is all about. I'm sorry to be very blunt about this. Yeah. Now, Mahazan punya cerita is typical. University of Malaya is the best university that there was in Malaysia or in Malaya at that particular time. Yeah. Saya berbalik-balik saja kepada almarhum Pak Engku. I wrote about this. Yeah. Pak Engku bila dia meninggal dunia, kita doakan dia insya-Allah, meninggalkan 5 perkara yang universiti lain akan tidak boleh ikut. Beliau meninggalkan tabung haji. That's about humanity. Tabung haji is not about just Malaysian. It's about humanity. Yeah. Dia meninggalkan angkasa kooperatif yang dia juga menjadi presiden. Again, it's about humanity. Membantu orang-orang yang miskin. Yeah. Beliau meninggalkan RIDA, membantu orang luar negara, orang luar bandar mendapat pendidikan, ya, yang sekarang kemudian menjadi mara. Beliau membangunkan Dewan Bahasa dan Pustaka tentang budaya, tentang bahasa, tentang segala bendanya. Ya. Beliau juga membangunkan dasar ekonomi baru sebagai seorang ekonomis. Dia tidak ada high impact journal setahu saya lah. Ya. Dia tidak ada age index, Hearst index. Tapi tell me who can compete with Tunku Aziz on these 5 fronts? Which vice chancellors now can claim that they are better than Tunku Aziz? Why? Because Tunku Aziz's values are quite different from our values today. Tunku Aziz, in one of his ceramah, and I can quote you, doesn't believe in ranking. Yeah, but University of Malaya now is proud of his ranking, including the sugar daddies ranking. Dia pun nombor 4. So these are issues that I think we need to come to brass tack, and you need to tell the policy makers bahawa Tunku Aziz is the icon of education leadership of education. And I think this is what we want to fight today. And Quasis is real. Quasis is here with us. Quasis is not a fiction figure. Another is from the Western world. He's from our culture, our environment, and we know him. And there are books and books written about him. There are people who know him, and I think we need to bring this back so that we can understand where we are coming from. I hope, Mahazan, I've answered your question. Thank you very much, Sharizat. You look very different today.
Thank you, Tan Sri, always. All right, Tan Sri, can we have one more question? And this is going to be the last one.
Okay, I think the audience, if they want, I can have.
Because we just cannot ignore this question, I would say. Okay, this is another one from YouTube. Okay, from Shamsul Amri Abdul Razak. Well, Shamsul Amri is quite familiar, but I know this is a different Shamsul Amri. Yeah. So this is from Shamsul Amri Abdul Razak. The question is, what is your take on the notion of crisis of leadership? Is it also a crisis of readership? So yes. That's it. That's the question, Tan Sri.
Let me back. This crisis of leadership thing comes from, I know there's a journal, Harvard Business Review 2012, yang mengatakan we have got a crisis of leadership who are now inundated. I see the three words. The three words is important. The crisis of leadership is inundated by the level of incompetency, greed, and frivolity. Think of this thing: incompetency, greed, and frivolity. And look around you. Is this true ataupun tidak? There's a work in 2012, but bring it forward. You see all these things in many leaderships around the world. Greed, frivolity, and incompetency. Now, where does this come from? I think it comes from because of the lack of values, or at least the weakness in terms of adopting values and making values stay. And I agree with Shamsul Amri in the sense that if we don't read enough, then we will not even know that we have got a problem of incompetency, greed, and frivolity. And if you don't know that this is a problem, then how do you overcome it? And we need to overcome it by finding out what other people has done and what other people within our own environment has done. In other words, reading, sharing is an important business of education. Education is about sharing. Education is about not hogging things to ourselves. Publication is about telling something that is worth telling, not because you want to publish because of KPI. There's a nice saying, wise men say because they have something to say, fools say because they have to say something. Now, we want to have the wise men punya holding. You have to say something and therefore you talk about it. You have something to say and then you talk about it, you share. Not the sharing that we've got today because you have to say something and then put the likes on it. And you count how many likes you've got because you have said something, not because you have something to say. So this is where the reading is all about. And reading is not just reading. Reading, you need to re-articulate it by writing so that you share your point of view. I read this, today I've talked to you, and I now have something else to say, then I write it. Then that's sharing. And there's an opportunity like that, you are invited to say something else, then you talk about it. So these three things, reading, writing, talking, is our business. That's why our tongue is very important for us. Sakit gigi, we are out of order. So we must read and then write and then speak about it. And then I think we begin to see the change coming. Some of us just read and then keep quiet about it. You don't even share. You don't want to talk about it. And some people just write and then they don't want to articulate about it. So when you write, somebody will say, hey, Tan Sri Zul, you talk nonsense today. Never mind. That's part of the world. And then he will rewrite and then we will then continue this argument. And that argument becomes the kind of evolution of knowledge moving forward. So I would agree with some, but it's more than just reading. I think there must be writing as well. There must be articulating as well. And these are the skills that we need to have in the effort to make change and to bring change. And inshallah, it must start with the leadership. If the leadership doesn't do it, then people kata, oh, rektor tak buat, pasal aku nak buat. is always the example that you need to lead the way as such. Thank you very much. Yes, Shahrizad, back to you.
Okay. Thank you, Tan Sri. Okay, seems that time does not permit us to entertain more questions. The Secretariat has, signaled me that time's up now. But anyway, inshallah, the Secretariat will share the questions to Tan Sri. If there's, we have some more actually, and we'll get back to you with the answers later. Thank you for your concerns and questions, participants, and thank you once again, Tan Sri. It is our pleasure to have you with us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now take seems in my schedule we should take a 30 minutes break, and just a polite reminder to everyone, stay safe, maintain a 1 meter physical gap while you can still maintain your social distance through WhatsApp or video call, and we'll come back at 10:36 a.m. Is it all right, Secretariat? Okay, so we'll come back at 10:36 a.m. inshallah, so stay tuned. Sorry, we'll come back at 11:06 minutes. 11:06 minutes, Thank you, Datuk. Right, stay tuned, guys.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
Kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah satu kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
We make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the worlds for mankind.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
Right. The share. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us. The Secretariat, just for your information, the Secretariat has also pinned the link to the registration of the seminar for those who did not able to register earlier. Well, we will now continue our session with a talk from Professor Dr. Wilson Tay, Managing Director, MindQuest Consulting and Coaching. I'd like to remind you once again to share what you have in mind, and should you need Prof. Wilson to respond to it, through the Q&A box on the screen. And please write your name and where you are from, just to make sure that you are not a robot. And we will read it after the talk, should the time permits. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Professor Dr. Wilson Tay, who is currently the Managing Director, CEO, and Principal Consultant and Coach Facilitator of MindQuest Consulting and Coaching. He's also a Director of Vistage Malaysia and was Vistage Chair and CEO Coach for VCE 40. Vistage Chair Selection Committee and Chair Trainer Mentor. His advisory, consulting, and coaching clients in Perth include Mendolia Seafoods Limited, Orentine Group Limited, Ecofa Limited in Malaysia. His clients are AFA Advanced Technology Sdn Bhd, D-Scale Sdn Bhd based in Malacca, and several other companies located in Klang Valley. He also served as an independent non-executive chairman of two Malaysian companies listed on Singapore's SGX Catalyst. He's also a board member's assessor for Institute of Corporate Directors Malaysia. He is a certified Dr. Marshall Goldsmith and Global Coaching Center, GCC Leadership and Team Coach. His professional academic, commercial career, and work experience spans over 45 years. In Malaysia, he previously held the following senior leadership positions as Dean and Professor of Management, Faculty of Business at Asia Metropolitan University and INTI International University. And the list goes on with details of Prof. Wilson's contribution in industry and also the academic world. Prof. Wilson also served Curtin University of Technology in Australia and few other top-notch companies in Australia before returning to Malaysia. He was awarded the following accolades: 1995 CPA of the Year for Public Service in Perth, Western Australia, USIS and Fulbright Visitors Fellowship to USA in 1995, Global HR Award for Individual Contribution to Management Development by Asia HRD Congress in Abu Dhabi in 2008, and his life mission is to bring great and dynamic CEOs and business owners together to learn becoming better and more effective, high integrity leaders, and to grow and maximize and sustain their businesses successfully under Vistage program. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Wilson Tay.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharizad. Itu panjang oh.
I've shortened it by the way, bro.
Yeah, no, it's good. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Yeah.
Thank you.
So firstly, good morning, everyone, my dear academic colleagues, scholars, students, industry practitioners, distinguished speakers, and ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I must say that I was really inspired by one of my idol, who is Professor Tan Sri Zulkifli. You know, I've been following his writing when I was the CEO of MIM. And he's very courageous and very inspirational as well. So thank you, Prof, I've got some insight from you today. Firstly, I would like to thank, ALKEB and IIUM and the organizer of this online conference for the subject that I've been nominated to speak on. You know, I'm speaking to you from Perth, Western Australia. I've been under lockdown, travel restriction for the last 12 months, and I'm still coaching my people. Initially very difficult, but now I have adapted. In fact, I was going to share with you, using the what we call a double flip classroom and the double loop learning, which I have basically adapted to my coaching of a chief executive around in Malaysia and in Australia. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to move through my presentation very quickly and probably engage with you in Q&A. I think my experience, will be better served, and the time used if we can exchange knowledge. Most of you are probably better researchers and scholars than me, and you would be able to read a lot of the stuff. But I have prepared my paper. It's a detailed paper, and there are some slides. So for those of you who wants to get the paper, please contact conference secretariat, and they will be basically they will give it to you. So for the next 45 minutes, I would like to share with you this structure. So my topic that I've been asked to speak about is how values-based leadership, or we call it VBL, transform organizational culture. Now, this is the content of my paper, which you can basically ask for from Secretariat, which I initially would have loved to pass it on to you, and then for your pre-reading, like a flipped classroom, and then come to this session for Q&A, which is much better use of my time. So what I will be talking about, ladies and gentlemen, is the why, the what, the how of value-based leadership, and then how we go about in adopting a model. I have liked the work of Ralph Lewis and Robert Greenleaf, who wrote very much about servant leadership. In fact, I used that model for several of my assignments with companies. I did it at MIM, and I did it at the Art Gallery of Western Australia, where I was asked to do the turnaround. So it's a good model. There are other models that most leaders can use, and I will take you through in terms of what are some of the values you can pick for your own values model. Then talk a little bit about how you implement it. Implement the servant leadership model in your own organization. Then I will share with you some of the benefits of using value-based leadership, which will transform your organization culture. And finally, talk about the impact on the economic values. Apart from the intrinsic, we also have extrinsic value that will impact your organization. And finally, I will conclude my presentation. Also, I have tried to do a value-based leadership self-assessment tool for those of you who are interested, in looking at that tool to assess your in fact, your own culture. And we always say this, we must measure things. Now, what you cannot measure, you cannot control. What you cannot control, you cannot change. And what you cannot change, you cannot improve. So change is good, right? So with this pandemic, it's a reset. So it allows us to basically look at things differently, as what Prof. Zoe has said, that we have to go back and to look at the humanizing education rather than following the scientific way of education. So again, please indulge with me for going through the slides very quickly, because I would love to have more time to interact with you to basically answer your question. And I always say this also, and most of us academic will realize there's no such thing as a silly question. The silly question is the question that we don't ask. I always say this, to my students. I say, great knowledge do not come from giving the right answer. Great knowledge comes from asking the great question. So I hope you will ask some of the great questions. Thank you. Right. Now, the first thing that I would suggest is that, the world today needs better leaders, and better leadership. If we look around the world, there's a failure in leadership. The Edmund Trust Index Report 2020 has shown significant loss of public confidence in government, media, non-government organization, and businesses. So that is a failure in leadership, and we'll talk about it as to why it has failed. My view, having been in office for the last 40 years, working in all the sectors, in profession, in academia, in industry, and mining, I suddenly realized my definition of a leader is anyone who can actually lead others to create a better outcome, a better future for all of us. And so as I look around, we need effective leaders to create a better future and outcome. And perhaps maybe this is the right time. You know, this pandemic has allowed us to reassess and to allow us to reset what we think, you know, going forward. Right. And as you know, ladies and gentlemen, that the firm culture is predominantly, you know, dominated or influenced by the leader. We always say in leadership coaching is that the CEO is the culture. So if you have a good leaders, you know, then you know, you will find that the culture becomes strong and a high-performing one. So leaders who are value-based can greatly influence the culture of any organization, be it community, be it you know, NGOs, be it nation as well. So the culture also determines the goodness or badness of the outcome. The culture, as we say, is a set of beliefs, attitudes, values, goals, and practices that characterize an individual, institution, organization, and nation, and a way of doing things, of behaving. A value-based leader is described as one who lives intentionally, using his or her values as the foundation and the touchstone to define action, make decisions, and fulfill organization mission and outcome. And this is a quote by Lincoln Petz. Great values are built on strong moral foundation. Men become great when they allow these values to take root within their souls and live by them. And my definition in my book that MIM published, the CEO Management Insight, is that values are a beacon of your lighthouse. They determine the clarity and rightness of your direction and decision-making in turbulent times. And this is the best time, you know, to see, unless you have strong values, you are not grounded. And you basically, you know, you might hit the rocks. So it's always good to have strong values because they hold steadfast when times are tough. And as we talk about why values is important, you know, when we are born, and Tan Sri has said, depending on the circumstances you are brought up with, your belief system are influenced by your worldview. Where you grew up, whether university or in a different environment. And this belief basically formulate your values, what is good, what is right. And often these values are inculcated in our families, through our schools, and in fact, our religious organization that basically create the fundamental value for us. And this value then is basically manifested in behavior. So that's basically the model, the power of values. It basically, value determines behavior and behavior determines performance. Now, let me just then define basically the characteristic of a value-based leader. A strong desire to do right, to do the best, and to treat others as they would like to be treated. Values are not imposed, rather selected. Values-based leaders have critically examined these values and made a conscious decision to live by them. Values guide leaders in a way of living that feels good and right after the fact. And value-based leaders expect good consequences if they embrace and live these values, and bad consequences if they reject and don't follow them. Help leaders to be their best. They also, and this is you know, the concept of karmic consequences that, you know, the Chinese believe. So why are values so important, ladies and gentlemen? You know, I always felt that, you know, one of the things is that if you have set a frame of reference, a strong value system, it keeps the leaders' egos in check. It provides a strong grounding in times of crisis and turbulence, as I've mentioned. And one fundamental thing that I have found, in the absence of value-based leadership, there is a default leadership culture that takes place. And this is what I call the expedient-based leadership. What is the expedient-based leadership? Well, it's defined as a convenient and practical, although possibly improper and immoral style of leadership. It is a means of attaining an end. The end justifies the mean. It is suitable for achieving a particular end in a given circumstance in which opportunistic and is governed by self-interest. And there is a lot of rationalization, when you practice this leadership. Something may be seeming to be wrong, you could actually explain it away. And that's where the rot starts. So it's important to distinguish value-based leadership, which is purpose-driven, versus expedient-based leadership, which is adhocracy, or I call it laissez-faire culture model. And for those of you who are, practicing value-based leadership, this is the 7-stage process whereby it goes around. We determine that what are the values that we want to adopt in our own culture, and it's fundamentally driven by purpose and vision. And you build a strong organizational culture, and you will find that you have a discipline, behavior, and action, which leads to superior performance. And it is good for the company because it helps it grow healthily and very profitability. And then it has a reason and a strong underlying foundation for it to be sustainable. And this concept, very interesting, ladies and gentlemen, is that if you follow the Jim Collins Good to Great, you will find that there is a lot of similar characteristic of great companies which follow this model. Jim Collins called it the level 5 leaders, which the predominant characteristic of a level 5 leaders is that they are humble and they are very determined. They have the professional will to be great. So later on, I will show an example of a leader who may have basically profess these values. So on the other side, it's the expedient-based leadership. And as I mentioned before, the style of this leadership is that it's short-term. It has got short-term objective, and it basically is quite circumstantial. Its direction can take in different ways. It's not focused on what the long-term objective is. So it then creates an adhocracy, which I call a convenient culture. It's a default culture. And this laissez-faire behavior is one of which is that, it becomes expedient to do things that it basically meets the short-term objective of the organization or the leader. And what it does is that it leads to uncertain and unpredictable performance. It is normally marginal. It doesn't show superior performance. They get by, and that's where they survive. And it's vicarious, what we call vicarious continuity and survival. It's not a strong organization, and usually this organization will not be distinguished, or they will not become great. So that is the 2 examples, and I just want to go through quickly. I don't want to spend too much time. They are on the slides, and you can read it and basically learn it for yourself. But just to do the quick comparative, the value-based leadership, they are usually long-term, community-driven. Expedient-based leadership, or EBL, they are short-term and personal interest-driven. In the VBL, we have a nurturing culture with strong clarion call. The raison d'être, or the purpose of existence, is very strong. Adhocracy, cultures, and expediency rule is that of the EBL. Then you have very strong values and principle guided for the VBL,
And as I mentioned earlier on, the EBL is basically self-interest guided. So the EBL, their focus, EBL is circumstantial. And interesting enough, with the value-based leadership, we always look at doing the right thing. The conflict in business is that, you know, most leaders, most CEOs have always got to decide what is the right thing and what is the best thing. And this always creates a dilemma for many practicing CEOs. Are we doing the right thing or doing the best thing for shareholders? And at the end of the day, I always believe that we have to do the right thing. And there's high trust and confidence in EBL, low trust and lack of confidence in EBL. So there's people empowerment, community, and EBL is leader control. We have group accountability and individual accountability. Where VBL is concerned, there's always with high integrity and ethics, and with EBL is low integrity. And employee commitment, lack of employee commitment, and with EBL is more transparent and open, whereas with the experience-based leadership is often quite opaque. Now, I just want to show this, I want to flash this up quickly. These are big companies. And normally these prominent companies have very strong internal values. So you can see, you know, just basically from their global companies, and we have some great Malaysian companies also with strong internal values. And I just want to show some, you know, of the example of great people who have strong values. You know, even with our first Prime Minister Bapak Malaysia, Tunku Abdul Rahman, and some of the other earlier distinguished people, as you can see, Einstein, Nelson Mandela, Mahatma Gandhi, Tunku Abdul Rahman, Tun Ismail Ali, Lee Kuan Yew, Tan Siew Sin, Rajato Moha, and the last picture is that of the Tun Ismail Ali. And also there are some great ladies who have got strong value. Margaret Thatcher, Jacinda Ardern, Indira Gandhi, and Angela Merkel as well. And also, if you look at some of the EBL, the experience-based leadership, which I've studied, they have created some of the world's biggest ethical and business scandals. There was the General Electric scandal. Then there is the, you have heard about the Bernie Madoff scandal, the Ponzi scheme, the rock, basically the commercial world. Then you have the Enron scandal as well, the PX scandal in Canada, and the Theranos scandal in the US. So we always ask, you know, why do these people do the things that they do? And fundamentally, you know, they don't have the strong values that guides their behavior and the ways that they do things. These people are guided by expediency, and as such, you know, they basically create this problem. You know, I was discussing a concept with some of my colleagues in Australia, and one of them told me, they said that perhaps there was one study that was undertaken to look at the morality of leaders, and it was basically found that there's, you know, in a normal population, there will be 15% of people who would always do the good things, you know. They can't do any wrong, either by religious persuasion, by their strong ethical upbringing, their moral upbringing, they will not do wrong. These are the 15% of the people on the right hand side of the normal distribution curve. And then on the other side of the population curve, you will have 15% of the people who would somehow always, you know, do things that is opportunistic, either basically motivated by greed, motivated by arrogance, motivated by whatever reason, they will do wrong. And the thesis is this, is that if we have the ability to be able to pick the people in the right 15%, we always have good leaders, because the concept is that when you have this 15% good people who leads the organization, the rest of the 85% will follow suit. Whereas if you have the 15% on the dark side running the organization, it would the 85% of the people in the organization would follow the example of the bad leaders. So it's very interesting, you know, to have the ability and the choice to pick your leaders. So I just want to share with you, you know, was an interesting, basically a concept that was told to me by one of my colleagues. Now, as you can see, these are some of the example of, I would say, character with not very strong values. Their values, at the end of the day, are more expedient than strong foundational values or the universal values. Now, I just want to use an example, ladies and gentlemen, to look at two leaders. Interesting enough, you know, we have the US and China, which is currently at loggerhead with each other. Now, if we were to look at the style of these two leaders, you know, one wonders what we will basically claim, you know, that they will be in which style of leadership. I will maintain that, you know, Xi Jinping will be a value-based leader. Look at the outcome in a while. What has happened to China? China has become so successful, even though if we do not agree with the political ideology, but just look at the tangible outcome that these two countries have produced. So, and you look at Donald Trump's track record. So if we look at Xi Jinping, which, and I call it the flywheel transformation in Jim Collins' work, which I follow much in using that methodology for corporate transformation. China has gone into the flywheel mode, which means that they have been able to spin the flywheel and continue to grow for the transformation of their national culture. Why? Because you look at the outcome. They're the world largest economy. They have eradicated poverty, 300 million in 30 years, and that's quite a feat. They have come up with their One Belt, One Road global initiative for improvement, not only of their own country, but for the world as well. Eradication of corruption, it's very severe. It's basically, the penalty is death. I'm sure not many people would want to be engaged in corrupt practices in China. They have been successful in high technology, in medical research, and now they are the leader in 5G and also the leader in high-speed train technology. So if you look at the outcome, one would say that this focused leadership has been good for China after 100 years of domination by the colonial masters. And look at it today, they have exactness of mind, superior performance in every which way. So that is basically the outcome of a great leader. On the other hand, in the United States scenario, we now move into what we call, Jim Collins called a doomsday transformation. And look at Donald Trump. In the last 4 years, he has got 2 impeachment action against him. They are now the world's largest debt nation and no more the largest economy. I think China has overtaken the US. The standard of living has fallen rapidly. I was there as an exchange scholar in 1970. It was at its greatest when Neil Armstrong walked on the moon. But today, when I went back about 5 years ago, it was basically sad to see the fallen US. There were a lot of people on the street, living on the street. We call the back people. The country now is divisive and undisciplined. We have a very self-centered and selfish ex-president in Donald Trump. And also, because of their lack of focus, there's a lot of internal squabbles. They are falling behind in high technologies and medical research. And recently, the national capital was attacked by a mob, which basically threatens their democratic principle. So if you have a look at the United States now, if you go to the United States, you will see this scenario, which is so different when they were in the 1970s, which they were at the glorious decade. So I will move now, ladies and gentlemen, to the how of value-based leadership and enculturation. I think our early values, as I mentioned earlier on, belief and attitude, are learned and taught by our family. We grew up in our family, our schools, which were taught to us by our parents, and our religious institution basically strengthened our values and our belief system. And we learn our values also at our work. We model after our bosses, our colleagues, and the professional communities that we serve. So these values, our own personal value system, is enculturated during our early years. And we have a frame of reference that each of us will adopt as what is right and what is wrong. We then select, when we go out into the workplace and become leaders, we always would try to pick our frame of reference. I pick the servant leadership model because I like it, and it basically resonates with me. And in order to fulfill that values, we have to actively live and habitually practice the values that we have chosen, adopted, and inculcated. And many of us are fortunate enough to be endowed with leadership roles. This is what we have to exhibit. We have to constantly remind ourselves that we have a mental models and a frame of reference for which our beacons become strong. For those people who have gone into the expediency mode, they will become very circumstantial and very opportunistic, and become very greedy and selfish as well. So this is the Robert Greenleaf servant leadership model, and don't worry too much about the writings. All it does is that it is basically distilled into some of the values of competency that you might want to select. There are 12 which are shown here in the green column, but most organizations only need to pick about 4 to 6. In fact, even if you have 3 very strong values, that is good. And when I advise companies, I advise them not to have too many values, because otherwise, it doesn't mean anything. It's just basically a picture on the wall. So many people have very nice value statement on hanging on their wall, but they do not practice it. You do not see the behavior. So, and that is a gap that most companies will have to address. Here we are. So these are the 8 steps, which I would just basically go through it quickly. The first one is to promote and practice your personal and aligned corporate values. That's very important for leaders who wants to instill strong values in their company. Then once you've done it, you have to guard and protect your shared values, because that can be basically ransacked, or they can be hijacked very quickly if you do not maintain seriousness in what you want as your values. And the other side of it is that often enough, you have to reward and reinforce the shared values, so that it can then transform the organization culture. I think I have a repeat there in guard and protect. This must be one of my earlier slides. The next thing is to develop a value-based competency model and recruit current and future employees who profess and share the same values. I find this very important, ladies and gentlemen, because we often recruit people who don't have the same values, and we manage their deviant. We find we waste so much time managing the deviant behavior. If you are able to recruit people with the same values, you find that it's much easier, to manage the behavior of people. Where you have deviant behaviors, you will also inevitably have toxic people in your own organization. And the important thing to strengthen your culture, your value culture is to find your value champions and catalysts, and then now and then conduct a employee or organizational value survey to make sure that you are still aligned. Right. So what are the benefits of having a strong value-based culture in organization? First of all, you're able to build a strong and trusted reputation and branding of the company. It's what we call the intrinsic value. You build the trust, the faith, and the profile of the company to increase shareholders and stakeholders' customers' affiliation. You attract the talented people with the right type of value to join the company. Jim Collins said, get the right people on the bus. People are not your greatest asset anymore. The right people are the greatest asset. So make sure you have the right people on the bus. And if the people are not right, you have to get them off the bus. As I said earlier on, don't have to manage deviant behaviors and toxic people if you have people who share the same values with the organization. And have strong value-based leaders who possess strong moral, ethical, and universal values. And what Tan Sri Zulkifli said, humanistic value, to ensure that the integrity of the organization and its people are doing the right things always. So value-based leadership and purpose-driven culture have fully engaged people. And these organizations have quality people working for them, and they achieve superior performance and result. There's a study on engagement. Sadly, worldwide, we will find that in most organizations, only about 30 to 40% of the people are truly engaged. The rest of them will leave their brain and their body outside the factory or the office when they come to work. And it has been shown that these engaged people produce 30 times more than those people who are not engaged. So there's a waste of human talent or human productivity, when people are not engaged. So the trouble is that when the employees or your followers are not trusting the leaders, this is where the engagement goes down the hill. So value-based leaders keep leaders and followers focused and grounded during time of crisis. Now, interesting enough, when people ask, they say that when I do all this, what are the benefits? What are the economic benefits? It has been shown in a lot of studies that if you have a strong value-based and purpose-driven culture, the intrinsic and the extrinsic value of organizations and companies will grow. The branding part, the branding will increase, and the reputation of these companies will increase quite drastically as well. Intrinsic value are a set of principles, beliefs, shared values, and purpose or vision, right? And extrinsic values are the increase in economic values or commercial benefits. In our case, it is measured in ringgit in the wealth of the organization. You will note that most proficient or iconic companies, global and local, with strong external brands and reputation, would likely have strong internally driven core values. Their reputational values of the company will be enhanced significantly. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to conclude, and then hopefully we can basically go to a Q&A. My concern is that, poor leadership has really caused significant loss of public confidence and trust. This is most evident as shown in the 2020 Edelman Global Trust Index report. And there is a drastic drop in trust in government, in media, non-government organization, and businesses globally. And that is quite understanding. We have global leadership which are not basically up to the mark. And many people are losing confidence in leadership of various nations and organizations as well. So we hope that value-based leaders leadership will restore the trust and respect for public leadership throughout the world. And so we have witnessed the failure of leadership. Many are adopting the EBL in default or absence of VBL. There's an urgent need for a leadership reset, like what Tan Sri Zulkifli has said, perhaps also in education, to improve the world's leadership integrity, quality, reputation, and respect. So the trust we need to build is with VBL and purpose-driven culture, and there's a need to select right people with high integrity and ethical standards. So we would like to see organizations with great leaders, and better still, these leaders have strong moral and universal humanistic values to ensure they are always grounded and doing the right and moral thing. So that was my last slide. And can I hand back to Puan Sharizat for Q&A?
Yes, Prof, I'm here. Right. Well, thank you, Prof. And it's a very comprehensive presentation, I would say, from the industry point of view, and it's all about values in leadership and its implication. It seems that we are having questions already since the very beginning of your talk just now. But let me just, share some of the highlights that I could capture from your talk just now, Prof. Well, indeed, leaders should be humbled and professionally driven to be great. Yeah, that is the first, I would say, the first conclusion that I can make from the first part of your presentation just now. And it is also quite captivating when you mentioned about the morality of leader survey, which we have 15% leaders. It's only 15% leaders who do things right. Yeah. And of course, it is all with values, and they practice it. But it's again, even though the number is only 15%, but it is sad to know that there are still opportunists in the in the organization, which are motivated by arrogance, which is selfish, and this is selfish and would lead to the business fold. Yeah, and we are also quite captivating as well to have your 8 steps of shared values. Yeah, Prof. A leader should share the values in an organization following the steps that are promoted by you just now. Number 1 is promote and practice the identified values. Yeah, guard and protect the values, meaning that a leader must have the values itself in themselves, yeah, or in one leader. Yeah, then they have to guard and protect the values and reward and reinforce the values for transformation into the system in the organization, and then guard and protect the system, and then develop the culture of the values shared just now to everyone in the organization, and identify values, identify the champion of the values, and of course we need to check and balance, and therefore we need to conduct a survey. Yeah, and last but not least, you mentioned about value-based leadership. Keep the followers focused and grounded, yeah, Prof. And also you mentioned about trust in your conclusion. That to me, it is so human, yeah, and it close related to humanizing the education, as mentioned by Tan Sri Professor Dr. Zul just now, about integrity and high ethical. Yeah, so thank you very much, Prof. I think let us now look at the questions. Yeah, with me, I have. I think we will go one by one, Prof, and then you have your ample time to respond to the question. All right. The first question This is, it came very early just now. It came from the name. The name is Aznur Anwar Abdul Aziz. Yeah.
Okay.
And the question is from the question and answer box in the Zoom. The question is, how has value-based leadership impacted an organizational performance? I think you can respond to this one first, Prof, please.
Yep. Can you just repeat that question again, please? Yeah.
How has value-based leadership, VBL, impacted an organizational performance?
Oh, okay. Very much, because it depends also on the values that you ascertain to be yours. Normally, in most organizations, they will start off with the value. The CEOs, it's always either through the founder or the team will get together and say what is going to be our accepted or professed value that governs their own behavior. So that behavior basically will influence their performance. For example, some companies will have, we want to be professional. So the professional behavior will basically strengthen the organization reputation. They don't go around upsetting their customers, they do the right thing. Or some customers will say that we are very customer focused. We support our customer, that's our value. And truly, they are trying to find affiliation and support of their customer. So it's very important to identify that the values you can actually live and practice it. So many people just go to a textbook, identify the values, hang it up on the wall, but they don't really connect with their values. Once if they connect with their values, their performance can be very superior. I've seen this over and over again. And the reason why, if they are not performing, then they have to go back and measure their values. I go to organization where I consult, and I look at the 6 of the values on the wall. I've straight away will basically set them a task. I said to the chairman or basically their board of directors, say, look here, or their management team, just on a very simple measurement out of 10, how do you think you have been able to exercise those values that you have on the board? So out of 10, someone would say, oh yeah. And the thinking starts. The thinking starts because they say, look here, we have got this value. We want teamwork, but we don't practice teamwork. We are all silos. So I said, okay, rate it as best as you can as a subjective measure. Rate it for me, please, out of 10. And then suddenly you see the whole room was saying that it's 3 or it's 4, it's 5. So definitely you know that that value is not either working for you. There is a big value gap. So you got to start working on, if you want that teamwork, you got to start fixing it up because your gap is so big. Some will say, okay, my company profess integrity. Oh, then you see, okay, go around the room again, measure out of 10. When you say, oh, I think we have 8, 9, 10, or 8, or 7. So you straight away know the temperature of and the true basically value profession of that company. So I think every organization, and I share with my industry practitioner, go around, just do a test. They say, look here, now don't have to go and do surveys or whatever. Based upon what you sense in your own organization, rate for me the values that you profess out of 10. And then collectively assess, are we basically in common agreement or not? That these are the values that we are seen, because very simple to measure. If you are behaving what your value tells you to behave, you will be able to tell straight away. All right. So in terms of value-based, I'd rather have a value-based leadership rather than the expedient-based leadership, because there's no leadership at all, right? And in fact, the expedient-based leadership always land up in what we call the tidak apa attitude, right? It's very circumstantial, it's very opportunistic, but when you have a value-based leadership and purpose-driven environment, you are very focused. And this is what you see China. China is very focused, they know what their values are. And this is what the Good to Great study, the 11 companies that Jim Collins studied, has all very strong values. And that's why they are so great. And the research has shown that if you basically stick to your values and your raison d'etre, your purpose of existence, then that's where you will basically achieve superior performance. I hope that that answers the the question.
The first question, yeah. Prof, it seems that there are quite a number of questions coming in now, and we hope that we still have time to entertain one by one. Yeah. So, question
Can I say
number
this,
2.
Panchazat, if we run out of time, can you collect those questions? I'll be more than happy to answer, directly. I will answer every question that our audience have raised. I think it's very important. Yeah.
Of course, we have it written now. And okay, with me now we have like 6 more. So I just go one by one. Hopefully we can manage to settle on time. Yeah, Prof?
Right.
Okay, this is another question, and which we pick up from the YouTube, from our one of our participant, Shamsul Amri Abdul Razak. Okay, he asked in the first session. Now in your session, this is the question. How would you guide seasoned leaders to intervene the well-indoctrinated values within firms in order to introduce relevant and necessary changes? Thank you.
Very good question. Thank you. Very good question. One of the things when you introduce values in your organization, you tend to be entrenched in it. Okay, you need to be entrenched. I've seen companies. I've got okay. People will start to entrench their values, and which is good because from that value base, most companies will develop what we call a competency model for their organization. In fact, they will then develop a capability model for their companies based upon the values that they have. Now, intervention of new values, you have to, because the environmental change, look at pandemic. The whole, today we are faced with a VUCA world. We are faced with a volatile, uncertain, complex, as well as ambiguous world. So great leaders must be flexible. They must be, the concept that McKinsey says is you have to be agile and adaptable. Okay, and hopefully CEOs, or great leaders who are open can see this coming well before they realize that they have to change their values. Right? Although we say that values are fundamentally sort of firm and they don't change overnight, but there are times that these values have to be accommodated and have to evolve over time. Right? And the companies will basically, it will basically naturally adapt to those those values. All right. I hope that answered the question. Yeah. And there is a conversation. It's a persuasion, and the good things about strong value organization, their people are quite transparent and mature. They will basically articulate. They will question the leader. Why are we still having these values when the board has moved, has departed? We need to have new strategy, new values to basically accommodate our new vision.
So thank you, Prof. That is quite comprehensive actually. And number 3, this is not really a question, but he actually asked for your comment. Yeah,
sure.
This is from Kuldeep, UITM. Okay, and it mentioned here, dear Prof, Robin Sharma talks about leader without a title. Can we relate this to servant leaders? And please comment.
Yes, definitely so. Definitely so. That's one of my favorite subjects. Yeah, many writers now have wanting to advocate servant leadership, and they are probably the best servants. Servant leadership does not look for title. They look for humanistic outcome, the welfare of human beings, the goodness of human beings. And so I advocate servant leadership. It doesn't need to be a title. Leaders basically doesn't need to have a position. It's their behavior. As I say, anyone can be a leader, so long as, in their heart, they are basically going out to basically achieve the best outcome for their, the people that basically support and follow them. All right. So, yeah, that's why there are a lot of, and sometimes we are all looking for that. Today, the reason why we see a lot of leaders, they are for themselves, right? They look after themselves first, and they do the best thing rather than the right thing, So I think, we at Vistage are very, focused on trying to get our CEOs to be of high integrity. The day that you lose it, very interesting to follow Professor Clayton's Christensen's last lecture before he died. And, I call it the theory of theories. And he said this, the marginal cost thinking. He said sometimes, you have to be 100%. When you compromise, because the marginal, you go marginally, then you start to compromise. One exception becomes the common rule, right? You start off with rationalizing the things they say, okay, this time now I will do it. His example was that his principal, that he goes to church on Sunday, and the team was asking him to play basketball on Sunday. He said, no, I stick to my principle. The day that I compromise my principles, that's where the rot starts. And that's what happened to a lot of good leaders. They somehow compromise their values. They compromise some principle, and then suddenly it becomes okay, it becomes gray. There are certain things, it's black and white. You can explain it away, but you are just cheating yourself, I always say this, what is integrity? Integrity is being honest to yourself. Honesty is being truthful to others, right? Integrity is being honest to yourself. When the red light turns red, when the traffic light turns red, and there's no one on the road, would you drive through? Of course, in Australia you can't do that. Straight away you'll be fined very heavily. But in Malaysia, boleh lah, no cars, what, So there's some measure to it. But when you start doing that, it becomes a habit, become a practice. And that's where our leaders go wrong, right? Okay.
Prof, it is 2 minutes now, but we still have like 7, 8 numbers of questions. But can we just go through very quickly?
Yeah.
This is from Nurzaini Azman. May we get some ideas on how to develop or create programs to develop leaders with values and at the same time understand the values of leading a knowledge institution? That's number 1, Prof. And there are 2 more, which I think quite what we call it, related. Another one is from Muhammad Farid Hafiz Muhammad Omar. He mentioned at bottom level, VBL is understandable, important to be practiced, all right? To be practiced by leaders. But many leaders in reality ignore those shared values in their leadership. Or we can say that they are ignorant, arrogant, so on and so forth. So where should we start to produce a leader with VBL? Okay, that's number 2 related to VBL. Another one is, this is from Nur Zuraini Muhammad Idris. Is VBL, can VBL be promoted through the generation gap in current leadership? I.e., she mentioned here, baby bloomers versus Y and Z generation, right? Okay, that's about the value-based leadership, Prof. 3 questions. And this is, I would say, another one which is quite interesting. Yeah, the question is Professor Dr. Adnan Muhammad Yusof from USIM. Yeah, he wrote in Bahasa Melayu, but I will translate it to you later. Yeah.
Okay, please.
He mentioned here, terima kasih yang berbahagia Profesor atas syarahan dan perkongsian yang sangat menginspirasikan. So inspirational. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Sekadar perkongsian, mohon daripada Prof, just for sharing, he request from you, dalam konteks pemilihan barisan kepimpinan di universiti sekarang, okay, in the context of the selection of universities leaders, alright, pada penilaian Prof, yeah, from your view or from your opinion, adakah sistem sedia ada ini dapat membezakan antara talent yang VBL dan EBL? Meaning that from your opinion, is the current system managed to differentiate the VBL talent and EBL talent? I think we focus on these questions first. And can we make it for another 5 minutes for all the questions, bro?
Yeah, okay.
Because you have some more here. I do not know how to show it to the camera. But maybe
we can take the whole day, isn't it?
Or maybe we can share with you later on.
Can as I say, can if you can give me those questions and those the one that's the right reply, I will reply to them. All right.
All right. Okay.
So these are, as I say, you know, great knowledge comes from asking the great question, not giving the right answers, right? So we always remember that. As academic, we always teach our students, don't teach them, say, giving the right answer. We give them a fish. We got to teach them how to fish. So thank you very much for all your questions. I really appreciate it, because that's how we all learn, right? I learn and you all learn through your question. Now, let me take it in combination. So one of the questions asked, how do we have, you know, when a lot of leaders profess the value, but they don't behave that way? That is a very good question. I've always been pondering on this phenomena. Why do people, they claim that they have got strong values, but when it comes to the act, they come to the deeds, they come to the performance, they are found wanting. I think in some respect, there's a lot of temptation in this world. When you are in a position of power, greed becomes, arrogance takes place, greed becomes a regular phenomenon. It's too easy, right? And suddenly there's no one checking you. I think, okay, two things I want to say. How do we keep people true to their value? The true north is what Professor, Tan Sri Zulkifli said. How do we keep people to their true north? One is through constant questioning. If somebody gets out of line or basically breach the values, there must be people who are strong enough to stand up and be countered. Look here, say, our values are being compromised. This is not what we agree on, and then we must speak. If silence is dangerous, and that's the problem with all our leaders going wrong, because we tolerate what we deserve, right? This concept, we tolerate what we deserve. So we shouldn't tolerate, we shouldn't tolerate mediocrity. I always say this to my management team. We shouldn't tolerate basically corruption. It seems like we find it very difficult to get a vaccine for COVID-19, but we already got a self-mental vaccination for corruption, for, egotistic, this. Apa ni, we even corruption got vaccination, got vaccine. So easy. Whereas, COVID, we find it so difficult, but that's the problem. So one is that we must challenge these people. If they get out of line, we must stand up and we must basically protect our values. The second one, which was asked, how do we train leaders? Unfortunately, we don't have the immersion. Good values comes from mixing with people with good values. A bird of the feather flocks together, right? So unfortunately, when we are even in academics, how do you choose, a vice chancellor or a leader, with such strong values? Some people profess their values from the head, not from the heart, and that is the difficult part to connect. You must profess the values from the heart, as what Tan Sri said that. You know, many people are very left brain, you know, they only jaga left brain, they talk and they tell you what you want to hear, right? They tell you what you want to hear. They're very good, very eloquent, very good in selling you, you know, what they believe in, but it doesn't come from the heart. So the only way that it does, I always see the connection is that people must behave and they must be immersed in a collective community of people who believe in the same value. Right? I hope I touch on some of the questions that were asked, you know, by the others. And if I haven't, you know, please forgive me. But write to me. I will definitely basically answer your question. You know, I've been in 30 years in leadership development and leadership coaching, and I still don't have the answer, because you look at even senior leaders. Look at Trump. How do people pick a leader like that? Where is our assessment? How do we determine the choice? Where is our judgment? So, you know, it's a good question, a difficult one, but my belief is that you have to constantly immerse yourself with people who have the same professed values. Does that help, Charisat?
Okay, thank you, Prof. Well, yeah, we are quite a little bit behind time now, but there are still questions, and I think these questions will need to be posted to you later. Yeah.
Yes, please.
I wish to thank all the participants here that I have with me now. I just can mention the name here. Yeah, Norzaini Azman. Yeah, and Fazidah Isnin from UTEM, and Professor Dr. Adnan Muhammad Yusof from USIM. Yeah, I mentioned the name already just now. And Lim Tin Seng. This one we got from YouTube. And another one, Muhammad Nizat Abdul Kadir. And Prof. Zaini Abdullah from YouTube as well. Well, all these are good questions, and we also have from IIUM, Madam Naim Muhammad Razi. So this one, we will get back to Prof. Wilson for his response. Yeah, Prof. So well, as mentioned, that we are quite a little bit behind time, and of course we need to end here. We thank everyone for the questions and answers, and also the questions and also the concerns, and we thank Prof. Wilson as well for your willingness to be with us, and hopefully it is not too late for us to wish Prof. Wilson happy Chinese New Year of the Ox 2021. Yeah. All right. And ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah, we have done with 2 sessions, and we shall stop right here for the lunch break. And you are all invited to enjoy your meal at your workstation or even at home. Okay, but do not forget to come back to our webinar platform at 2 p.m. and stay safe and stay safe and adhere to COVID-19 SOP, of course. All right, Prof. See you then. Inshallah.
Thank you,
Take care.
Right. Thank you, all the questioners, and thank you, everyone, for including me. Thank you.
All right, stay tuned, everyone.
Right, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. We'll come back at 2 p.m., yeah?
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik Kuliah Kejuruteraan dan Kuliah Teknologi Maklumat Komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau kita panggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
We are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers in records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
Together we make
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIEM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible the nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects. Through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
are a place of accomplishment.
Recognize Islamic finance.
From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually.
The boss? That boss?
IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia, the garden of knowledge and virtue.
We make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the worlds for mankind.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah iaitu kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible the nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenapasi oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
are a place of accomplishments.
Recognize Islam finance.
From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers in records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
We make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world for mankind.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi itu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects. Through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIEM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects. Through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the G's of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We shall now proceed with our second segment of the first day for the webinar on values-based leadership, values-based performance 2021 with the theme Leaders of Change, the Power of Values in Leadership. Well, I wish to thank everyone for staying with us. Before the pandemic, ladies and gentlemen, we gather in a seminar. We normally served with the same menu when we talk over lunch, develop a new network, or to some, they even reunite after many, many years when bump into each other in the seminar hall. But now the pandemic changed the norm from seminar to webinar. Still, we can develop a new network even though we are not eating in the same dining hall. Yeah, just make sure you have the phone numbers and the email address and connect to one and each other. All right, on top of things, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, just make sure you stay safe and adhere to the C19 SOP. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let us now move on to our next session. We have with us Yang Berbahagia Profesor Datuk Wira Dr. Raha Abdul Rahim, Vice Chancellor of University Technical Malaysia Melaka UTM, who will talk to us on values-based leadership, learning from the pandemic crisis. But before that, let me introduce all of you to our speakers. Professor Dr. Raha Abdul Rahim graduated with a degree in microbiology from Oklahoma State University, USA, and proceeded to her master's degree at the University of Oklahoma itself. She joined University Putra Malaysia UPM in June 1991 as a tutor at the Department of Biotechnology and completed her PhD in molecular genetics at the University of Strathclyde, Glasgow. Prof. Raha has held several administrative posts in UPM as the Director of UPM's Research Management Center, Deputy Dean of Research at the Faculty of Biotechnology, UPM's Biosafety Chair for Genetically Modified Organisms, Head of the Cell and Molecular Biology Department, and Coordinator of the Culture Collection Unit IBS UPM, and currently hold the post of Vice Chancellor of UTM, which is a public university focusing on technology enhancement and producing highly skilled technologies since June 19, 2019. Prior to that, she was seconded to the Ministry of Education Malaysia as the Director of the Institution of Higher Education, Excellence Planning Division Department of Higher Education since April 2014 to 15 June 2019. Prof. Raha is also affiliated to several other professional societies and presently as the President of the Malaysian Society of Lactic Acid Bacteria MSLAB. At the international stage, she is a member of the American Society for Microbiology, ACM, and Asian Federation of Societies for Lactic Acid Bacteria, AFSLAB. Ladies and gentlemen, bring to you Professor Dr. Raha Abdul Rahim. Please welcome.
Thank you, Puan Sharizad, for the introduction. First of all, I would like to thank IIUM and also ACAT for the invitation for me to speak at this prestigious forum. I will be sharing my slides, so just bear with me for a while. Let me just upload or share. Wait now. Share. Okay. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Datuk.
Okay, thank you.
It's clear.
Wait, I have to move this somewhere. Okay. Thank you. So the topic that I was given is value-based leadership, learning from the pandemic crisis. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh dan selamat sejahtera to everyone present. I'm speaking to you here today from Somewhere Safe. As was mentioned by the MC tadi, I do miss meeting everybody, and I'm sure we miss meeting our friends and colleagues. But however, what is very important, our value for now is to keep everybody safe, not only ourselves but also our family and friends. So kita sekarang ni bercakap bersendirian lah, but I am thankful that I am given this opportunity, and thank you for those who are listening. Inshallah, I will try to share as best as I can on value-based leadership, and also learning from what we can from the pandemic crisis. And of course, I will be also then sharing some of the experiences at UTM. Okay, when you talk about leadership, I like to quote Deepak Chopra in his book, where he mentions that being in touch with the soul is the secret of great leadership. It is a capability to follow the path that unites body, mind, heart, and soul. And by making a soul connection, our true purpose in life will become the foundation of everything we do. Now, leaders actually exist to give of themselves, and we can only give from what we have. The soul, that is the core of your true self, is the place where we can locate insight, creativity, imagination, and profound intelligence, which are all values for leadership. And when you know what is happening at your very core, what you have to give becomes limitless. So leaders, in this context, what he has mentioned is L is look and listen, E emotional bonding, A awareness, D doing, E empowerment, R responsibility, and S synchronicity. And again, I will remind everybody here, there are many definitions of what values are, and what leadership values means. But you know, it can never be enough. So, but I'll try to share as best as I can. Now, people trust leaders who are honest, and they will quickly lose faith if they do not trust the information they are given. So that's why for leaders, giving the right information at the right time, the correct information would be essential. Brainstorm actionable strategies with your management team, and do walk through a number of what if scenarios that can be rapidly executed at a moment's notice. Now, under pandemic condition, this is something that is very crucial, because as you know, it hits us like a tsunami last year. Nobody was ready. We were all, you know, in a conundrum. We did not know what to do because it has never happened before. 10 leadership habits to practice through the COVID-19 pandemic, which I thought is something that maybe, you know, would be useful. One is self-care. As leaders, the management team, we do have to take care of ourselves, make sure that we are healthy in order for us to take care of others. Rely on your team. You need to have a trustworthy team, strong enough to support and carry out whatever decisions that we have made. Planning and preparation are key. Again, for the pandemic episode, we have planned for something else, and when COVID arrived, we had to replan and re-prepare. But again, planning and preparation are key values for a leader. Communicate thoughtfully. Communication is always very important. Always communicate your thoughts. Always communicate wisely. Personal ideas do matter. Empathy, integrity. Get to know others better, because with under this sort of situation, different people will have different problems. So try to do our best to get to know others better, their problems, what are their issues. Use partners, peers, and external experts as resources. Here, believe it or not, with COVID, the positive thing that I feel has come out of this is that we actually are able to make contact with our friends and peers better through online resources. So last time we would say, okay, let's meet up, but we can't because of time and place and, you know, distance. But now it is actually not really an issue. Study the facts and be transparent. Now, this is something that I think for a leader, all your people would want to know, that you are transparent. You are sharing with them everything, or you are sharing with them your problems, your issues, what would be, how can they help, things like that. Reward your team. So again, rewarding can be in many forms. It is not only about monetary. And look forward, not backward. So the top leadership challenges around the world, as I have here to share with you. The first would be honing effectiveness. You need to hone the effectivity of your leadership skills, where the challenge is to develop relevant skills, for example, time management, what to prioritize, strategic thinking, have clear decision making, and get up to speed with the job to be more effective at work. Number two, the challenge is how do you inspire others? Now, the challenge of inspiring or motivating others is not easy, especially in a situation where you are burdened by things other than your normal day-to-day work, for example, COVID. So it is always a challenge to make sure that our people are satisfied with their jobs and working smarter. How to develop employees, coaching, mentoring your students, your peers, leading a team. Specific leadership challenges would include how to instill pride, how to provide support, how to lead a big team, can be big or it can be small, and what to do when taking over a new team. So these are experiences, especially, for example, if you're the leader of an institution, probably some would be taking over a new team, some would bring over their old team. Every bit of this has challenges. So you need to understand how to be able to lead your team to move forward together. Guiding change, the challenge of managing, mobilizing, understanding, and leading change. And again, the final challenge should be is to manage your stakeholders. So for us at the university, who are our biggest stakeholders is the parents, is the students, our funding bodies, managing up, managing down, getting buy-in from other departments, groups, or individuals. So these are the top, the top 6 leadership challenges around the world, vis-a-vis with or without COVID. Okay, what are the power of values? Because how is it important? I know it has been mentioned earlier. Some of what I will be mentioning, I will be sharing, would be things that perhaps has already been mentioned earlier by the previous speakers, and maybe will be mentioned again by the coming speakers. But this is something important. Values do determine behavior, and from behavior, your performances are determined. So that's why I think for this forum, the topic value-based leadership is something that is very, very critical for all of us. So there are many types of values for leaders, not only the Vice Chancellor, also the teams, also the management team. But we must understand, when you say leadership, it is not only those in the management. I believe every one of us here are leaders. So, and if you look at these values that I have shared with you here, we have at one time or other, or currently at the moment, are doing these things. You know, we are doing services, we have our responsibilities, we must be self-disciplined, we must work with pride, we need to have vision, we must explore, we must be curious, and etc., etc. So, are you a value-based leader, or are we value-based leaders? Does your style of leadership reflect a selfless attitude? Are we putting the needs of others or our organizations first? Or are we actually leveraging our position and resources for our own gain? So these are the questions that I think every leader must ask themselves again and again, very often, so that we do not move away from our values and travel the wrong path. So there are many examples of noble values. These are just some of the examples. For example, integrity, for leaders to have humility, to have compassion. All your work must be purpose-driven, must have courage, self-discipline, and of course, gratitude to people who have worked with you and support you. So embracing value-based leadership through COVID-19, In moments of uncertainties, for example, when we were hit by COVID last year, and also other things, for example, even to have a campus that is, a situation where the environment, the ecosystem do not have water even, or is hit by something that is more environmental. We have our moments of uncertainties. Other things as well, like right now there are many things that would make us feel quite uncertain of our future. Perhaps our sense of purpose can really be tested, especially when the world around us is in a state of unpredictability, complexity, and ambiguity that many of us have never experienced before. So when times are tough, they say when times are tough, the tough gets going. Okay, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. So in this case, when times are tough, people often fall back on their core values and principles, the things that remain true to them wherever they are and whatever they are doing. So here I have a list, 8 ways to help you and your organization create and be true to our values. Hopefully this will help. One is to be clear on the reason why values are important for you and your organization. Values-driven organizations are the most successful because they care about the needs of their people. What are your own values? Determine your own personal values. Third, identify and agree on the values of your organization. If you haven't already, for example, it's worth spending time with your colleagues to gain clarity and limit the number of values you have to around 3. Well, 5 is also okay, I would think. But you need to understand and agree on the values of your organization. Seek clarity on your desired behaviors. Values are usually used as a compass to guide us. But to be even more valuable, it is important that we are also clear on the behaviors that underpin those values. Question your thoughts and actions. Watch our language, our actions, and ask ourselves of every thought and action, is this in line with who I am at heart? Okay, are you doing things from your heart, or are you doing things because you have to do it? Now, there must be a balance. I believe there should be a balance. Do your values align with the organization you work with and for? People move to another organization just because they feel that what the organization is doing is not true to what they believe in. Involve your team. Once you are clear, you and your team. So teamwork is very, very important. To have a team, a strong team who will support your values. Then you can make clear decisions from a deep-rooted place of knowing. Be aware of people paying lip service to those values, because some people would just say yes because you are their boss. But what is important is if they really truly believe of those values, that would be the best. And then check on your own happiness levels. It could be that you are out of alignment with your own values, and there is a mismatch of what you are thinking, saying, and doing. Now, that would actually determine your happiness level, I would say, at your workplace. Purpose alignment, remember, resistance is created through a lack of clarity. So if you and your organization are not achieving what you need, then it is possible that there is a lack of alignment between values and what the organization is doing. So the framework that I would share actually just to look at how we can learn from the pandemic crisis, the studentship, the scholarship, and also leadership aspect. So as we all know, the COVID-19 pandemic has changed education forever. It has caused the schools to shut. Globally, over 1.2 billion children are out of the classroom. Education has changed dramatically. E-learning has distinctively risen. Teaching is undertaken remotely and on digital platforms. These are all things that we thought we have been pushing for this actually since 2014, I think. And it has always been received with, okay, let's do it. Let's do a hybrid. Let's do 1 or 2 courses. We are not ready yet. We do not have the infra in place. But in this case, COVID has really pushed the rise of e-learning and online teaching and learning. So you see, and we adapted and we adopted. So I think human beings are made for this. We embrace change and we move forward. Research suggests that online learning has been shown to increase retention of information and take less time, meaning the changes coronavirus have caused might be here to stay. So to students, the crisis has ensured that they adopt the new norms from conventional learning and teaching to fully digitalized learning. There is modification of academic calendar. There are disruptions of research and lab activities, as well as internationalization related activities, such as student mobility. Mode of teaching and learning are impacted more than others, especially those related to lab works, machining, equipment, hands-on experiences, and so on. And as students, the value-based leadership qualities that I feel has been ingrained would be to have integrity. One is integrity, whereby role of these students is to have awareness of the change in teaching and learning and to maintain the importance of knowledge at the highest levels. Ethics, to maintain and reflect respect towards academic, peers, university, etc. Honesty, this cuts across all levels of responsibility, honest to self, executing projects, assignment, tests, and so on. Be responsible or responsibility towards university, nations, and to observe all necessary precautions and SOP. That means the responsibility is not only towards the university, but also towards self, where they must observe all the necessary precautions, SOPs, instructions that have been given out to them. Discipline, to observe one's actions, acceptable behaviors at all times of crisis. This is when we empower students. They must be disciplined enough to make sure that they look after themselves and also those around them. And of course, volunteerism. I am very blessed because at least in UTEM, and I'm sure in every other IPTS and IPTA, the students have actually volunteered on a need-based basis when we had to take care of students who were left on campus during Ramadan last year, our Ops COVID, where we pack food and things, and Ops Pulang, where we send home our students to their kampung. So, to scholars, or the scholarship, new norms in teaching and learning would entail technology-savvy faculty members. Now, not all of us are technology-savvy. You know, it takes time to learn, and it takes courage for some of us to actually utilize our computers to actually not stand in front of students, but actually talk to them over our devices. It is a big challenge, but Alhamdulillah, I think everybody has embraced it quite nicely. Now, with the exponential rise of online teaching, it requires them to be equipped with the knowledge of digital methods and modes of teaching. Most may be prepared, but the teaching from home, after you know what to do, when you teach from home, it will be a problem due to internet connection, having the right gadgets, and also equipment. Academicians have to be more adept and receptive in innovative and interactive techniques and approaches to teaching and learning delivery, assessments, tests, quizzes, presentations, exams, and others. The new norm in research and development would require extra careful planning with research milestones and financial expenditure. The need to be in the labs and use of machineries and equipment, even having a face-to-face discussion with your students will hinder the progress of research. Local and more so international postgraduate students will not be able to complete on time. And commitment to grant funders and deliverables will be compromised. So these are all the things that we have to face, or the academicians have to face when they are doing their research, as well as teaching and learning. So as scholars, value-based, the leadership values that we have to look into would be to be dedicated. When working from home, it is not having a holiday at home, but actually work from home. I salute all those lecturers and professors and associate professors who have actually made the effort to really make sure that your TNL and also R&D and services continue as best as you can from wherever you are. Second is truthfulness, that involves steering learners in navigating life and the environment, enhance knowledge and skills in TNL delivery methods, provide proper guidance to students. Now, students would be students, they would be asking a lot of questions. Now, with online teaching and learning, it is actually more of 24/7 rather than working during office hours, because the students have access to you and they know that they can actually post questions wherever they have questions to ask. So as lecturers, tutors, this is something that you have to face, and providing proper guidance to students wherever you are, whenever you are, is something that is very valuable. Maintain quality and integrity as an academician and scholar, and also empathy. Empathy is actually is a value that all leaders must have, where the scholars must feel that that they must understand or must be conscious of the surrounding and happenings, and inshallah willing to render assistance to community in this case in need. In this case, the community would be the students. So the empathetic scholars would be willing to render assistance to community in need. So I'm just sharing some of the initiatives by UTEM scholars. I'm sure these are also similar to other universities where there are, guidelines, documents, and then systems that have been put in place to help the students. Also in the corporate social responsibility initiatives, since March 2020, UTEM as a technical university has produced and distributed more than 15,000 face shields and 30 intubation boxes to the frontliners, agencies, schools, and those in need. I must also say that similar initiatives are also carried out, as we know and we had seen, by multiple higher learning institutions throughout the country. But what is most important, or what is most interesting with this, is the value that was created, the repurposing of machinery and knowledge innovation. And at the moment of distress or in the moment of need, there was strong university industry partnership. For example, the raw materials for the making of the face shields and the intubation boxes were mostly contributed by our strategic partners such as Petronas, ST Microelectronics, Infineon, and also FETA, Sdn Bhd, to name a few. We have also developed the concept of Tunai for UTEM. It's a value that we cherish because it is what we are all about, whereby it is Tunai means technology at university, advancing industry and society inclusively. So we always say tunaikan janji. So it is not tunai money, but it is monetary, but tunaikan janji. So it becomes our one of our clarion call in UTEM. So as a situation, as leaders of the institutions, the pandemic crisis actually builds up two sort of leaders that I feel is very, very important for us to share. One is a situational leader, and second is a servant leader, which I believe is something that we must hold on to, because a leader doesn't mean that a leader is there to serve the people. So I think the servant leader is a good analogy, as well as to make sure that we have our feet anchored to the ground as leaders. So leaders must adjust and respond to the changing circumstances caused by COVID-19 pandemic across the organization, as their resilience can significantly influence employees' resilience, well-being, work engagement, performance, commitment, creativity, and others. Good leadership and supportive work culture climate can have a positive impact on employees' well-being during and after the crisis. And the most important thing is leaders should engage with key stakeholders. For example, in this case, the industries, communities, our students, so that everybody can thrive together during this COVID-19 pandemic. So the authentic leaders are those who inspire those around them. They empower people to step up and lead. Practicing our values and principles, where we must stay centered on our values and integrity in any sort of situation, which can sometimes be a bit difficult, but I think, you know, a true leader, authentic leader, would be able to have to hold on to that. Empowering other people to lead, use different approaches at different times depending on the capabilities of the people involved and the situation they are facing. And transformation from I to we. So stop saying I am doing this, it is mine, it is because of me. So transformation from I to we. Leaders need to stop focusing on their personal ego and develop other leaders. It's teamwork all the time, servant leader. So being a leader, it is not about being at the top, but it is looking at how you can bring everybody else together with you. So how value-based leaders impact culture from VBL, value-based leadership philosophy, the characteristic, we need to have the trust culture. As was mentioned, it was shown in my earlier slide, a trusted leader would be a leader with a lot of integrity, employee engagement, and then it will bring you to outstanding performance. So conventional versus new norm leaders. Now we'd like to talk about the value-based leader, cultivating a healthy change with leadership intelligence. We like to talk about values orientation, empowerment orientation, and group participations in decisions, as opposed to the traditional 20th century leader where it is running the machine. We drive change, obsessive financial orientation, excessive management orientation, and top-down decision orientation. No doubt, financial orientation is something that as leaders of especially public universities, we still have to have a little bit of an obsession with financial orientation, just because you know, there are things that we have, there are things that we cannot do in order to move our financial orientation. So just sharing a little bit as what we have done under the leadership cap in UTM. We have established UTM Crisis Committee that comprise UTM top management, faculty deans, medical officers, because this is very important during a crisis. We feel that, and especially this is a lengthy crisis impacting the university. So before this, there was no crisis committee, but because of COVID, we actually established UTM's crisis committee team that comprised of relevant people. It was established to monitor and manage the COVID-19 disaster at UTM. The operations room is situated at the registrar's office, led by our chief operating officer, who is the registrar. And the COVID-19 hotline at UTM operates 24/7, and there's a report updates of COVID cases daily to top management, the dashboard, as you can see on the right side of your screen. So in this case, as of 14th February, 5 p.m., I know that 564 of my staff, 418 of staff, and 152 of the students have been disaring, evaluated. And then keseluruhan positive, the positive cases are currently at 16, 8 staff and 8 students. Today, as of yesterday, there was no additional positive cases. And scenario planning development rejected towards academic student affairs, human resources, and financial capacities. Of course, there's active engagement and synergies with corporate bodies, agencies, NGOs, industry partners, and individuals. New and updated university SOPs. As you can see there, we developed about 9 new SOPs, internal SOPs. We also produce FAQs and then develop platforms for staff and students campus entry, we call ETAP. And also I'm proud to share that UTM did our election for our MPP using an online voting system, and it has been quite successful, because I think we had about 75% voters who used the e-election for our MPP. So key value-based leadership at UTM, I must say, we have a network of team as hashtag Team UTM. We're very big on that. We want everybody to work together as a team and feel that we are part of a team. Scenario planning for crisis preparedness. Of course, there would be, you can never, however prepared you are or however much you plan, sometimes you are never too prepared, but at least we have some scenario planning for crisis preparedness. For COVID, the first PKP, we were really it was really challenging. The second PKP, we were more ready. So I think everybody was a little bit more relaxed. We have our SOPs in place. We have our planning for teaching and learning, the lecturers, the staff and all that. I think are a little bit less stressed out. And then of course, future literate, we must anticipate what would be our preferred future. And we have our calls, for example, RISE. RISE is to rise together with responsibility, with integrity, with sustainability, and also with empathy. And then we have our Tunai concept, which is technology at university, advancing industry and society. And we have our Rehal, which is respect, happiness, and love. So these would be our values that we are sharing with everybody in UTM, our students, our staff, and others. So my last few slides, I would like to leave you with some quotes that I feel is relevant to what we have been talking about. In a very real sense, we have two minds, one that thinks and one that feels. My second quote is, the primary value in value-based leadership is other-centeredness, to be more concerned about other people and the organization than oneself. And finally, from my favorite poet, Rumi, seek the wisdom that will untie your knot, seek the path that demands your whole being. So be safe. This is my last slide. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. It is actually a real experience listening to your talk, Prof. And I believe many of us actually endured the same situation in this era of pandemic. Yeah, and some highlights that I can maybe share with all of you while our secretariat team is, taking up the notes from the question and answer box. So after 3 talks, I personally realized that what we are talking about is all about human and humanizing. Whatever mission that we are up to. The first one, Tan Sri Zul talk about humanizing. Prof. Wilson talk about trust. And now Prof. Raha mentioned the first one that I can tap is behavior. The way in which one acts or conducts oneself, especially towards others. And this is very important in the pandemic era. Yeah? And there's also another 8 ways promoted by Datuk Raha in the VBP. Yeah? Number 1, be clear. Number 2, what your own values and the values of a leader. This is related to Prof. Wilson's individual values of leader in our second speech, in our second session just now. And then identify on your desired behavior. This is related to me. This is related to sympathy, empathy, and compassion. Yeah, our desire, our own desire. And then questions your thought and action. This is what Prof. Raha mentioned also. And then involve your team. Involve your team to me is when we relate it to Prof. Wilson's talk. This is about reward the values champions. Yeah, we get everyone involved and then we reward them as as a champion of the values. Then check on your own happiness level. And again, related to Tan Sri Zul's earlier talk, again, it's related to compassion to me. And also check on the balance check and balance, like doing the survey as mentioned by Prof. Wilson. Last but not least, Prof. Raha mentioned about purpose alignment, and this is another check and balance that we need to do. And what else? And then the dashboard of UTAM Crisis Committee is also very interesting to me. It's provide an up-to-date info on C19. And I would say that this is a very it's a well done effort from UTAM. Congratulations, Prof, for this one. And the last one, you concluded on the RISE, Tunai and Rehal. This is also very interesting. RISE, I can sum up it as stand up, work together. This is what we need to do. Again, go to the basic of humanizing. Tunai, well, bahasa Melayu, tunai is melakukan, menunaikan. So it's actually about dedicated. But in this case, in UTAM, dedicated within the technology breakthrough, because we are in the era of technology. That is what our friend COVID-19 wants us to do. And then Rehal, the information based on compassion, the information about the current situation of C19 update and whatnot, but still based on compassion. Back to what Tan Sri Zul mentioned. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, indeed, COVID-19 is real, and so far it has no deadline. So whatever it is, we have to face it, And with me now, a number of questions from both from Zoom, Q question and answer, and also from YouTube, So Prof, you want me to
maybe one or two questions saja dulu? Is that all right?
Read through by questions at the moment. How do you want me to organize this?
Maybe just one question, one or two questions.
One after another, okay. And the timekeeper, okay, Prof, the timekeeper mentioned that we have 18 minutes for this one, but I extend it to 20 minutes. No worries. I'm handling the session now. All right, okay. So let's check on the question. There are two questions. First, from one person ataupun this is Prof. Walid Faris from IIUM. He posted two questions. Number one, he mentioned that I have two questions. One is for Dato' or any of the panelists as well. So do we have Prof. Wilson and Tan Sri here? I don't think Tan Sri is with here now. But whatever it is, one is for Dato' or any of the panelists as well, which is, okay, the question. Though there is a flood of books and trainings on VBL all over the world, but we are witnessing an increased erosion in values and also in leadership in all levels. Any comment on this strange paradox? Okay, that's from Prof. Walid, his first question. The second question, concerning online teaching and learning, there is a lot of conflicting reports about the effectiveness of online learning, especially during COVID-19 era. Some say it is a great advantage and more flexible, but others are looking at the outputs and say that online learning proved to be ineffective. What is your view on that contradicting reports? Okay, so this is from Prof. Walid. And we respond to this one first.
Probably I'll respond to the second question first about the conflicting of online learning. Thank you for the question. Of course, this is something really new to all of us. Like I mentioned in my talk just now, although we have been pushing for people to go hybrid and online, just moving forward, it is just when COVID landed last year that people are really seriously doing online teaching and learning. So it is not only for the lecturers but also for the students, and anything new will take time perhaps to really be accepted and to really show the usefulness of the technology. It is technology actually. Now the last year we have been faced with not only content the issue of sharing content, but also the line online, you know, the instability of systems and things like that. But I believe as we move along, improvements have been made, enhancements have been carried out. So I hope it will be sooner rather than later, but I am quite confident that at least in most of the courses, the online learning and teaching is the way forward. However, the challenge is when you have courses, perhaps like medical or engineering or even architecture, where there would have to be a lot of face-to-face or hands-on teaching and learning. Now, this is the challenge, but I'm sure being humans with values, we'll be able to overcome the challenges and improve things as we move along and adopt and adapt. So although it's conflicting now, the reports are conflicting, but stay positive, and I believe that there will be improvement. And although it may not be 100% online teaching and learning in the future, perhaps hybrid learning and teaching would be something that we will all embrace. Now, your first question was a flood of books and trainings, but still there are erosion of values. That has been, as an educator, as a lecturer, that has also been things that we have been thinking about. I wouldn't say that I will have an actual answer to that question. Now, values should be embedded into a person since they are small. Now, you cannot wait until you're in a university before values are embedded into you. And books and training, sometimes, you know, reading a book and actually, when you read a book and you are pronouncing sentences in the book, these are two different things. Or actively doing whatever is written in the book, or even for training. So I cannot, I don't think anybody except for perhaps a social scientist, I'm sure they are looking into this and they are studying this. But to me, values must start from small, and values must start at home before even the children goes to school, or even before, definitely before they get into a university. So maybe we have to relook at our own self-values, relook at how we are actually engaging with our children and how we are actually handling our children, so that the worry about erosion of values can be actually addressed. I do not know whether that answers your question, but at least that's my personal feel. Thank you.
Okay, Prof, second question, it actually a third question from another or second person. So this is from Rosalini Fernandez Chong. All right, she mentioned here, thank you for sharing, Prof. Interesting sharing on servant leadership, particularly in a crisis situation like what we are experiencing. And in learning organizations, distributed or shared leadership will be perhaps a better tool, particularly in promoting VBL. Could we have your views on this? So this is the second one. Maybe you can respond to this one first.
Yeah. Okay, I will try. Yeah, when a person becomes a leader, so-called, there are many values that the person must have already, and acquire as they go along, I'm sure. So personally, my feel is that you are only a leader, or you are only a good leader as good as your team is, or as good as your people are. So in that sense, the terminology servant leadership is apt in this case, because you are a leader to provide for, to serve, but of course to help drive, to take up the mental. So there are a lot of values that I feel as a leader or as a servant leader apart from the leadership itself, they must always remember that it is leaders who should be providing. The leaders who are supposed to be sharing whatever that they have, knowledge, be it knowledge, be it sharing of experience, sharing of wisdom, to allow for those around you who sees you as a leader to be able to be clear. Again, there's clarity there that I mentioned just now, to be clear on what would be the values that are needed for them to move together, maybe as a team, as an organization. So I feel that the word situational leader and also maybe servant leader would be good, because the supportive work culture climate would actually have a very good positive impact on any sort of situation or any sort of organization. So these are my small thoughts on this. Maybe I'm not sure if other speakers are around, but of course you are more than welcome to share your thoughts on those questions as well.
All right, okay, Prof. That's question number 3. We move on to question number 4. We have quite a number of questions, and we still have 10 minutes to go. So I think we can entertain like another 3 maybe. Right? Okay, this is from Shamsul Amri Abdul Razak from YouTube. We take this from YouTube. In UTEM's own experience, is there any wise decisions yet unpopular that university leaders had to make during the crisis? Good to learn as well. Any out of the box ideas come up. Jazakallah khairan kathira. So Prof, this one.
Yeah, I think he asked a question earlier today, right?
Yeah, he asked every session.
Oh yeah ke?
Yeah, this is quite active for participant. Thank you, by the way, Brother Shamsu Amri. If I know your title, I can just address you appropriately.
Yeah,
Prof, please.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Okay. Now I think what was the decision that we have to make, which maybe I'm not sure whether it's wise or not, but maybe a little bit unpopular. But Alhamdulillah. Now I will share with you this, where we had to make very quick decision on our operational budget. Okay, on our budget, because there was a severe cut of operational budget last year on most of the IPTAs by the ministry. So after discussing with my management team and also my bursa, we decided, how do we do this? We will have to share the burden. That means we have to cut the budget from each of the PTJ to make sure that things are enough, at least to pay for gaji and so on. But what happened was, we actually decided to engage with all the deans and all the heads of PTJs. PTJ is Pusat Tanggungjawab. Before we actually made any announcements. So we engaged with them, we explained to them, our Bendahari explained to them the situation, and we said, look, you have to help us because we have to reduce your operational budget. How can you work on, just focus on the most critical aspects of maybe teaching and learning, and try to help us to figure out how can we sustain our budget. That means we actually share with them what were the issues at hand at that point of time. And to think that it was unpopular, perhaps it was unpopular, but I think what came out of that was that everybody chipped in. Everybody worked with us. Everybody shared their thoughts. Everybody actually helped to reduce the operational activities of their own PTJs. So much so that we managed to move forward with whatever that minimal that was given to us, plus some to spare. So I thought that was on our bendahari part. It was something that was something that I was very happy with, because the engagement, although it was, the decision was, I think, something that was a very wise decision, because we decided to engage with our people before we made any announcements to cut budget and things like that. So it may be a little bit unpopular, because, as you know, everybody they have their needs, you know, to make sure that their teaching and learning exercises go ahead, and then to, you know, there are many things that, as you know, as a university, many things that they would want, but because probably of the early engagement, there was understanding, and alhamdulillah, it may be a little bit unpopular at the very beginning, but it was accepted. So I think that there is one example of probably a wise action, a little bit unpopular, but it became acceptable at the end. Thank you.
Prof, we have 5 minutes more, and there are questions still. From YouTube, this is from Mr. Kuldeep Singh. Dear Prof, as a value-based leader, how can we build resilience amongst our employees to overcome this COVID-19 pandemic crisis? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. How do we build resilience? If it is to run 100-meter dash, we practice every day. If you want to climb mountains, you practice climbing your wall. But with how do we sustain ourselves during this pandemic? Perhaps we need to communicate. I think communication is always the best answer. To make sure that we are resilient, we must always share. We try to communicate whatever that we're doing as management. We try to share as best as we can to our people, so that we are together in this. To be resilient, we tell them, even telling them things like, please take your vitamin C, please exercise, get some sunshine in the morning, please wear your mask. I think I've came up and tell people in UTM to wear your mask, to wash your hands, your 3 C's and 3 W's many times. It is never enough. And then your core values, of course. We must make sure that our core values are very clear, and we know what our core values is, so that this can then be shared and also can be accepted and also be embraced by the people. But to make sure that people are resilient, I think it's communication. Communication, empathy perhaps. But I am a driver as well, must make sure that we achieve certain targets. At the same time, we empathize. So hopefully that will enhance the resiliency of our people. Just communicate and be clear. That's my two cents worth.
Okay, Prof. There are
values.
All right. Okay, Prof. Well, we have more questions actually, but I will read to you the last 2 questions before we end our session, and one comment. So I just read through the comment. Yeah, one comment and another two last questions in hand now, but there are more coming. All right. So the comment here is from Datuk Hamidun Abdul Hamid. Is taken from YouTube. Yeah. He mentioned here, this is a comment, we can say, perhaps we have to balance up the cognitive heavy, this one is the cognitive heavy experiential memory of our leaders with good behavior and community-based problem solving in effective doses. So this one is his comment. Maybe we can share with you later by the Secretariat. Yeah? And then another last 2 questions, maybe you can just wrap up of that. This is from Dr. Suhaimi Muhammad Sharif, also taken from YouTube. Assalamualaikum, Professor Datuk. university leaders are given autonomy to manage their universities, right? Do you still have to do you still have to adhere to the directives of MOHI? Okay, and I would say the last question for now, from Nur Azizah Ismail, TNCPI. It is mentioned on the question there. It's also taken from YouTube. Prof, we have many leaders who are very good in planning, but a big challenge in execution. What is your comment on this? So these two. Prof, over to you.
Wah, nakal soalan tu I wonder if Datuk Tan Sri just now received such questions. Tak ada Okay, university has always been told that we have autonomy, but I would like to call it gated autonomy ataupun autonomi berpagar, because as public universities, we are still bound by some garis panduan and statutes of the MOH, and of course being a public university whereby almost 90% at the moment of our operational budget is from the government, we still have to adhere to MOHI and also MOF especially. So that's to answer your question in a short and sweet manner lah. Jadi we can call, if you want to, the take home message is kita ni we are autonomi berpagar ataupun gated autonomy lah. And then the second one is that's something quite sad lah. We are Malaysians perhaps are known as being very good at planning and also to develop books, garis panduan and all that. We are a little bit lacking in monitoring. So this is something that we have to do, and we have to quickly get the culture in, whereby when you plan and when you do things, you must always look at the deliverables. So maknanya even for our lecturers, for our students, when they have things that they want to do, they must also think of what would be the deliverables that they're supposed to be giving or to be putting back. And and the authorities probably need to do a little bit more on the monitoring and maybe think of ways how to make sure that the deliverables that have been promised are delivered accordingly. It's a challenge because sometimes you're very busy planning, you forgot about the monitoring, but inshallah I think those things it's just a matter of balancing between the planning and the monitoring. We do need to enhance that in order to make sure that our people kadang-kadang these are the things like KPIs. When you talk about we do not want to go into that, but these are the things. Kadang-kadang when you talk about KPIs, you need to monitor, but then it becomes something negative or something bad. What is your KPI? People ask, what is it that you promised to deliver but you have not delivered yet? But it becomes a bad word. So I think we have to really balance and make people understand why is it that it is important. Dalam Islam pun kata kan, bila kita dah buat janji tu, tunaikanlah janji. Janji tu kita kena cuba pegang. So as administrators, you have to make sure that after you have planned, we try our best to monitor and make sure that whatever been promised will be delivered, insyaAllah. Saya rasa itu saja kot kan.
Okay, insyaAllah Prof. So ada je tapi kita we will have to end here. By the way, soalan-soalan nakal-nakal tu biasalah kan, anak-anak macam anak-anak dia nakal pada mak, pada bapak ni dia takut sikit. Yes. Alright Prof. Anyway, so it is now 3 p.m. and we should end here to continue with the next session, Prof. And the Secretariat will work on getting more questions posted to you for your response. And by the way, Prof, there are actually requests for the Secretariat to share your slides with the participants. So is it okay for you?
Sure, boleh.
Alright, thank you very much. If you don't mind, then the Secretariat will contact you for the copy of your slides. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, so that is the end of our session with Datuk Raha. Thank you very much. It's indeed an experience listening to your talk, and thank you also to the participants for still being with us. And even though that the number is quite, seems that we can see the decrease of the number, but no worries. This is recorded. You can just still, go through the afternoon session, through the YouTube channel. And but also, I humbly request for everyone to make sure that you write your name and where you are from. Yeah, it is best if you can write your title so I can address you appropriately for the questions. And for now, let us move on to the next session with Yang Berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail, Ibn Sina chairholder for IIUM. Prof. Asma will talk on becoming an exemplary value-based leader. But before that, let me introduce you to Yang Berbahagia Professor Datuk Dr. Asma. Is Prof. Asma? Okay. Let me read through Dr. Asma biodata. Where is it? Oh, a glitch. Okay. Just take a break for the technical. This is not problem, by the way. It's just something we need to. Oh, kecilnya. Okay. All right. Alhamdulillah, managed to retrieve it, by the way. So this is all about online. So thank you to COVID-19. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, Professor Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail is a woman of many firsts. Okay, many firsts. FIRSTS. Number 1. Okay, she was the first female Vice Chancellor of University Science Islam Malaysia, USIM, in 2012, and the first female Vice Chancellor of University Science Malaysia, my alma mater, USM 2016 to 2019, making her the first woman to be appointed twice as the Vice Chancellor of a public university. What success, And she had served as the country's first female Director General of Higher Education, 2014 to 2016, another first, and is currently the first female President of Academy of Sciences Malaysia, 2016-2022. We are really proud of you, Prof. Okay, she also served as the first female to be chairperson of the Malaysian Qualification Agency, MQA, 1st January 2019 to 31st December 2021. Her current position is as the Ibn Sina Chair for Medicine at UIAM, International Islamic University Malaysia, of course, from 2020 to 2022. She also serves as an honorary professor at the Institute for Research in Molecular Medicine, USM, and Associate Research Fellow at the Biotechnology Research Institute, University Malaysia, Sabah. Her educational background includes having a Bachelor of Science in Biology from the University of Nevada, USA, Masters in Microbiology from Indiana University, USA, and a PhD in Cellular and Molecular Biology from UNR. Prof. Datuk Asma has initiated scientific discoveries that have led to the attainment of 14 patents and commercialization of the rapid diagnostic test for typhoid called Typhidot. Pardon me if I pronounce it wrongly, which was advocated by WHO. As a researcher, she has published 131 papers, received more than 213 awards and recognitions, presented more than 425 papers, including 376 invited talks, plenaries, and 48 keynotes, both at the national and international platforms. She was elected to the Academy of Sciences Malaysia in 2003, the Academy of Sciences for the Developing World TWAS in 2010, and the Islamic World Academy of Sciences in 2016. The list goes on, which includes her contribution and participations in the national and international platforms, of course. Yeah, and her landmark contributions to Malaysia's higher education system include the establishment of the prestigious National Academic Award, Anugerah Akademik Negara (AAN), the establishment of research universities in Malaysia, and also development and Malaysian Education Blueprint, Higher Education 2013 to 2025. For this and other achievements, she received an honorary Doctor of Science from the University of Glasgow in 2013, Indiana University's Thomas Hart Benton Murray Medallion in 2015, honorary degree Doctor of the University Keele University, and honorary doctorate in literature from Kyoto University of Foreign Studies, KUFS, in 2017 respectively. In 2018, she was awarded the Tokoh Sri Kandi National Award Academy and Tokoh Maulidi Rasul National Level in 2019 for her outstanding contribution and being an exemplary figure in the field of higher education, research and innovation, and policy on science and technology locally and abroad. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you Professor Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail. Over to you, Datuk.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and salam sejahtera. Thank you, Sharizat, for the kind introduction. First of all, I also would like to acknowledge IUM and ACAP for organizing this particular conference, and I think it's high time that we start to talk about values-based education and values-based leadership. I think this morning, most of us listened to Tan Sri Zul's talk, and I've always said that if you ever have a Tan Sri Zul's talk, that the rest of the panelists doesn't sound so good after that. I've always called him the conscience of higher education, and basically when he has something to say, it's always something very important that I think everybody is always thought-provoking. And the question then is, how do you do it? How do you deliver that in your own university or in your own organization? So let me now share my thoughts on becoming an exemplary values internalized leader. At the very beginning, when I see the word values-based, I thought that sometimes when we talk about values, right? Values-based can be rather superficial, can be lip service, and that what is values today because you happen to be working with this organization and then change overnight as you start working with another organization. But if it's values internalized, then that's something different. That guides you to the true north each time. So that's why I thought that my title and what I want to talk about today will be becoming an exemplary values internalized leader. Let me begin by saying that the world is changing at an incredible speed, and we all need to face change in order to stay relevant. And to be an exemplary leader, you need to understand the big picture in order to understand your role in it. And we are all, as you know, living in a world that is changing all the time, and we have facing many unknowns like climate change, accelerating pace of change to the digital age, the disruptive technologies brought by Industry 4.0, global competition due to globalization, global economic crisis, and the big word now is COVID-19 pandemic. Whatever it is, it has created a disruptive change in our lives, in a livelihood, and of course, to higher education. And as been said by many, COVID-19 has created an unprecedented global crisis because for the first time, we were faced with an unknown with no prior reports or study to refer to. But it has taught us many lessons, and it is also an extraordinary catalyst for change and has placed greater emphasis for the need of innovation. And another lesson learned is that finally the world is listening to science and asking science for sustainable and ethical solutions, not simply just solutions, but sustainable and ethical solutions. An innovation-based economy driven by science, technology, innovation is imperative for the country's socio-economic growth, for the country's resilience and competitiveness, especially if the country is undergoing an economic recovery plan post-COVID-19. To put a face to technology, of to put a face of humanity to STI. The new national policy on STI 2021 to 2030 and the 1010 My STIE Science, Technology, Innovation, Economy Framework by ASM, Academy Science Malaysia, for the first time link STI to socio-economy. And this particular framework is very much values laden, where technology is used to now provide solutions to SDG and to answer the problems of humanity. And some of the positive outcomes of COVID-19, COVID has highlighted the need of participatory leadership, where the various team members are empowered to give opinion. This is Majlis Keselamatan Negara and making consensus decisions for the country. And because at this time in our era, we can no longer work in silos. We are also seeing civic heroism among our health and social care workers, the bus, the delivery drivers, the shop assistants, all these people who deliver your Lazada and your Shopee online things that you order. So these are ordinary people who have demonstrated extraordinary leadership in making sacrifices on behalf of all of us who usually stay at home trying to stay safe. And they also show social solidarity to combat COVID-19. And we see scientists, as Raha had mentioned just now, about shared responsibility by repurposing our labs to better understand the virus. And we see our engineers in the various universities repurpose their design and production facilities to provide the much needed PPE, personal protective equipment, the face shields, etc. But we also see an enhanced collaboration and the sharing of knowledge in a global race to develop this vaccine, the diagnostics and the therapeutics against COVID-19. And as soon as people make any discovery on it, the knowledge is shared even before publication. And this is something new. Usually you want your KPI, you want to publish first before that. But now people are sharing this information regardless of the KPI. And suddenly in the crisis that is there faced by COVID-19, as we face COVID-19, KPI no longer becomes important to solve the problem of humanity. These things that you measure, as what Tan Sri Zul had mentioned, this is evidence-based, that it is no longer important, but what becomes important now is the intangibles or the values now rise to the occasion. And the civic spiritedness, the spirit of shared responsibility, the spirit of collaboration, social solidarity, are all the positive outcomes that I think should not be just limited because we face COVID-19. It has to be extended beyond COVID-19 crisis. And this is the spirit, ladies and gentlemen, that we need to teach our future generation, the concepts of good citizenry and values-based education, as has been stated in the higher education blueprint and also in the Falsafah Pendidikan Negara, as mentioned by Tan Sri Zul. Essentially, in the higher education blueprint, Shift 1 guarantees the future generation of Malaysia that nurturing of learned values-based talents that are balanced between knowledge and character. And as I said, this is also there in the national education policy. So to teach values-based to the future generation, the leadership of the universities and the leadership and of course the university ecosystem have also to be entrenched in values. So that's why I said, if this is the case, then just saying it to be values-based can be rather superficial, but internalizing values becomes more sustainable. So perhaps we can change to, instead of VBL to VIL, values internalized leadership. The question then is that after listening to what Tan Sri Zul has to say, going from weird to wiser, the question is, how relevant is values in today's higher education? Is it going to make Malaysia competitive? If we start losing thoughts about ranking, are we going to still be recognized worldwide? Are we still going to be the international education hub? So if we talk about future talent, we say that today's educators are preparing students for jobs that is not yet that doesn't yet exist, using technologies not yet invented to solve problems not yet identified. This has been said by the senior VP of Boeing in 2008. And today, ladies and gentlemen, is the era of convergence. The merger between information technology and biotechnology revolution has created the biggest tsunami, I think, in our lives and livelihood. And the future is about negotiating VUCA, as you know, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity. But to face VUCA, this is where we need to prepare individuals with strong values. And the 21st century skills have said that our education system should provide a better, not just teaching, but a better learning experience, right? A better learning experience, which includes experiential learning a lot, right? It's just not just teachings in the classroom, it also requires experiential learning because, as the proverb says, it takes a whole village to educate a child. So we see the 21st century skills as learning innovation skill, digital literacy skills, career and life skills. All these need to be there. And basically, when faced with Industry 4.0, with all the disruptive technologies, with all the unknown, what exactly can we leave behind to the students? Because whatever technology that we teach today is going to be blasé 3 years from now. And so basically what's there is that we have to train the student with the intangibles, to be flexible, to be adaptable, to be agile, to respond to change. This is what we are teaching the students. And tomorrow is also about collaborative economy and the sharing of information, especially with the digital era. And therefore, in order to share information, in order to collaborate, first thing, you must have trust. And this is the problem, as Klaus Schwab had mentioned, with the advent of Industry 4.0, is about people and values. It's not so much about the technology. We've been so into the technology of it, but in short, it's not about the technology. The biggest global issue is the continued erosion of trust, as what has been said by the questions posed to Professor Raha just now. This is the thing that we need now to address. And therefore, before this gets on worse, perhaps we should now be inculcating values in our education system, and the policies that we make for higher education in order to train future generation. And what do the industries say about this? This is a study done by LinkedIn that showed that our Malaysian graduates are technically, academically all right. But the current focus that they need is the soft skills. We need to improve on our students is the soft skills and the 21st century skills. So basically, it is again back to the intangibles, because even the industry agrees now to this particular need. So what do we do? So the Malaysian higher education are constantly aligning and realigning and making the changes in order to be able to cope with the change. And we have gone from PSPTN to Malaysia Higher Education Blueprint. We have now seen flexible education to redesigning higher education to now humanizing education 4.0. All that has been done. So blueprints are there, you know. The question is implementation, of course. So what happens if we don't get directives from the top, right? If KPT do not give further instructions to unlock policy, to tell us the direction of where we're going to go, what happens? What if we were given autonomy, as they say, gated at that? But there are many things that is, even though with gated autonomy, there are many things that is within the control of the leadership that has not yet been expressed in the true form. And what if the university leadership was given the autonomy to lead and make decisions on how to nurture Malaysia's future generation? The question then is that, do we have the leaders with enough courage to now know what does it take to move the university and train the future generation of Malaysia? So blueprints are there, but it is only a framework. Implementation and how you interpret the framework is very important. So the question then is, do our leaders understand what needs to be done, and do they have what it takes to make sure this happens? So if we're looking at this, the Malaysia's future generation, if we are going to go for values, unity in diversity, having global mindset and global citizenry, so it's about, we would want our future generation to be knowledgeable, to be values internalized. That means, yes, it's not about coming to university and have it, but it's still better than not having it at all. So that at least the 4 years of undergraduate, masters and PhD, you have values internalized. And at the same time, equipped with competency and 21st century skills that are balanced and harmonious with the intercultural competency, respect and understand others rather than the word tolerate. And this is the concept that we are saying, that in all of the standards of higher education that we advocated to in terms of MQA, the word intercultural competency is not there as part of the standards, because unity is unique to us. We are a multiracial country. So basically, although we follow everybody, there is some things that we need to have that is our own. And that is what Falsafah Pendidikan Negara is all about. And that this is something that we need to bring back. And we even propose the concept of Insan Sejahtera, because this is something that is uniquely Malaysian, perhaps, with the balance between balance between knowledge and character, and with intercultural competency. And the future also requires our students to have global mindset and be a global citizen without losing our national identity, jati diri. This is very important, and our students need to be trained to be comfortable in new environments, especially when change is about to happen at a rapid rate. And unity in diversity is very important for nation building and to be part of a collaborative economy in this country and also in the world. So graduates, according to the blueprint, instead of following what the market wants, perhaps we need to now create job creators and change the market, becoming not just a consumer of technology, but the producer of technology, to make that change and also to become change makers. But more important, we need graduates that care about humanity. And this is where the Falsafah Pendidikan Negara is still very much relevant, and it is also, and the Malaysian Higher Education Blueprint is also in line with the Falsafah Pendidikan Negara, with the exception of the word sejahtera. Sejahtera is not mentioned in the Malaysian Higher Education, and this is something that we need to also address. So if we're looking into a new paradigm shift, perhaps this is where we need to learn, unlearn, relearn, co-learn and co-create what is Malaysia's values-based education. This is something that we also need to look into, and perhaps this is the time for change. This is what COVID-19 is all about. It gave us an opportunity to make a change. It gave us an opportunity to reset higher education. COVID-19 has caused digital inequality in education with online learning. It also caused lack of campus life, because campus life is part and parcel of experiential learning that make the values and character of the student. So, and without that, the campus looks dead. And of course, the intercultural competency with the coming on board of the international students matters in developing our future generations. So in view of this, universities need to innovate and collaborate and invent and redefine, address the gaps that we now see to effectively meet these challenges of making education accessible to all. In 2014, 2015, when we released the blueprint, we already say Trust 9, globalized online learning needs to be there. And it's sure enough, COVID-19 has accelerated it faster than lightning. But we are caught with the pants down because we didn't think about, we didn't put into effect the infrastructure that is needed. But then again, this is what science and technology is all about, isn't it? Why are we depending so much on the internet? Commonwealth countries who are poor are still doing online learning, but they have other alternative platforms. So perhaps we should also be looking at that. And this is a time to ensure curriculum is addressing humanistic values-based, showing integration of knowledge between the arts and humanities, science, technology, combined with experiential learning and even spirituality. And perhaps we should also start to have interdisciplinary components or integrated knowledge that strengthen our understanding of providing solution for global problems, for connecting whatever we are learning with SDG, with climate change, with appreciation of local values and global values. Perhaps this is also the time to perform impact-driven research so that knowledge generated can now be benefited by the rakyat. So maybe it's time for us to maybe look at the higher education hub that is with a difference for Malaysia. And this might be the selling point for people to come and study in Malaysia, because at the end of the day, university is supposed to have these 3 R, respected, to be referred, to be relevant. But we can be relevant to the private sector by being values driven. We can be relevant to society by being values driven. Why can't we become a hybrid that is high tech as well as high touch, to have values driven learning and research excellence there in all the universities? So if we were to move towards this agenda, this calls for leadership transformation at every level of the university. So now I come into the concept of leadership. Now, being a leader has always a gender attached to it. You know, is he a male or female leader or vice chancellor? But leadership is actually gender neutral, right? So the topic of leadership has generated 640 million. This is yesterday's search, 640 million results with 735 million results on what is the definition of leadership alone. So what it says, ladies and gentlemen, is that our understanding of leadership remains incomplete despite decades of research. So when you call all these people, panelists, to give their thoughts, they're actually giving their experience, their values into what this leadership is all about. At the end of the day, when you become the speaker tomorrow, you must decide your own path of what this leadership is all about. So the definition of leadership is many and varied, but suffice to say that everyone is a leader with the responsibility to lead humankind or the organization to the right path. I think that's the key word, the true north, to the right path. And leadership is the ability to lead, to motivate and inspire people to produce results. And to do that, the ability to articulate clearly and being charismatic is important. People to understand where you want to lead them and for people to share your vision, right? So even though all of us are individual leaders in our own micro environment, among us, there are leaders of the leaders. There are professors of the professors, right? So these are the individuals that need to be nurtured to essentially move from individual leadership to team leadership and eventually to organizational leadership, or to be a university leader, and end game to be a public intellectual. So values internalized leadership is leadership style that build on shared values of both the leader and the team. And it's not just about the leader, it's about the growth and positive change that the leader can bring while working with others. And this is done by building shared values and norms among the members of the organization that are believed and infused strongly together. If you talk about shared values, it's important that the values of organization is in sync also with your personalized values. Because if you do that, then we are working in sync, we are working together, we are rowing the boat together to get out of the harbor. But if the values of the organization is not in sync to your personal values, then you see this boat turning over and over again and you cannot get out of the harbor. So the underlying principle of developing values-based mindset is essentially to build good relationship, right, between the leader and the team. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is not an easy job, because the leader must lead the values. That's why I say it's got to be internalized and not just lip service, because you can tell everybody this is the values, but at the end of the day, you do something else. You tell everybody needs to fly economy, you travel with business class. So basically, a leader must internalize the core values and implement it by relating effectively with the members of the organization, and to establish these value internalized examples by words that you say, by deeds that you do, by the policies that you now have. So, and to achieve success, basically you do all this to built a meaningful relationship, because then you become a role model that people aspire to, that people will also like to emulate. So let me give you an example of my visit to the Islamic University of Gontor. Their values is simple. Hidup itu hanya sekali, biarlah ia berarti. You only live once. Let it be a meaningful one. Wow, that's it. You don't have to, sometimes when you start thinking about taglines for the university, you worry about, did I mention technology? Did I mention this? Did I mention that? At the end of the day, you worry about all those things, so you end up having something that is that people need to memorize to understand what it is. But to say you only live once, let it be a meaningful one. And their shared values or behavior patterns very simple. Wakafkan masa, wakafkan ilmu. Wow. When I see this, I say, oh, this is a totally different organization. Whatever they do, change will happen in the world. Yes, we have to adapt to change, but stand by your principle. That means whatever it is, you live only once, let it be a meaningful one. And how they deliver it? By they wakafkan masa, they donate their time, they donate their knowledge to make sure things happen. So as a result, operational expenses is not the main problem of this particular university, because if you say wakafkan masa and wakafkan ilmu, you'll be teaching people, the seniors be teaching the juniors. There's no such thing as what's in it for me, how much are you paying, how much is the GRA, how much is the allowance. All these things are questions that people are asking because we don't have internalized values. So this is what I'm trying to say. Maybe we should see this kind of change. So as I said, change around. 21st century, 22nd century, you're going to see change. Change is inevitable. And to be an agent of change, we need effective, values internalized leaders who are ready to make these meaningful changes. So as you journey towards organizational leadership, that means from individual to now organizational leadership, many now become to have aspirations of becoming a dean or director or TNC or even the vice chancellor or rector. Now, becoming a VC or top management of university is not quite the same as becoming a CEO or top management of a company. Basic difference, a company's bottom line is profits. A public university is about shaping the minds of the future generation. And it's also, now they have asked the public university also to be entrepreneurial, but a public university have to deal with iconic professors and the brightest academics in the country, that when you say jump, they don't say how high, they ask you why. Why should I jump? So these are the things that is different in the public university. So to be a leader among leaders in the university, especially a public one, you have to gain respect. What Aretha Franklin's song, if you don't remember Aretha Franklin, RESPCT. So this is something that we need to have. And a VC or top management is a leader that will bring purpose with meaning. So of course, you want to set direction. This is what every corporate leader says, set the direction so that everybody is clear. But let it be purpose with meaning. So the university and use the vast knowledge and wisdom to now ensure the university does good for humanity and help in nation building. Now this position is loaded with courage, with responsibility, with accountability and a positive influencer. So to be the #1 top management of university, to be a top management, you need to ask if you have what it takes to be one, right? So if you cannot lead by example, then don't lead at all, because it's going to cause havoc and frustration to the rest of the members in the university. To have what it takes, essentially you have to go through the step-by-step of leadership training. You have to gather experiential learning. You need to now move to wisdom, all right? And there is also a possibility of creating a competency framework for this. But whatever I'm trying to say is that there are no shortcuts. To be a leader that is wise, with wisdom, you have to climb the ladder step by step. Well, some people cannot wait. They have political connections, they want the shortcut, they want to be the #1 today. Yes, you can be, but you will falter if wisdom and competency to lead is not there, and you think people cannot see that, people can see through that very fast. Because like I said, in the university, they are full of very intelligent people. So basically, people may obey you because you are the number one, but you do not get respect. So if you now want to move the organization, you need to have the respect of the people, and that I think is very important. So what are the key traits of being a values-based or values internalized leader? First of all is self-reflection. And values internalized leaders take time each day to reflect on their own recent decisions and motivations to discover what really matters to them, what are their principles and values, right? And these strong leaders always have the willingness to assess themselves in these areas and to honestly diagnose the truth. This is their weakness, this is what they need to improve on, and so on and so forth. But most important, I think also that they need self-confidence. I think all leaders, they all tend to have, they become leaders, right? So basically they are organizational leader. They must have self-confidence. But values-based leader always understand that some leaders are better than them. So that it is okay not to be very okay. It's okay, right? But a lot of the times, you do not want to have clever people around you because then you see them as a threat, and this is not on. Right? So, and because it is also okay to now say to yourself, hello, I'm learning, I'm continuously learning, I'm continuously evolving. So it is okay to surround the leadership with those who complement your weakness and skills. So that it is, what's important is the organization and not just about you. It's about we making sure the university becomes great. The other one is humility. So good leaders understand who they are, where they come from, and that to understand that they are no different than the people who work for them. So there's no room for arrogance here. And basically, you need to be approachable, all right? And the leaders believe that the employees hold as much value to the organization as they do, and therefore they need to nurture their team and ensure that they are well taken care of for the work that they do. And they also need to be positive influence, right? Because they must be the excellent role models and examples that people aspire to, and other employees often feel encouraged and want to emulate the values-based leader because of their personal values and organizational values are in sync. Because then you say, oh, I so admire what you do, I so want to be what you have said and what you have done. So this will improve overall the quality of work throughout the organization. In the leadership concept, can be someone in front and follow behind. So the Malay word is a ketua, or someone who work together as a team to join hands and move things together in unison, or as a pemimpin. So there are two Malay words that is quite apt to this. So if you are a pemimpin, then you know, you are the VC, you are the dean, you are the director, you are the registrar, but you're also part of the team. So what's wrong with doing this together, as what I say. So people must trust you to lead the shared values and be part of your vision. So basically, people are watching you and they will believe what you do rather than what you say. All right, because what you say can be done in speeches and you become a good orator, but at the end of the day, they don't respect you because you don't follow what you say. And therefore, to be in a values-based or values internalized higher education ecosystem, you need to earn your credibility. You have to lead by example and be the role model. So, and of course, there are many types of leadership, and this calls for situations and maturity at the various levels of the university. You may need to be authoritative in the very beginning when you're formulating a university, but a university like an RU that is more than 50 years old, perhaps participatory leadership is more important rather than authoritative. But then again, leadership is fluid, right? Depends on the situation, depends on the times. You hit with COVID, this is something that is unprecedented. So all this now starts to switch again in terms of leadership, depending on the situation. So in times of emergency or adversity, you can consult, but at the end of the day, you must have the courage to make the call. So that's also important. And basically, when you want to operationalize the leadership in a values internalized organization, you have to lead with courage in times of change and crisis in which controversy arises, as what Professor Raha said, okay, in terms of UTM, how they built the crisis team to handle COVID-19. But this is important because this is where you expand opportunities. You don't see that as a threat, you see this as an opportunity by encouraging collaboration and innovation through shared values within the community and create proactive cultures that increase the overall value seen by the stakeholders and therefore allow you to get your goals done. And more important, when you set the direction, clearly provide purpose with meaning. People will always respond to meaning. Because that will be the impetus that will let them get up early in the morning and do work because they believe in that particular purpose with meaning. So this will allow members to reflect on the shared values of the university in every decision they make and also to carry out the task given. I mean, the Apex University at USM, we say that helping the people of the bottom billion. You can pull any driver in USM and he will say the same thing. Helping people of the bottom billion. So everybody has their own way of helping people of the bottom billion, but whatever it is making their life meaningful by doing so. So, and the other thing, when you hit leadership position, place personal priority under others. Because, you know, a leader to me, even though you are a young leader, should not be hungry because a lot of information come to your table, a lot of possible attachment, possible scholarship because you happen to be an associate professor who is dean. You aspire to be a professor and a dean. But bottom line, you know, are you going to use this particular information because it comes to your table first to move you, or do you give it to others first? So when you hold this position, you have to let it go. You cannot afford to be hungry. And this is the sacrifice that you have to make as a leader. And improve individuals, like I said, by investing in the education and development of all the stakeholders in your organization. And leadership is about teamwork. And so to be a great leader, you need the cooperation and the buy-in of everyone in the organization to move the university upward. So this is what I mean. You need time to build relationship with your team or organizational members. And studies have shown that leadership that does it by consultative discussions with the stakeholders, with your deans, with your team members. These are very important because, you know, this is a different world today. People want to be given a chance to help and improve the organization. Everybody wants to feel a sense of belonging to that organization. So they must feel that they are part of the university and that you consider their thoughts in helping to build the future of the university. So this is where you need to unite people around that shared vision. And this is what we term as participatory leadership that has been correlated with better organizational performance and a better job satisfaction among the staff. Because, I mean, face it, change is inevitable, but you to make now, you know, every time a new leader comes in, there will be a new framework, a new purpose, a new everything because somebody wants to leave a legacy. But you got to listen to the people before you make change for the sake of change, right? And but whatever change you do, it must be important to move the university ahead, but stand by the shared values of the university. So you can attain buy-in, very important, or consensus by engagement, by discussing, by empowering, and create framework around the shared vision in order to allow for creativity and implementing of that framework. So don't tell everybody to do everything. You just create the framework and allow the deans or the directors at their level to now be creative in trying to implement the framework. So the word empowerment on a shared vision is therefore very important to make people feel the sense of belonging and that they are capable of making together, capable of making the university great. So when you are doing this empowerment, that's when you as a leader will now find who are the potential leaders, who are the next layer, and then give them jobs that place round pegs in round holes. This is another important trait that the leader need to have, right? The ability to now place people in the right positions. The next one, when you internalize these values, we are talking about empowerment, right? Empowerment is influencing people by providing what is the purpose, what is the direction and motivation while operating to accomplish the mission and improve the organization in total. So by having empowerment, as I said, it will build confidence in people to now say, when the top leader gives empowerment to the dean gives empowerment to the division heads give empowerment to everyone down the line. So it builds confidence and allows people to think that their thinking, their thoughts, their opinion is being considered in delivering the mission of the university. So this creates the trust in the organization, and along the way will create new layers of future leaders. So as much as a leader is a good communicator, I say, it's very important that the leader can articulate, can express themselves, because people need to understand what is it you want out of them, but it's also very important that you shut up once in a while and be a good listener. And there's nothing worse than a leader that goes on and have no time to listen to what the people is trying to say, to the point they can't even interject your statement. So you need to listen and to agree or in making the decision. And when you agree to agree, I mean, everybody can put their case, why they say yay, why they say nay. They can put their case, but at the end of the day, the consensus decision matters. So even if the consensus decision does not go in line with your personal thoughts, you still have to follow, because this is the majority's decision. And you also need to make sure that policies now follow to allow the consensus decisions to be taking place, to have it realized. So ensure that university policies address the mandate on what has been agreed upon. And very important, administer with heart. I think this is very important, that you be open and you are caring and be there for your people. This concept of turun padang, don't tell me that you are so busy, you have no time to see what's going down on the ground. And I think leaders like this, they are just in their rooms and they don't really know what's happening on the ground, and therefore they cannot create an impact if they are not action oriented. Just like you want to have empathy, sympathy, compassion, whatever you want to talk about humanizing, but if you're still at your chair, it's not going to happen. That's why the blueprint has already said, do experiential learning. Community engagement is there to make sure you know on the ground what's happening. So whatever it is, administer with heart and turun padang, so that you now know who are the workers and who are doing this lip service for you and who are the yes men. And issue letters of appreciation, because every person deserves a pat on the back. It doesn't matter where you are the TNC or you are the dean, everybody deserves a pat on the back. So what is the keyword? Recognition. And recognition goes a long way, right? To be a leader, okay, you must have the courage and the commitment, and only then can you speak with wisdom and be the voice of reason. So the question then, how do I start to become a better, good leader? Basically, leadership can be learned. I mean, everyone can be a leader, but leadership can be learned. And take on the worst assignments at work. The more you take on, the more you learn, because the more exposure, the more mistakes you make, the more you learn. So basically, find a problem and volunteer to solve it. And it's okay to make mistakes, but you will learn from it. And you will learn by observing, you will learn by reading, you will learn by listening. You can listen to all these panelists talking and to the lectures and the seminars. They will give you good information, but you still need practice to develop your leadership skills. So learners learn by doing, through experience, and not just by mere words, right? So when you reflect on your experience, your mistakes makes, and you can adapt that accordingly. That's why I say experiential learning is very important in creating good leaders. And does leadership of the university matter? Yes, because he or she is the influencer that can make or break the difference in the rise and fall of the university. And he or she can also determine whether you get job satisfaction or not for the academics, especially even for the staff, because he's doing something that is against your personal values, then you also do not get job satisfaction. So an influencer is the voice of reason, and that voice of reason that people turn to is because of wisdom, because of experience. So the VC must be a transformational leader that speaks with the voice of reason, that is articulate, that is charismatic. But unfortunately, VCs, president, rectors come and go, and deans come and go, and sometimes you have a good dean, sometimes you have a lousy dean. But those of us who stay, because these leaders come and go, but those of us who stay will determine the destiny of the university. So that is why shared values are very important to maintain the sustainability or DNA of that particular university. So it's important that when given a chance to be a leader, ask the question, what can I do to make a meaningful difference? And do not change just because you want to leave a legacy. Always when a new leader comes in, sekali bah, sekali pasir berubah. And basically do not change just because you want to leave a legacy. Write on the positive impacts, because Rome was never built in a day. All right. So as a leader, we must be trustworthy, we must have integrity and take responsibility and accountability till the last minute. So, and as a leader, it's very important that you make informed decisions. And that's why with the advent of digital technology, you have all this artificial intelligence and data analytics at your fingertips. Use them well, because you need this data to now make informed decisions, right? But you also need to show the skills and competency about your team, because you can have all this, but your team doesn't know how to analyze. They just give you data. No good. You have to also ask a pendaftar, what does it mean, right? So these things among the assistant registrars, they now need to learn also what is how they should interpret the data to give it to top management in order to make a informed decision. So show values and wisdom to lead with understanding of the rapid change in the world, and this is where wisdom comes from, experiential learning. Now I want to touch base, because I know probably Samsul Amri will be asking this question again. Beyond the call of duty, post-retirement, right? What happens after you retire? So a lot of people don't talk about this. It's like, oh, it's only among people who work for the university. But people who retire also have a role to play. So it is common knowledge that at 60, we all retire as academics. And due to economic constraints, most of us are not called back to serve the university, even for free. Right? Even for free, they are not asking us to come back. So in most universities in UK or the US, professors do not retire. They decide when to quit. So if you allow all these people to go off at 60, don't worry, tomorrow is going to be you. So basically, imagine the wisdom loss. If one professor has 30 years invested in the university, you lose 5 professors in 1 year. Is 30 times 5. It's 150 years of wisdom gone from that university. So imagine the top brains in the country that can no longer do research for society or for industry. This is the time when they no longer can hold posts. No problem, but bring them in, because they are the icons who can now be the research leader to supervise the graduate students, either science-based or professional-based, right? So if most Nobel laureates are all above 60, would Malaysia ever see a Nobel laureate if we don't change the status quo? So after retirement, many of us are absorbed by the private universities and asked to teach, right? Because private universities don't have the luxury of the labs that research universities would have. Our wisdom in teaching the subject is now changed from a public university to now another group of students called the private universities. But to start a research lab from scratch, this is not an easy feat, and we will lose many research leaders by our short-sightedness and allowing money, which is, lack of money, operational expenses is not there. That is the job of the Vice Chancellor, to find money, but to preserve wisdom. So basically, allowing money to take control and control leadership rather than values. And I think this is the short-sightedness that we now see, but if we don't change it, it's going to be forever. Malaysia will probably not have a Nobel laureate. And this is why wisdom in leadership is so very important. So not many of us are top leaders in university. Just how many positions are there? But many of us, upon retirement, are iconic domain expert. We're expert in our field, especially people from the RUs. They have shown so much high impact factor papers, high age index, high citation that they have. So what happened to them at 60, right? So if you do not hold a position in Malaysia, if you do not hold a position in university, would you be lost in transit? Would maybe people of ACAP remember you exist? So do you get invited to give talks or share your experience because of the position? So first question, when you get invited to give talks, is it because of the position you hold, or is it because you are a thought leader, right? So in Malaysia, you need to, unfortunately, you need to hold position to be recognized. You need to be, basically in Malaysia, it's not your fault. The system does it. You will be removed from the system when you no longer hold an administrative position. This system if in the admin, especially in the admin system, once you're no longer TNC, once you're no longer VC, it's just out of the system. So in the admin system, being called back into the system may be seen as a threat to the new top management. So in values-based leadership, what did I say? Self-confidence is very important. It is okay not to be very okay. So it is also okay to surround yourself with very okay people, because that will complement your weakness and actually move the organization. So it's time that we recognize that leadership is a journey, and the end game is to be a public intellectual. That means your ACAP is teaching you about individual leadership, and then moving you to team leadership, and then stop at organizational leadership. Why stop there? Because this is where we say, okay, what are the professors in the country for? They are supposed to be thought leaders. They are supposed to be public intellectuals that can now talk about policies, that can talk about industry, how to be industry relevant with values, how to be society relevant with values. These are the kind of things we want to now have. You know, how many people are like Tan Sri Zul? So we have to have more of those people as public intellectuals, right? So as we now move to the next era, as academics, I don't think we finish there when we retire. I think we retire ourselves, right? So as we achieve self-actualization, we need to find ways to contribute back to society. And this is where I say champion a cause. Champion a cause. And this is a time for us to give back to society. Donate your time, wakafkan masa, and wakafkan ilmu, your expertise, your knowledge, your experience in determining now how even the futures of education, how we want to move about it. Because, you know, as the line goes, you only live once, so make it a meaningful one. So basically, I end by saying, if you talk about leadership, success is not counted by how high you have climbed, but by how many people you brought with you. So that, to me, is a mantra for an exemplary, values internalized leader. So with that, thank you very much. Back to you, Shahzad.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Thank you very much. Yeah, since morning, Prof. Yeah, we only when we listened to your talk, we heard about Lazada and Shopee. So we have missed that for half a day. By the way, you mentioned about Gontor just now, Prof. Just to share with you that just before the total lockdown in March 2020, a group of administrators from IIUM had the opportunity to visit Gontor, and we are so mesmerized with the giving back concept in Gontor. Inshallah, we'll try our level best to practice the wakaf concept here in IIUM, and even we actually slowly you know, practicing it. Yeah, we have a wakaf time, even wakaf knowledge, where the group of lecturers who now teach one of our core course in IIUM without payment, right? Okay, they just teach, and that is their wakaf knowledge and wakaf time at the same time. Right, so well said, Prof. Yeah, as I can capture you mentioned that values should be internalized in order to make it sustainable. Yeah, how I record your talk as something different, Prof. I mean, since morning, when you talk more on the implementation of the system, whatever we have in the organization, whatever system that we have in the organization, the The main point is how to implement it. Yeah, and of course, when implementing it, you never neglect the humanizing criteria as well, which you mentioned about intercultural competency, in which that is not at all referring to machines. It's all about human. Yeah, and again, you also mentioned about teaching the students to be more flexible and tangible. We have to make them seen and heard, and graduates should be groomed to be job creator than job seekers. Yeah, Prof. And well, you also seems to take COVID-19 in a positive manner, where we, yeah, every one of us should take its presence, that particular virus, as the time for us to change, or that particular in this particular pandemic as the time for us all to change. Yeah. Well, Prof, actually we are at 4 minutes PM now, and the timekeeper is showing me the time. We have only 1 minute, right? And we have quite a number of questions for you, Prof.
No, I started at 3:15. It was delayed just now.
I thought.
So the timekeeper has to.
There you go. Yeah. She should be justice to us, Prof.
Yeah, justice should be served.
Justice, yeah. Okay. By the way, she's doing her job. I would say she's doing her job, and we are doing our job now. I will read to you one of the questions. But before that, let's say if we could not manage to settle answering all the questions, can we have it posted to you? Yeah, we will post to you for your response. Number one. Number two, as usual, they ask for the slides, and if you if we can share it with the rest of the participants, the secretariat will contact you for the copy of your slides. Yeah, Prof.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, let me read the first question here. So this is the first question from Jamaluddin Abdul Rahman. Okay, brother Jamaluddin Abdul Rahman. From Zoom. This is taken from Zoom question and answer. The question is, what is your opinion about reluctant leader? There are many opinions as such character. Is there a place for them as the leaders in academia? Thank you in advance. So he asked about whether it is a place for a reluctant leader in academia. What do you, Prof?
The reluctant leader, I always say this, you are reluctant, but the leadership have seen your potential and has seen that you are the one to lead. And basically what I've said in my previous talks, if I open the door for you and you refuse to come in, I will not open it again. So because this is something that you need to now say, okay, you are not ready, but everybody thinks that you are ready. So I think you need to, sometimes you're modest, that you think you are not there yet. But essentially at the end of the day, whoever takes up the job must deliver. Like I said, if you cannot be the role model, you cannot aspire to be all the things that is required of values, internalized leader. If you can't show by example, then don't lead at all. So, and be content after that with not becoming the number one or just becoming number two in the future.
So thank you, Prof. Next question. Well, the timekeeper now is quite flexible. Okay, she gives us another 5 minutes. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. But then Prof. Kamal would have to wait a little bit. Okay. So there are two questions now from Dr. Suhaimi Muhammad Sarif. This is taken from YouTube. Assalamualaikum, Prof. Datuk Asma. How to gain the power of bravery to make change within the existing university framework? Okay, that's number one. Number two, his second question, is it still valid for universities to separate science and technology and humanities faculties in the pandemic situation? Please,
I think I've answered the second question already. I have advocated even in IIUM, this is the time of integration of the sciences and the humanities and the spirituality, religion, the whole works. Because this is the era of convergence. This is not the era of silo. This is the time where all these need to come together. That's why I said even for MOSTI, in terms of the grants, Malaysia Grant Challenge is now an integrated grant. It's not about this is the grant for social science, this is the grant for sciences. This is now an integrated grant. So the same thing as we move the curriculum of the future, if you want to make sure that the students are balanced and all that, it's important that we come up with an integrated curriculum that have value, that is also values laden. How to be brave, basically that's why I say you get involved in a lot of things that is organized by your dean or by your director. So when you get involved a lot, you can understand what is the reasonable change that you can make. Sometimes the change cannot be overnight, but there's a reasonable change and slowly attaining that change. But you need to be heard and you need to have people to agree to that decision. But being brave is also to suggest it. And keeping quiet about it will not result in change either. And that's why I say in the leader, whoever is the leader, it's important that the person also listen to what the ground is saying, and that ground person can be you. So that is bravery to bring it up to the vice chancellor or to director and be heard about this. But if you hear a lot of people also in agreement, then you know what you are requesting is a reasonable one. And that's why even as a listener, you always watch whether what the person telling and talking to you about his ideas is giving you the voice of reason to now say, yes, this is the change that the ground needs to have as part and parcel to become a shared value of the university.
Okay, thank you, Prof. That was the answer for Dr. Suhaimi Sari's question. Yeah? And we move on to a question from UKM, Prof. Okay, this is from Nurzaini Azman. Okay, Datuk. Okay, all right, there you go. That's why I mentioned we would love to have the title so that I can address them appropriately. My apology, Datuk. Okay, so Datuk Nurzaini asked, do you think UAs, University Awam, have a sufficient or appropriate succession planning? What and how can a CAPT help to develop leaders who are well versed about academic talent management, including retaining excellent professors? Okay.
I laugh because at the end of the day, I think everybody who is the VC knows the answer, right? Because there is no succession planning when it comes to TNCs and rectors and VCs, because there's a political appointment. So the best that you can do is essentially train succession planning up to deans or directors in the university. But after that, to be a TNC or to be the VC, you can go into the talent pool, but at the end of the day, ACAP can train all they want, but at the end of the day, sometimes the one that leads the university doesn't come from the pool. So, and this is the irony of it, because the people at the bottom, the deans, etc., are trained by ACAP to know about values-based, to know about this and that kind of leadership, but the one who is at the top is not learning about this. So this situation, I think we have to come to some agreement about what this is all about. It's all about the leadership also at the top in the ministry. Whether we now say, during my time, when I was DG, we say the leaders of the university needs to come from the ACAP pool. So that means they have gone through all the training, the step-by-step, whatever I talk about is there, and then they are the one who now become the leaders of the university. So, and they will come from the pool of the TNCs, basically because you need this step-by-step to have this exposure, because otherwise, if you have never held any administrative position and suddenly you are the VC, you can cause havoc in terms of governance, especially with people in the Bendahari and people with the Pendaftar group, because the governance you're saying is that this must be done, but it cannot be done in the situation of Malaysia. So, so to me, this step-by-step is a very important one because we are always audited. There's no such thing as freedom the universities are always audited, and audit negara have no relevance to what the blueprint is saying. They will do their own thing. So basically, this will be a headache for most bendahari in the university if the number one is not in tune with the governance structure of the country.
Thank you, Dato'. I think one last question, but we have here about 4 or 5 other questions, but that one, I think we leave it for the Secretariat to deal with you on the response. But this one, for the last one, this is coming from Fazidah Ithnain. Mind me if I'm not, addressing Madam Fazidah. Yeah. Okay, Dato', as a participatory leadership can bring a myriad of benefits to an organization, and decision making becomes a collective endeavor, there will be undoubtedly be risk to such deployment. What is your take on the risk involved, especially on getting to the best decision for the organization?
But that's why I talk about consensus decision. Participatory, we are all listening to various ideas, but at the end of the day, it has to be ideas that is agreed by many to come to the consensus decision. So this is where, like I said, and to be in line and aligned also with the shared values of the organization, the DNA of the organization. So there's a lot of things. I mean, you can listen, a lot of ideas come back, and then we say, okay, based on this, we formulate, this is the policy. But before we make that policy happen, we get the buy-in, engagement, and then see whether there is a agreement to this consensus before this is implemented as a policy. It always takes time. That's why vice chancellors usually prefer authoritative, dictatorial, so that that's it. I've listened to you. That's it. It's a policy. No, not yet. You have still to see whether people agree with the new version. I mean, you listen to everybody, put them together, and then you still have to go through an engagement session before that is called shared vision. Otherwise, it's not shared. So this is where I think there's a lot. I said to you already, values-based, values internalized needs time to build that relationship. And a lot of people just say they don't have the time because they're just not happy with meeting so many people. And when you meet many people, you hear good things and you hear bad things. And a lot of times you don't want to hear a lot of bad things, right? So this is why I think if you, like I say, if you don't have what it takes, then don't lead at all.
Okay. All right, Dato'. It's so inspiring listening to your talk and the answers, the response and whatnot. And we have more actually questions. Yeah, I'm picking it up from the Secretariat, but I just wish to say thank you to them. Zafri Azran Abdul Majid, Hazim Lazim 1973, Dr. Muhammad Rashad Bakashmar, Dr. Sohani Maksarif, Ruzilni Fernandez Chong, and the Secretariat is still picking up more. But this one, I think we are going to just share with you, Prof, via the emails, and for you to respond it later to the participants. Yeah. So, Prof, thank you very much. It is a pleasure to have you with us today. Yeah, and we hope to meet you again, inshallah, next time. And now we shall end the session with Prof. Dato' Asma and continue with the next session with Professor Technologist Dr. Haji Muhammad Kamal Haji Harun. So ladies and gentlemen, for now, it is 4:15 p.m. as my watch is indicating. So feel free to refresh yourself with a cup of coffee and cookies at your own workstation. Yeah. And over here in the studio, we are going to continue with our next speaker, yang berbahagia, Professor Technologist Dr. Haji Muhammad Kamal Haji Harun, who will talk on key features of values-based leadership. Yeah. But before I pass the platform to him, allow me to introduce Professor Dr. Haji Muhammad Kamal Haji Harun. All right. I hope I can make it short. Yeah. Okay, Professor Technologist Dr. Haji Muhammad Kamal Haji Harun is the Professor of Chemistry, Corrosion and Addition and the Assistant Vice Chancellor Continuing and Private Education of University Technology Mara, UITM, effective 2nd December 2020. Professor Kamal has a long history of serving UITM, having held various positions of leadership throughout his more than 30 years of academic teaching, which include Campus Director of UITM Cawangan Melaka from 2003 to 2005, Dean of Faculty of Applied Sciences from 2005 to 2007, Deputy Vice Chancellor Industrial Community Networking 2007 to 2010, and Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic and International September 2017 to November 2020. Professor Kamal also had the opportunity to serve various organizations outside of UITM, including Assistant Vice Chancellor 2012-2013 and Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Innovation at University Malaysia Kelantan UMK and Director of the Higher Education Leadership Academy ACAT since 2015 to 2017. Professor Kamal earned his PhD from the University of Manchester's Institute of Science and Technology. He has also attended Oxford Advanced Management and Leadership Program at Oxford University in October 2018. His expertise is highly sought after in the industry as evidenced from masterclasses conducted under the Institute of Materials Malaysia 2012 and 2014 to train industrial personnel in the areas of corrosion protection. And Professor Kamal also holds various posts in committees and boards, which include Board Member, College University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Board Member, UITM Private Education Sedang Berhad, Board of Director, Malaysia Logistic Innovation Berhad, Board of Governors, Malaysia Institute for Supply Chain Innovation, Council Member, International Institute of Plantation Malaysia, Advisor, Institute of Materials Malaysia, and the list goes on. Well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I now pass you over to Professor Technologist Dr. Haji Muhammad Kamal Haji Harun for his talk. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you, Sharizat. Just want to make sure whether you could see my slides.
Yes, Prof. It is clear. Thank you.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon, almost evening. I'm the last speaker for the day. I've heard the other respected speakers who have given their points. I'm left with this question, what have I got to say more? Anyway, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank IIUM and ACAP for inviting me to this talk. And I think it's indeed an honor for me to be with you to share a very difficult subject on leadership. I have always asked myself, what is actually the meaning of leadership? Whose job is it? Does it belong to one person, or is it a task and responsibility for everybody? And when we talk about leadership, the question is always leading to where? We could see in many cases, sometimes there are sayings that we are leading to nowhere, or a race to nowhere. These are some of the phrases that is being associated with leadership. Anyway, I'll try to do my best to share with you on this title that was given to me, Key Features of Value-Based Leadership. And I'll be touching on issues of purpose, belief, and core values. I hope you can bear with me for the next, hopefully not more than 45 minutes. Now, the first thing I did when I was basically tasked with this title called leadership is to find the meaning of leadership. And naturally, the way to go now is to Google up on what people have said on leadership. And among the definitions, or among the statement I met in the website are like the following. The only definition of a leader is someone who has followers. That's by Peter Drucker, as stated by Forbes. And it also went to say leadership is the accomplishment of a goal through the direction of human assistance. A leader is one who successfully marshals his human collaborators to achieve particular ends. And this is coming up from the Harvard Business Review in 1961, though. There is also this saying, leadership motivates and energizes people by satisfying their basic human needs for achievements, a sense of belonging, recognition, self-esteem, a feeling of control over one's life, and the ability to live up to one's ideal. That's quite a strong statement. I mean, having control over one's life, okay. And some more definition, leadership is a process of social influence which maximizes the efforts of others towards the achievement of a goal. Leadership requires using power to influence the thoughts and actions of other people. Leadership is the art of getting someone else to do something you want done because he wants to do it. And leadership is the art of harnessing human energy towards the creation of a better future. This is coming from Rajiv, who were then head of the Eclipse Leadership and Governance Center owned by Bank Negara. Anyway, this definition kind of like struck me, a generalization of saying that leadership is about using people to get where you want to go. And I'm not sure whether this general definition of leadership, at least from these statements that I got, really satisfy me on the real definition of the actual definition of leadership. Now, when I Google up who are the great leaders of the world, I found these following pictures. I saw Mahatma Gandhi there, I saw Mandela over there, and I saw Martin Luther King. I also see Pol Pot, I also see Adolf Hitler, and I also see Lenin. So are they leaders? We know they have got different missions and they lead differently. Can they all fall into the definition of the leaders that was described earlier? Well, some do, because if you go by the fact that using people to get where you want to go and using power, well, some do, but some deserve to be defined even in a better mode, I believe. For example, the likes of Mandela, who has got no power, who has got no stature, and yet able to move people to a better situation. I'm not quite sure whether the definitions that was, at least from those that I've got, really describe these people. So I went on to find the real meaning of leadership, perhaps through the perspective of the divine rather than the human interpretation. And naturally, being a Muslim, I go to the Al-Quran and try to find what is the real meaning of leadership. And I stumbled across this Surah Al-Baqarah, ayat 30, ayat 30, and it says here, just think when your Lord said to the angels, lo, I'm about to place a vicegerent on earth. They said, will you place on it one who will spread mischief and shed blood, while we, the angels, celebrate your glory and extol your holiness? And God says, surely I know what you do not know. Okay, so God wants to put a vicegerent on earth. And the vicegerent that he was referring to is man or human. So that word vicegerents kind of like really struck me. I went on and looked at the next sentence in the Al-Quran, ayat Al-Baqarah, ayat 31. Then Allah taught Adam the names of all things and presented them to the angels and said, if you are right that the appointment of a vicegerent will cause mischief, tell me the names of these things. And went on with the following ayat, says, they said, the angels, glory to you, we have no knowledge except what you taught us. You are all wise, all knowing and all wise. And following that, the ayat went on saying, then Allah said to Adam, tell them the names of these things. And when he had told them the names of all these things, Allah said, did I not say to you that I know everything about the heavens and earth, which are beyond your range of knowledge, and I know all that you disclose and also all that you hide? And immediately we could tell that Adam, the man Allah has decided to place on earth to be the vicegerent, is actually a learning being. is able to learn knowledge. He could communicate through the language and develop intellectuality, because when he talks about telling the names of these things, he actually disclosed all the knowledge and able to tell what Allah has taught Adam. So the point I'm trying to make here is that we as human is actually a learning being, and we are able to have knowledge. We can communicate the knowledge through the language, and we develop intellectuality. And the ayat went on, and we said, "Oh Adam, live in the garden, you and your wife, and eat abundantly of whatever you wish, but do not approach this tree." We can't tell what tree that is. There are so many interpretations about the tree, but the issue here is this, or else you will be counted among the wrongdoers. In other words, there is the right thing to do and the wrong thing to do. And that is a point being made on human, which is a human is a moral being. You're going to have to do the right thing. Don't do the wrong thing. And the sentence goes on, but Satan caused both of them to deflect. Okay? Some translation put slip from obeying our command by tempting them to the tree, and brought them out of a state where they were in. And we said, "Get down, all of you, henceforth each of you is an enemy of the other," referring to Satan and man. "And on earth you shall have your abode and your livelihood for an appointed time." So we are indeed a man that is a moral being. We are able to make choices, and this is the choice that was made by approaching the tree that was prohibited by Allah. And as such, we do make decision as a man. Okay? These are some of the things that I gather from this sentence, and of course I've looked through references, and the conclusion on these sentences are just like what I have mentioned. And it says, "We said, get you down from here, all of you, and guidance shall come to you from me. Then whoever will follow my guidance need to have no fear, nor shall they grieve. But those who refuse to accept this guidance and reject our signs as false are destined for the fire where they shall abide forever." And the final conclusion that we could make from this sentence and the sentence from ayat 30 until 38 is that human is a moral being capable of making right choices, and thus a decision through guidance. Guidance will be given, and the guidance that is given to man are the rules and regulations that man should follow in order to make their choices and make their decision. That's basically what we could draw out from this ayat. So when we talk about being man, perhaps we have to answer what man is. Who is this creature called man? What is it? What's their nature? The conclusion that we can make from these ayats is that first, man is a learning being. They are able to learn knowledge, language, and develop intellectuality, or some call it as akal. It is a moral being, is capable of making right choices and thus a decision, but it should be guided by the right values in order to do the right things according to Allah or God. And more importantly, it's a vicegerent. Man is a Khalifa of God on earth. What is a vicegerent? One who exercises the delegated powers on behalf of the supreme authority. Man is thus not the master. He is only his deputy and does not possess any power of his own except those which are delegated to him by the real master. There has to be a rule. You can't be making your own decisions at your whims and fancy, but there are certain regulations, certain rules that you're going to have to carry out, and your task and your duty is to carry out this task that has been appointed to you. As such, man is entrusted, or amanah, with the responsibility to rule according to God's will and purpose and his pleasure. This is what has been explained by Professor Dr. Said Naqib Alatas and Professor Dr. Wan Muhammad Noor, according in their book, to the definition of vicegerent. So what would be the duty of man and what would be the nature of man? So the duty of man is first to be knowledgeable and to be an intellectual being, have the ability and responsibility to learn and develop your intellect and your reasons. That's the duty of man. On top of that, you have to be a moral being in accordance to the command and guidance by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Only with knowledge and intellectual capability can man perform these moral obligations according to the command of Allah. And last and finally is to perform the vicegerent duty on earth, guided by the knowledge that you have acquired, guided by the intelligence that you have nurtured to yourself, guided by the values and the moral obligation. That's I think, the ultimate duty of man as interpreted by many of the scholars, Muslim scholars. What is man? What is the duty of man? What would you should be doing? Right? Now, I further go on to understand the term vicegerent. And this is a word that is such a huge word. And it all boils down to a responsibility of a person. So I went to Collins Dictionary. It says, and Collins Dictionary says, a vicegerent is a person appointed by another, especially by a ruler, to exercise the latter's power and authority and deputy. In other words, man cannot just decide on his own, based on his belief, based on his values that he developed on his own. There has to be some guidelines how these values and how this belief were developed. And those guidelines have to be in accordance to the person who appointed him, and those will be the beliefs and the guidelines that he should use as a principle in all his decision making. And being a vicegerent of the Creator, that is ruling the world in compliance with his laws. That is according to some of the researchers. And man, according to Islam, is a vicegerent on earth, and trusted with the honorable task of inhabiting in accordance with the divine guidance given to him. Again, consistently saying that vicegerent is you're going to have to lead based on a principle, based on a ruling, based on values that has been defined on you. You can't just simply put your own values without being based it on the divine rules or divine power that has been put on you. So vicegerent is to perfect ourselves according to the will of Allah, to perfect all human society according to the will of Allah, and to perfect the physical world of space and time according to the will of Allah. This is the meaning of the term vicegerent that has been put into the ayah, Surah Al-Baqarah, ayah 30. On the duty of man on earth. So we have got basically two forms of definition of leadership. One that says that leadership must have followers, one that says that leadership is about you harnessing people's energy, about you commanding people to achieve what you want. Then there is another definition of leadership about not only that you have to lead, but where are you leading to? You are leading to prospering the earth, prospering the humans, society, but you must be well equipped to have those qualities. You must have knowledge, you must have the moral obligation, you're going to have the accountability, and you are guided by some values that is aimed towards perfecting the physical world, the space, or the human society. So, and I find that this is so key when a person wants to assume the responsibility of a leadership. So man actually has a purpose of performing the duty of vicegerent on earth in accordance to the laws and values as defined by God, and that this leadership is never about title nor position. It is not about power, not about stature or even reward. In fact, it is about one's duty to be carried out with responsibility, which is amanah and accountability. It is about fulfilling the command of God, that is to perfect all human society and to perfect the physical world of space and time. It is about leadership that is driven by your core beliefs, shaped by knowledge, values, and intellect. It is about leadership that is driven by your clarity of purpose, and you're going to have to be constantly guided by your heart, a clean heart with the right values. So when we take this understanding of leadership as a duty of man, I believe that leadership is about the responsibility of everybody. In the context of the university, not only the vice chancellor is a leader, the deputy vice chancellor is a leader, the professors are leaders, the academics are leaders, everybody are leading in a way. So a leader, well, I was asking myself, now whose job does this leadership belongs to? Apparently it belongs to everybody. You're going to have to lead one way or another, but when you start leading, you're going to have to really have knowledge, you're going to have to really have your beliefs, and you have to really have your understand your purpose. So that would be the context of leadership that I wish to talk about this evening. And perhaps that would describe these three individuals in a more just way, a more complete way. Mahatma Gandhi, who never have title, who never have position, did lead India out of colonization. Nelson Mandela, who was in fact in prison, do not have the title. He did lead Africa, South Africa, out of apartheid. And of course, Martin Luther King, his ideals of human rights in leading his people. So this is the kind of responsibility. This is a kind of the context of leadership that I think would best describe the responsibility of man, the responsibility on his people, on the earth. And perhaps if we go along this line, then we'll be able to make sense that why is it that people need to embrace values? Why is it that people need to embrace belief, the right belief, and put the right purpose when it comes to leadership? And perhaps now we will understand. Now everybody have your responsibility, and if we scope leadership within that context, we will be less of blaming someone else for not making things happen. But perhaps you should start blaming yourself too if things are not happening according to what we want to happen. So we all know that these people prosper the world to make it a better place to live, and they deserve a leadership definition in a bigger context than merely the ones that we have just went through the first time around. So with that, I would like to touch the issue of purpose. Now, if we want to lead, or rather, if we were being given the task to lead, it is so important to understand our purpose. Why is it so important for us to understand the purpose? Because it helps us to understand who we are, our duties and our responsibilities. You know, the purpose would guide us into our decisions and allow consistency in all our actions for doing the right thing. That's a very essence of true leadership. Now, purpose is the clarity of a purpose always forms a basis of your self-awareness. Again, which is the very foundation of leadership. And understanding the purpose energizes you to do things. You are actually doing things not because of the reward, but you know why you need to do this because of the purpose that you are adhering to. Believing in your purpose helps us to build courage in us and willing to take up challenges. And serving our purpose allows us to be focused and better chance of making significant difference. So every time I believe when you are being asked in a formal way to lead, or informal leadership that you have to practice, it's best to always go back to what are you leading? Where are you leading? What is the purpose of this thing? Understand the purpose of your exercise of leading. And it's so important because I think these are the organic, intrinsic values that would make you drive your leadership to the right direction or to the intended direction. Now, then again, the purpose must be guided by values and core beliefs. So in order to ensure that the purpose is there and to make sure that the purpose is right, you're going to have to look at a few things here. For example, you have to be a learned person. What is a learned person? A person who's associated with being cultured, tak sombong, scholarly, thinking all the time, intellectual, you have your reasons, and practice high manners and courtesy. In a better word, ikut resam padilah, semakin berisi semakin subur. Humility and modesty promotes courtesy, being polite and being respectful, and your inner beliefs about what is right or what is wrong make the foundation of your personal values, and values are derived from core beliefs that drive your behavior. For example, integrity and respect. Your actions, decisions, and reactions actually will reveal your values. Really, I agree with Prof. Asma. When you become a leader, you're basically out there. You're being viewed by thousands of people, hundreds of people, and for each action, for each decision and reactions that you take will actually inevitably reveal your values to people. What do you believe? What are the values that you are adhering to? Values defines what is important to you, and adopted values must be guided by knowledge, intellect, and moral responsibility. For example, be careful with loyalty. I sit here because blind loyalty, while loyalty can be of a value to you, think that it's a good value, but sometimes blind loyalty will lead you to nowhere or will lead you to disaster. Now, to understanding yourself is also critical in knowing your core values and beliefs. If you want to hold a position of leadership, perhaps you're going to have to really study and understand who you are. What would be the best words or sentence describe you? Are you the type looking for recognition? Do you seek reputation? Do you wish to stand out from the rest? Do you wish to be likable and popular? Do you wish to be respected? Do you wish to earn status? Do you wish to earn rewards and recognition? Or are you the type who are ready to challenge the accepted norms? And be careful, because whenever you want to do this, it can be a very uncomfortable pursuit. Sorry for the spelling mistake. And are you ready to keep looking for answers from others in order to do the right thing? And if this is so, you're going to have to be willing to listen to people most of the time. Are you willing to say that this is our vision rather than this is just my vision? By claiming that this is our vision, it just means that you're willing to accept that nobody may acknowledge you at the end of the day as a champion of that vision. Would you be willing to stay the course despite stiff opposition? You can be unpopular for doing that. And are you emotionally energized to drive your purpose? So which of these statements would best describe you, will help you to understand who you are and understand what are your values and what are your beliefs. Now, understanding yourself is also critical in knowing your core values and beliefs again. And you might want to look into another question. Which of these bothers you? Would it bother you when you feel that you're being outperformed by your colleagues and competitors? Would it bother you when you see that your perspectives or your words are being ignored? Would it bothers you if you see that you're not popular? And when you feel that you need authority to execute things, that you are not being acknowledged for your position, and other people earn rewards and recognition more than you, does all these things bothers you? Or are you the type who are constantly worried about your organization's credibility, that you would rather do the right thing rather than being popular, that you're concerned about your organization missing its purpose, that you are unable to build a better future for your organization, that you are able to move people and things if you have compelling reasons. Which of these are more are areas that you are more inclined to work for? And this would tell you who you are. This would be able to make you understand what would your core beliefs and what would be your values that you are adhering to. Have this question in mind and start asking yourself whenever you hold a position, a leadership position. There are other areas that you should also be looking at. What results do you want to bring in your life? Do you visualize a future that is better than today? Do you make an attempt to understand the issues of today that prevent things from becoming better? Do you see the opportunities of how things could be better? Are these questions really basically haunting you all the time? And how would you want people to experience your presence? Do people get inspired by you? Would you want people to say that you are basically an honest, humble, hardworking, sincere, realistic person, or you definitely not want people to say that you are cunning, you're deceiving, you're slyly, and do people get energized by you? So these are the things that I think questions that you might want to pose, or rather, I'm not saying you, all of us, might want to pose on yourself when you want to evaluate yourself of your qualification or your competency to become a leader. First, if you want to become a leader, do understand that leadership is not about power, it's not about authority, but it's rather about accountability. It's rather about your willingness to work within a framework of regulations that work towards the betterment of the people, betterment of your organization, and putting you on not at the forefront of things. That's what leadership is all about. So now, once we have that values understood, those intrinsic values really being embedded in us, and we know ourselves, we must also understand that leaders influence followers by the following. Yeah? Usually, there's a book called Self-Leadership, and this is basically being deliberated in this book. Normally, leaders start by developing their intent, and this intent is always guided by the clarity of purpose, beliefs, and virtues. And the intention is would precede any purposeful action rather than just a mere reaction. And the purposeful actions always results in influence, and the measures of the intention and influence are the impacts that the leaders could make. So that's how the impact will tell you, okay, what sort of intention does he has, and what sort of influential power does he has, and these are usually measured through the impact. This is called self-leadership. Now, I would like to share some of the important values to move followers. For one thing, I think being truthful is important. Be honest and sincere about your purpose and goals, especially to Allah and to yourself. Now, this being truthful make you do your best and be truthful with the people around you. It's important so that they could see that you're honest and you're sincere about achieving the goals. Develop your intelligence. You have to have knowledge on the purpose where you're bringing your organization towards, or your people towards. Be mindful what's negotiable and what's not negotiable. Have good knowledge on the institution you are leading, what can be done and what cannot be done. Have real knowledge on the task at hand, and also have knowledge on the people that are with you. That's basically the wisdom. Now, always propagate to do good things, and always develop a compelling reason where people will be with you and know why they are doing it. And for this to happen, you need knowledge. When you want to call people to do good, you have to have knowledge that makes you passionate and sincere. Compelling reasons helps you to work in group, because now people are all embarking on the mission together with you. Have an open mind, argue, open to thoughts, prepare yourself for arguments, be consistently mindful about amanah and integrity, and always ask this question, will people trust me? Will people trust me? So I think with all those values and purpose and perspective of leadership that I've just described, the mission now, us being academic, especially, I know that there are others who are not from the academic world in this group, but then being a person who have been in the academic world for quite a long time, the mission and the attributes and the competencies and the understanding of leadership, in my case, I always direct it towards driving education. And for that, I would like to reiterate what Tan Sri Zul have mentioned this morning. What is the big purpose of education? And it has been described by the National Education Philosophy, where we intend to produce Malaysian citizens who are intellectually, spiritually, emotionally, and physically balanced and harmonious, based on a firm belief in and devotion to God. Okay. That's the basic underlying reason or purpose of education, the education system that we have in the country. And specifically on higher education, it's about serving the purpose of seeking knowledge and educate, producing intellectuals and qualified individuals who could progress the society, not just for himself. They could empower individuals so that these individuals could unleash their potential. They shape knowledgeable and educated society that drives the development and the well-being of a nation, and developing sophisticated, advanced, and intellectual society that is infused with strong moral values and ethics. I believe that is what higher education is all about. I would like to pick up a paragraph stated by Malcolm McDonald, who was the first Chancellor of University of Malaya on the 8th of October 1949. At the Foundation Day ceremony of University of Malaya. This was written in a book by Kuke Kim, 100 Years of University of Malaya. This is what he said. He said the University of Malaya is being founded at the same time as foundations are being laid for a nation of Malaya. That is a most happy coincidence, for a university can play a notable part in making a nation. I do not suggest that its main conscious purpose should be political. Its purpose must be higher education. It must seek to lead faithfully its students up the mountain slopes of learning so that as they climb, they see with ever clearer eyes grand views of knowledge and wisdom, truth and beauty. But that progress will bring many reactions, not only in the educational, but also in the social and political field. So higher education not only impact the students that we produce, but perhaps more importantly, we are addressing to progress the society, progress the nation, and progress the thinking of the people that makes up the country. And for that, I would say academics are leaders who basically have followers. They are purpose-driven. They lead higher education to producing the next generation of knowledgeable, competent, and intellectual society who possess high moral standards. They are basically driven by the desire to seek knowledge and to create a knowledgeable intellectual society. They are driven by their sense of responsibility. They are driven by their passion to see success. They are driven by their sense of accountability. And they are also driven by their clarity of purpose. And they do exert influence though, because at the first stage of influence is that they develop a shared social identity of community based on their academic discipline. And later beyond that, they develop a social identity. They lead to professional recognition as a social and intellectual capital and develop professional identity. Beyond that, they provide, when they have got that professional identity, they influence students on values and perspective. They influence peers, professional and policy groups through research, knowledge, network, collaborations, and teaching activities. And they are also a social influencer, an intellectual leader by being a professional academic. They are public intellectuals, they are role models, they are mentors, advocates, guardians of standards of scholarships and academic values, and ambassador of university or the ambassador of the discipline of theirs. So don't underestimate lecturers, particularly academics, don't underestimate your power of influence. You are indeed a very influential person but then do influence with the values and guidance that is on the right values and the right beliefs, the right purpose that you are accountable for. So I would like to take a few paragraphs stated by our academics of the country, Dr. Ibrahim Bajunid in 2012. He said this: higher education leadership, all academic leaders are expected to be the guardians of academic integrity and professionalism. They shall struggle in the pursuit of elegant thinking, par excellence. They can be thought leaders and even intellectual elites to represent the society. Academic leaders also can provide exemplary leadership in their academic specializations and niches, and as public intellectuals on broader matters. The strength of these academic leaders constitute the knowledge, capability, and competencies of society, not just himself. The challenge for each academician and academic leader is to be the best they can in their respective fields and contribute maximally towards the betterment of the society. And Dr. Ibrahim Bajunid further extended his words by saying this: a society which does not have academic leadership does not have the capacity to define itself, understand its past, find solutions for the problems and challenges of the present, chart out its future, and develop national character in its own mode. So academicians, do be aware of the task and expectation from yourself by the society and public. Now, so the next question that I think, well, at least from my part, that is important to be answered is when you talk about higher education. What is higher about higher education? What do we mean by higher education? And when I look at many references, these are kind of things that has been stated by most of the scholars. They said, it is about the development of the individual's critical facilities, synthesis, analysis, rationalizing, reasoning. In other words, the intellect. It is about preparing for lifelong learning in order to serve the society as a knowledgeable and educated citizen. It is a starting point for a profession, but it is meant to produce a knowledgeable professional who thinks critically about the practice of the profession, who understands meaning of his profession in relation to the society. So at least these are some of the understanding among the scholars on the term higher education. What is higher about higher education? Now, so the question is higher education is about developing intellectualism, which is, according to Cambridge, is the ability to learn, understand, and make judgment, have opinions, and based on reasons. According to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, it's about the ability to learn or understand or to deal with new or trying situations. Also the skill to use the use of reasons. And Collins Dictionary says intellectualism is about the intelligence in the ability to think, reason, and understand instead of doing things automatically or merely by instinct. And if you go on further, it is about developing al-aqal, as stated by Imam Ghazali, which is a reason that is applied to man's knowledge of the true nature of things and also to his power to perceive and know. And al-aqal is often dubbed by philosophers as reason or intellect. And finally, the term al-aqal means reasons, rationality, intellect, or intelligence, the antonym of which is stupidity or foolishness. So from these words, you can tell that I embraces what Tan Sri Zul talks about, is if higher education is meant only for the market, for employment, then we'll be missing this part of real meaning of higher education. So not only that we should be reacting to the needs of the market, but perhaps by developing akal, by developing intelligence and intellectualism, we will be spearheading, or we will be carving out where the society is heading towards, where the economy is heading towards. And that's the value of higher education. Now, of course, there are others who wrote about the meaning of higher education, one of which is from James Campbell, who wrote Human University. He says that the shaping of a university has always been based on the philosophy of education. that is drawn from the understanding of the important role of social obligation guided by virtues. And we have another book written by David Willard who said that it is more to speak of a university as a place for education, not just mere instruction. Education is a higher word. It implies an action upon our mental nature and the formation of a character among students, among us. And I love to take up this cartoon that was produced by Jamie Chatteris. Yeah? He says here in this cartoon, if you look at the cartoon closely, it says, first day of work. Okay, your first job is to sweep the floor. And the reply came, but I'm a graduate. Okay, oh sorry, I didn't realize. You give me the broom and I'll show you how. So what is the meaning of this? So the point is that when you produce a graduate, what sort of outcome would you like to desire from your graduates, which is of your making upon graduation from your university? Would you want to have someone who became arrogant because he gets a piece of paper from the university, which he used to convince people that he has brain? Or would you rather have someone who are humble by the knowledge and intellectuality they nurture into themselves, so that they will do things out of responsibility and accountability that is driven by moral obligation? So this is a big question that you might want to ask yourself every time you lead education, particularly higher education, being an academic in the university. What would be the meaningful outcome that you want to get out of your students? And I think with the right mindset, with the right goals, the right values, the right purpose, and the right beliefs, that is why these people did it. We have Hamka, we have Inquazis, we have Said Nakib, we have Professor Kuki Kim. We have all these academics who actually have got a purpose in all their struggle in higher education. So I know it has been a long day for everybody. I purposely intend to make my session short. It's already 5 o'clock. I think with that, I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much. Over to you, Shariza. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof. Well, as you mentioned, we are approaching the end of our session, but I would also be grateful to extend the appreciation from the organizing committee to our participants who are still with us since morning until now. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, they are so loyal, bro.
Yeah.
And that is one of the attributes as a leader, right? Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, Prof. Kamal shared with us the definition of leaders, yeah, Prof, from the Holy Quran, in which lead us to the duty and responsibility of man. That's how I record your talk just now. And it is clearly mentioned that man is a Khalifah, and Khalifah is literally as leader, defined as leader, meaning we are born as leaders, but in this perception of leaders in the institution, a leader must equip themselves with knowledge, entrusted with certain tasks, not only to lead and guide the followers or the staff, students, but also to be an exemplary leader to them. Another one is a leader should also understand him or herself in order to distinguish his or her core values and beliefs. And this one, I think we listened to this since morning, actually, Prof. And yes. Now you list down the questions of a leader should ask themselves. All right. And okay, Prof. From there, Prof, I just just came across my mind. So this is my question before I read the before I read the other question from our participant. Mind me all that I now read my own question. So, Prof, listening to your talk, especially on the attribute of leaders, as you mentioned or captured through the Holy Quran, how do you distinguish the type of leaders we have in Malaysia, in Malaysia's political scene? Yeah, and how do these political leaders could influence the way of thinking of the academia? Because we are since morning we are talking about the way of thinking, the attributes of a leaders in an academic institution, but I can see that we have quite an influence from the political leaders as well. So how do you take that?
Well, I like to basically beg to differ a little bit on this thought of saying that the politicians are influencing the leaders of the university. My take is political leaders are very versatile individuals. They are a good communicator of the intention of the government to the people and getting people to subscribe to the intent that they want to do. They want to work for the government. So, but then political leaders are also basically leading in all aspects of life. And if we feel that we want to make a point in higher education, it will going to have to be our duty to go to the political leaders and sit down with the political leaders, get them to agree what would be the thing that should be done in higher education. And our power of convincing political leaders would spell out the impact that you can make in the overall perspective of decision making, political decision making on education. So resting the blame on someone else merely because you intend to have something else happening perhaps would not solve the solution. You're going to have to take the responsibility on your own to approach and to reason out, have a compelling reason. And being versatile individuals, being leaders of countries, they are open to recommendations but there are also and knowledge and intellectualism in us is also key important. Sometimes we may be proposing something that seems to be very ideal for us, but the failure to see the bigger perspective of things may not allow that idea to go through. And you need to understand those areas of what's stopping it from happening, what's stopping from the political leaders to buy in your ideas. So again, I think I know it's not, you can expect things to happen just overnight, but a consistent engagement, having them to understand your perspectives is perhaps the best way forward for us to get things going the way we think should be done. And you should be open to other perspectives as well. That's my take, on political.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Can we just go through a few questions here? All right. Again, this is I think I will just read through all three questions with me now while the Secretariat is writing more on more questions. Yeah? So we'll read through all questions and you will respond to it. Yeah.
Okay.
The first one is from Professor Dr. Nurzaini Azman. Now I relieve because I managed to address her appropriately. Thank you, Prof. Dr. Nurzaini. Yeah? Okay, good one, Prof. Kamal. How do we solve the issue of adopting or blindly external values that come again? I need to Okay, values that juxtaposed with the academic values of a knowledge institution. In other words, how can we ensure academic leaders are authentic and that they have the courage to defend the identity of an academic institutions? Okay, that's one question from Dr. Nazaini. The other one is taken from YouTube from Mr. Kuldeep Singh. Since we are humans, we do make mistakes, but the important thing is we must learn from our failures. So how does learning from failure make us better leaders? Your comment, please. Thank you. And from our Dr. Suhaimi Muhammad Sharif, taken from YouTube as well. How to address colleagues who are calculative?
Okay,
that's number one. And number two, how true the thinking of colleagues don't work for us and we don't work for colleagues. He needs your comment on this one. And another one is from Helmi Heli. This is from our Zoom question and answer box. What is your opinion about Insta famous as leader? Are
About
they
what?
Insta famous?
About?
What is your opinion about Insta famous?
Okay.
Insta famous, the Instagrammers who are popular.
Mhm.
Okay, what is your opinion on that? Of them being a leader, are they vicegerent enough to lead? So we'll settle with these questions first. Yeah, Prof, over to you.
Okay. All right, thank you. They're very difficult questions. Now, issue about adopting the external values, that is perhaps, I'm referring to Datuk Nozaini's question that you may mean those values that's not in line with the purpose of the education that you intend to have. You're gonna have to really look back at the clarity of your purpose. I think when you are clear about where you want to go, when you are clear that you're guided by the direction, or rather the destination that you intend to go, and all the values that need to fall in would be the values that has to be adopted. Like I mentioned just now, the value, for example, if you talk about loyalty, you can't be having a blind loyalty as a value for your people, because some people are loyal to a person, and some people are loyal to the purpose, to the destination that you're going towards, and there will be conflicting. There could be some conflicting actions if this loyalty thing is not being taken into context of purpose. So my take is that whatever values, whatever external values you have to adopt, you're going to have to study, and you have to look closely whether this would really be in compliance with the purpose that you intend to have for higher education. The question number 2 is on learning from mistake. Well, certainly we are people who have got many blind spots. Let me tell you that. As an individual, through my experience, I made mistake because I've got my blind spots. The only way for me, of course, to not to repeat the mistake is to make that mistake and realize that it's a mistake. I'm not going to make it again. But then there is another aspect. Perhaps you might want to minimize this mistake that you're making. And one way is to allow yourself to interact with people who are willing to come forward and say, hello, look, you may not be doing this correctly. Now, it's up to you now. Are you open to this kind of questions or statement, or are you going to be very defensive? Now, if you've been consistent about your clarity of purpose, you've been consistent about where you want to head to, if you are consistent about the nature of your behavior, that is, you're more concerned about achieving the goals rather than making yourself be recognized, I think you're going to have friends who will be with you, who are willing to point out each other's blind spots. And our way of minimizing our blind spot is by allowing people to comment on our decisions, and be open, be humble, so that people will come forward and talk to us. And likewise, we could also be an input to those people who are making decisions. So eliminating blind spots is very critical in minimizing mistakes. How do we deal with colleagues who are calculative? Yes, this has something to do with rewards, the nature and the values of putting in rewards. I've always said this. I've always concur with this idea. I'm not quite comfortable with the carrot and stick kind of statement, because when I look through how carrot and stick came up with is carrot and stick is actually talking about a mule. I think Tan Sri Zul also talked about this. It's about putting the carrot in front of a mule for the mule to pull out the bullock cart, and if the mule is too lazy to chase for the carrot, he will then beat him with the stick. And I'm certainly not a mule, therefore I've got higher values than mule. I'm a human, and I've got my beliefs as defined by the values that I've mentioned. Therefore, calculative will just make me a person who reacts to rewards alone rather than reacts to responsibility. Now you're going to have to really speak to the person that listen, it is about accountability, and it's about your responsibility that matters here. It's not just rewards. Yeah. Now, if you're responding to rewards, it could be very dangerous. Many people who get into bad activities are basically enticed by rewards. And the other question is about Insta-famous leaders. How do you make them vice-chair? Yep. This is a very difficult question. I've always say people who could influence others, you bear the responsibility also in imparting the right thing. If you have a different intention, if you have an intention that only benefits you, and you impart it because of your self-benefits, it won't be long. People will discover you soon, very soon, and you won't stand as leaders for long. This is basically what leaders are, quote unquote, naked. Whatever they do, whatever however they react, people will eventually know who they are. So that's my short answers for all the 4 questions, Shariza. I hope it helps for those who ask.
Okay, all right, Prof. Thank you very much. But we still have question, and the timekeeper just give us less than 5 minutes to answer all these 3 last questions. Okay. There are more actually, but as usual, we are going to give you on email afterwards. Right. But this is the 3 questions are number 1 taken from YouTube from Muhammad Nizat Abdul Kadir. Okay, your opinion yang berbahagia, Prof. Approach to form the soul of the current caliph like Al-Fatih, Usamah Zaid, Sa'ad Abi Waqqash and Zubair Al-Awwam as future leaders in the context of modern education. So he needs your opinion on this one. And then from Ali Azili Aziz, also taken from YouTube. Prof, there is a quote by Plato, the most important qualification for any leader is not wanting to be a leader. What is your comment, Prof? Okay. And last but not least, we have more, but I have to only read this one as the last one. Sure. From Rosalini Fernandez Chong. Thank you very much for your active participation. Yeah.
Thank you, Ros.
Okay, so Prof Kamal, young leaders are often seek as instant reward seekers. How do you respond to this as a leader? So all of that, Prof, over to you.
Right. For the first one, I think the approach well, you're going to have to understand the purpose of education. I think I dwell on the purpose. A lot of this purpose have been quote unquote misguided for other reasons. It is, to me, quite narrow. In fact, very narrow. If you say that education is intended for employability or intended for you to gain reputation, to be recognized. I mean, those are not reasons for education. Education is about you being able to discover your potential. It's about you being able to nurture the potential that you have discovered. And it's about you being able to unleash and apply that potential for the benefits of the society. There is a responsibility associated to being an educated individual. And that's what leadership is all about. So the approaches of the scholars that you have mentioned are basically approaches that leads towards a real understanding of the real meaning and purpose of being educated, being knowledgeable. I think we're gonna have to stop there on the question, on the first question. Now, Plato says not wanting to be leader is a key for leadership. I always say this: kepimpinan ni kalau if you're asked to do it, you will be assisted, and if you ask for it, perhaps you'll be tested. I always have that, as you mentioned, as I mentioned from the very beginning, really not wanting to be a leader is not a choice. Depends on how you describe leadership. Not wanting a position maybe is something, but not wanting a leader is not something. You have the duty of being a vice chair. You have a duty of being a Khalifah anyway. So are you talking about not wanting to be a leader, or are you talking about not wanting to be in a position? That's perhaps what you want to dwell on. And Ross was asking about instant reward by young academics. This is where nurturing process going to have to take place, Ross. I think we're going to have to again re-emphasize reasons for being an academics, purpose of being an academics, and the clarity of this purpose should guide the young academics to have the right values. Now, question is, can this be done? We have seen many developed countries, progressive countries, they are basically being led by academics who are not putting rewards as their reasons for being an academic. It is about their passion to see their students becoming empowered individuals, grown, nurturing their individuals, and countries like Scandinavian countries, Japan, and to certain degree, most of the American universities, they have got these values embedded into their academics, who actually sees the purpose of them being there is not because of the reward. The reward is a mere consequence of what they're doing, but their focus is about putting their effort in unleashing the potentials of individuals that they interact with, or unleashing the potentials of the society or the industry they are dealing with. So I think we're going to have to start changing that paradigm of being academic in the university. It is not about reward. In fact, the reward is about you being able to see those people that you mentee or you mentor to go beyond or becoming better than you. Perhaps that's the kind of narrative that we have to put in the universities. Thank you for the question, sir.
All right, thank you, Prof. What a long day today.
It is, yes.
We thank you very much. We appreciate it very much for you to be with us, on behalf of the Secretariat. And this is the end of the seminar on value-based leadership and values-based performance 2021. And again, I wish to thank Professor Dr. Kamal and all the distinguished speakers for your willingness to share with us all your knowledge and wisdom on leaders and leadership despite your busy schedule. It is also our great pleasure to have our participants, with hope that we meet again tomorrow on the platforms, which links are provided by the Secretariat. My apology that maybe I had wrongly addressed you, and now only I know that our Rosalini Fernandez Cheong is actually Dr. Ross from Inti College or some Health College. Thank you, Doctor, for being with us. And well, everyone, stay safe. Have a good rest. See you again tomorrow. My apology for all the shortcomings and hoping to improve tomorrow, inshallah. May Allah is. And before we go offline, let us invite Al-Fadil Ustaz Ramadan Subki Latif from Sultan Haji Ahmad Shah Mosque IIUM to recite the dua. Please welcome. For being with us, and everyone stay safe, have a good rest. See you again tomorrow. My apology for all the shortcomings and hoping to improve tomorrow, inshallah. May Allah is. And before we go offline, let us invite Al-Fadil Ustaz Ramadan Subki Latif from Sultan Haji Ahmad Shah Mosque IIUM to recite the dua. Please welcome.
وعلى آله وصحبه ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. اللهم إنا نسألك العافية من كل بلية ونسألك تمام الغنى عن الناس. اللهم من تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. اللهم إنا نسألك العافية من كل بلية. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. اللهم إنا نسألك العافية من كل بلية ونسألك تمام الغنى عن الناس. اللهم حبب إلينا الإيمان وزينه في قلوبنا وكره إلينا الكفر والحمد لله رب العالمين واجعلنا من الراشدين. اللهم إنا نسألك حبك وحب من يحبك وحب عمل يقربنا إلى حبك. O Allah, the compassionate, the merciful, grant us peace and iman, safety in Islam, and guidance to perform all that you please. O Allah, grace us with your divine guidance, lead us with your blessings, and guide us with your mercy, so that we will follow the right path in leading this worldly life. Make us your obedient servants, who shall lead this ummah towards its success and splendor. Make the outcome from this minna be of great benefit and contribution to the development of our people in Malaysia and the world of Ummah. O Allah, may this day of ours be better than yesterday. May our tomorrow be better than today. Please grant us positive outcomes in all our endeavors. Save us from disappointment both in this world and the hereafter. اللهم اجعل جمعنا هذا جمعا مرحوما وتفرقنا من بعده تفرقا معصوما ولا تجعل فينا شقيا ولا محروما إنك على كل شيء قدير. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. ولا تجعل فينا شقيا ولا محروما إنك على